Hi everyone, it's me again. Before you start, could you take 3 seconds to like and subscribe? Your support really motivates me to create more exciting content. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day. Nono, do you remember what Yang told you? You'd rather be swallowed whole by the Tindu snake soldiers than transform now. A woman with rabbit ears kept reminding the little rabbit girl in front of her. The little rabbit ran nonstop, surrounded by giant snake soldiers crawling on the ground. The woman's words echoed in her ears. The weaker and more helpless you are, the more bloodthirsty and ferocious they become. Transforming will only cause you immense suffering. The little girl suddenly transformed into a small rabbit with ruby eyes and looked back. Those warnings kept ringing in her ears. It will be a terrible death, so you absolutely must not transform in front of them. Under the starry night sky, a black snake's body twisted among the petals. Ahead, a group of colorful rabbits huddled together. Inside the brightly lit restaurant, voices were boisterous. The long-eared tribe offered their tribute, 99 spirit rabbit delicacies. Hearing this, the black snake immediately looked at the trembling little rabbits in front of it and praised them unreservedly. This batch of tributes has tender skin and fresh meat. They've been raised well. Behind it, various snake soldiers stare at the rabbits, hissing. The little ones are all trembling. Could it be their first time seeing the snake tribe? The more scared the rabbits are, the more excited the snake soldiers become. They said, "Hurry up and transform." We're the most soft-hearted here. The rabbits trampled on each other, desperately avoiding the black snake's gaze. Then a rabbit shouted, "Sister, you stepped on my tail." Another cried, "Who kicked my butt?" Seeing the rabbits in front, causing such a commotion and still not transforming. The black snake approached, flicked its tongue, and continued. The tributes that aren't chosen will be sent to the Tinxiang rabbit restaurant to be made into. It paused, then listed a series of rabbit dishes. Spicy rabbit head, 8 treasure, steamed whole rabbit, roasted whole rabbit. Hearing this, the rabbits quickly shouted, "Hurry up and transform." Then a group of beautiful rabbit sisters transformed. Another one anxiously said, "Only by transforming and being chosen do we have a chance to survive." Beside them, the snake tribe was staring at the rabbit girls. Just then, Nono, in her small rabbit form, quickly shrank back, thinking, "Now's my chance, I have to get out of here." She quickly jumped off the table, muttering as she fled, "I absolutely cannot be chosen. I still have an important mission to complete." She weaved through the crowd's feet, thinking, "Where's my target, the first prince?" Suddenly, someone accidentally kicked Nono, sending her flying. She cried out, "Ouch." Before she could react, she rolled like a ball a few times. After stopping, Nono lay at someone's feet, dizzy and thinking, "Oh no, if they find out I can't transform, I'll be made into spicy rabbit head." Just then, the person beside her noticed the little rabbit and exclaimed in surprise, Then they gently poked her with their foot and asked, "Is it dead?" Hearing this, Nono secretly looked up. "No, I'm not," she thought. Before she could finish her thought, a black-haired, cold-faced man was looking down at her. Seeing the man, she panicked and lowered her head, fearfully thinking, "It's a royal member." Just then, a hand picked up the frozen little rabbit. Nono trembled as she looked at the person in front of her, thinking, "This snake soldier seems very gentle." The little rabbit thought again, "Wow, he even smells of medicine, like a willow in the wind. He must be a good snake." Suddenly, a man behind him leaned in and whispered, "A spirit rabbit with ruby eyes. Eating it will definitely improve your highness's health." Hearing this, he looked at the trembling little rabbit, Nono, and said, "You stupid thing, you can't even transform. I don't want to eat you." Hearing him continue, the little rabbit was still scared, stammering in her thoughts. "That's great, then let me go." But the person next to him didn't think so. He rubbed his hands and said with a wicked smile, "Brother, if you're not going to eat this spirit rabbit, why not give it to me?" Before he could finish, Nono thought fearfully, "No, don't." She immediately lunged at the man in front of her, hugging him tightly, thinking in terror, "Don't let him eat me." The little rabbit's actions stunned him, but he quickly became angry. But by then, Nono couldn't care less. She closed her eyes and thought, "Forget it, I have to take a chance." After encouraging herself, she suddenly jumped up and kissed the man in front of her. Her actions stunned him, and the man behind him was dumbfounded. After a moment of silence, the man who had been kissed said, "I've decided. Although I won't eat it, I didn't say I don't need it." Hearing his brother's words, the man beside him smacked his lips, while the little rabbit held in his arms thought happily, "Great." The rabbit sisters said the Sky Capital Serpent Army loves to enjoy tributes to please themselves, and it's true. But after speaking to the person beside him, he stared at the little rabbit and said, I must take it back and punish it properly. Hearing this, Noonuo struggled angrily, thinking, I absolutely cannot go back with this wolf in sheep's clothing. In the little rabbit's mind, wolf in sheep's clothing referred to someone who appeared harmless on the surface, but was actually sinister and ruthless, acting decisively and wickedly. But as Noonuo cursed inwardly and wriggled continuously, he held her tightly in his arms and warned, move again and I'll skin you. Hearing his threat, she froze instantly, thinking a smart rabbit doesn't take immediate losses. I won't move. Her inner monologue reflected the principle of a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, understanding the current situation and temporarily avoiding disadvantage to prevent further harm. Night fell inside the palace. An arm rested on the edge of the bath, steam rising. Noonuo was still trapped, placed on the table. After tidying up, the attendant walked to the screen and bowed, saying, Third Prince, the rabbit has been brought. I'll take my leave. Hearing this, she wondered, Third Prince. At this moment, Noonuo looked towards the figure bathing behind the screen, thinking, so he is the third prince of Sky Capital, Yijun Tang Shu. She pondered further, Sky Capital has 7 princes in total. The eldest brother, Shuo Tangyue, controls the military and political power. He's a decisive and ruthless character, also the most favored prince of the Sky Capital King, and will become the new king in the future. Then she slowly recalled that the third prince, Yijun, who was currently bathing, had been frail and sickly for many years and was the least favored prince. After figuring this out, Noonuo sighed and collapsed on the ground, crying. Being brought back to the prince's residence meant being eaten for sure. Tonight, she would probably be stewed into soup. She continued to lament, I'm such a pitiful little rabbit. Just as she was complaining, Noonuo's stomach suddenly growled. Hearing the sound, tears welled up in her eyes as she thought, I'm even hungrier after being captured. Just then, a childish voice rang out, Are you hungry? Attracted by the voice, Noonuo turned her head and froze in fright. Before her was a little snake boy, his characteristic snake eyes staring at her. Her fur stood on end as she thought, Who is he? The little boy just kept staring at Noonuo, his childish cheeks slightly flushed. Then he opened the door and extended his hand, saying, Come here. She was stunned, slowly reaching out her hand, thinking, Is he going to help me? When she got closer, he stroked her soft fur and said as he walked, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Noonuo panicked instantly, thinking you're going to take me away right under the third prince's nose. She quickly looked around, finding that the third prince was no longer behind the screen, wondering where did he go. After the little snake boy took Noonuo away, he brought back 2 plates of food. Little rabbit, eat. Are these pearl meatballs crispy? And the chicken legs are delicious too. She was conflicted internally. If I'm caught, I'm finished. My rabbit legs will become pearl meatballs. But it smells so good. Actually, rabbits shouldn't eat chicken legs. Do not imitate. The little snake boy placed the plate of chicken legs in front of Noonuo, and she stared blankly at his actions. Suddenly, he looked at her and asked, Are you a tribute brought here to nourish someone's health? Hearing this, she wondered, Nourish whose health? Wasn't I given to the third prince? Before she could figure it out, a warm hand stroked her head. Wagging his tail, he patted the rabbit's head comfortingly and said, Don't worry. You tributes are all too dull-witted. I don't want to eat you. Hearing what he said, Noonuo pondered, this tone and manner are exactly the same as that bad guy who likes to grab rabbit tails. Unless, Noonuo hesitated for a moment, covered her mouth, and looked at him in shock, thinking, is he Yijun's son? She was still immersed in her speculation when a skewer of meat was offered to her. Here, at some point, he had sat down beside her, holding a skewer of meat in his hand and offering it to her. He took one for himself as well and said, I'll eat with you. We're accomplices now, little rabbit. She stared at him blankly. After they had eaten their fill, only the moonlight and the rustling of leaves remained in the night. They lay together on the bed, and he held her in his arms, falling asleep blissfully. Noonuo, held in his embrace, sighed contentedly. This little snake boy's hands are so soft, so light, so comfortable, so sleepy. At this moment, the moon had been replaced by the dazzling sunlight. People were coming and going outside. Noonuo was still asleep when she suddenly heard a commotion and woke up, thinking, someone's coming. I looked around. The person lying next to me just now is gone. I cursed that little snake boy in my mind. He slipped away without a word. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I have to get out of here. Just then, two maids pushed the door open, chatting as they entered. "Did you see the tribute the king brought back last night?" The other girl quickly replied, "No, I haven't." As soon as they entered the room, they picked up the basket, and suddenly the maid carrying it exclaimed, "Huh, why is it so heavy?" Meanwhile, the little rabbit in the basket thought dizzily, "Whoa, I'm spinning. Where's she taking me?" Entering a room, the two maids immediately bowed to the person in front of them, presented the basket, and said, "Chief Steward Lu, the king's medicine is ready." Noonuo panicked in the basket, thinking, "Chief Steward Lu, the king. Oh no, I've delivered myself to him. Help!" The man in front, resting his chin on his hand, looked at the maids and asked, "Have you found that little thing yet?" Chief Steward Lu, holding the medicine basket, quickly replied, "This subordinate is incompetent, but I can confirm that the tribute hasn't escaped the palace." Hearing this, the king gripped the basket and warned, "It's best not to let it run away, or the consequences will be dire." With that, he lifted the lid of the basket. He saw her staring at him with large, teary eyes. His face immediately darkened, and he angrily said, "You, suddenly?" He lifted the whimpering little creature out of the basket with one hand, resting his chin on the other, and commented, "You sure know how to hide." At this moment, she squinted at the man in front of her, her gaze falling directly on his firm chest. Unable to help herself, she drooled in thought with a flushed face and racing heart. "Wow, what a fantastic physique." Then Noonuo started to wriggle, thinking to herself, "What's wrong with me? My body is so hot, so uncomfortable." Seeing the little thing squirming, the king paused and said, "Did you eat the spring fragrance pill?" The person beside him immediately replied, "This subordinate is unaware." Upon hearing this, the king casually tossed the little rabbit aside, but she bounced back to his chest as if she had a spring inside her. Noonuo, pressed against that firm chest, muttered to herself, "Strange, why do I want to be close to him?" Seeing this, the king angrily rebuked, "How dare you paw at this king?" Seeing his anger, she immediately recoiled, covering her face in fear. Chief Steward Lu, behind him, took the opportunity to stick out his tongue and, pointing at the fluffy little creature, suggested to the king, "Your Majesty, this tribute stole some food last night and has gotten a bit fatter. Shall we stew it or roast it?" Hearing Chief Steward Lu's words, Noonuo was terrified, screaming inwardly, "I hate Chief Steward Lu's mouth the most. As soon as he opens it, this rabbit is doomed." But rather than wanting to eat rabbit meat, the king just smiled and said, "We'll talk about that later. For our first meeting, let's give a gift. Lu, go get it." Hearing that he was going to give her a gift, she looked excitedly at the person beside her, thinking, "He's giving me a gift. Does that mean he's not going to eat me?" Suddenly, Lu brought out a paper rabbit and maliciously tore its body and head apart. Seeing this, Noonuo screamed in terror and ran. "I'm going to die. Run." Unfortunately, she was so frightened that she ran straight into the wall, bumping her head. At this point, the king picked her up and said, "You're this scared, yet you still dared to paw at this king." Then he instructed the person in front of him, "Lu, you may leave." The person immediately bowed and retreated. After Chief Steward Lu left, he finally held Noonuo in his arms and warned, "If you dare act up again, your fate will be like that. Understand." The little creature in his arms struggled desperately, squeaking, "Don't eat me." Seeing her struggle, he said, "Don't move. Be quiet." Saying so, he pressed her firmly against his chest, the wound on her forehead from hitting the wall, landing right against him. Suddenly, the wound on Noonuo's forehead glowed, and her blood floated in the air. The little rabbit froze, then thought in a panic, "Oh no, it's a blood pact." At this moment, a circular pact symbol appeared. Once the blood pact is established, both parties will sense each other, their lives linked. At this time, a red thread seemed to tightly bind the king and Noonuo. She comforted herself, "Don't panic. Forming a blood pact with Tang Shu is beneficial to me." So she tilted her little head up, thinking he should have one between his eyebrows too. But to Noonuo's surprise, there was nothing on Tang Shu's forehead. She panicked, trembling as she thought, why is there no blood pact mark? Could it be that only half of it took effect? She covered her face, tears streaming down, thinking fearfully, is it only effective on me? At this moment, an image of herself dying alongside Tang Shu flashed through her mind, and she was instantly terrified. Could it be that only I can sense Tang Shu? If he dies, I'm finished. No, wait. If I use my blood to draw a mark on his forehead, could I complete the other half of the blood pact? Noonuo thought, suddenly lunging at him and hugging his forehead. This action enraged the prince. He immediately grabbed her rabbit ears, furiously threw her to a nearby servant girl, and snapped, "Lock her up. If she doesn't obey, she needs to be taught a lesson." The servant girl was stunned for a moment, but quickly caught Noonuo. Night had fallen, and the crescent moon hung high. Noonuo lay on the ground, covered in blood, her stomach rumbling. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey!" Hearing the sound, Noonuo, locked in the cage, immediately perked up her ears, thinking it was the little snake boy from last night. He gave Noonuo a bright smile. He then handed her a chicken leg and said, "Here." After letting the girl out, the little snake boy sat beside her, wagging his tail and stroking the rabbit. "You must have been terrified today, right? Don't be afraid. I'll talk to him and tell him not to bully you again." Hearing this, she looked at the little snake boy happily, thinking how kind and gentle he was, thankfully not inheriting his father's fiery temper. He looked at Noonuo gnawing on the chicken leg and said, "But you still have to be careful. If he gets angry, even the king and queen can't stop him. No one in the heavenly capital can control him." Hearing this, she looked up at him, still holding the chicken leg, thinking, who are the king and queen he's talking about? Could he not be Tang Shu's son? But the little snake boy didn't seem to notice her curious gaze, curling up and continuing, "Actually, I have a secret I've been holding in for a long time. I really want to tell you, but I'm afraid you'll be silenced if I say too much, so..." Before he could finish, she pounced on him, covering the little snake boy's mouth with her soft little hands, thinking, "You can't say anything now." He touched the little rabbit's nose and smiled brightly. "You're a smart tribute. I like smart people." Then he patted the little creature in front of him and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you." The next morning, the sun rose high in the sky. Noonuo woke up groggily and immediately sat up. She thought in a panic, "Oh no, I overslept again. The little snake boy didn't wake me up." She looked around frantically, thinking, "If I'm found out here, I'm dead." At this moment, her gaze fell on the prince on the bed. Noonuo was startled, thinking he's still asleep. That was close. "I have to get back to the cage quickly." She walked to the table where the cage was placed and reached out to climb up when suddenly a figure appeared behind her. Noonuo saw the shadow and broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Shu saw this and said, trying to escape. Hearing his question, she shook her head vigorously, thinking, "No, no, no." But the person in front of her continued, "He must have told you already. In the heavenly capital, there is no safer place than my prince's mansion. If you want to live, you have to be obedient." Hearing Tang Shu say this, Noonuo nodded repeatedly, thinking, "It's a misunderstanding. I really wasn't trying to escape." But she also wondered, who was he exactly? She was still in a daze when the shadow of a snake tail suddenly appeared and quickly wrapped around her. This startled the little creature, and she fainted. But Tang Shu didn't care, using his tail to bring Noonuo in front of him, and said, "Scared." At the same time, his half-open collar revealed his alluring collarbone. Seeing this suggestive scene, the little rabbit's face flushed red, thinking, that strange heat is coming back again. Thinking this, she couldn't help but reach out to get closer to Tang Shu. The little creature's actions stunned him for a moment, but he quickly looked at Noonuo and questioned, "Is this how you want to please him?" But at this moment, she was still looking at the person in front of her in a daze, thinking, snake tails are so cool, it's so comfortable to be held by one. She struggled to get closer to Tang Shu, and as soon as she leaned against his chest, she thought, his body must be cooler, it can help me cool down. Seeing the little creature clinging to him, he said angrily. Before he could finish speaking, he saw her nestled against his chest with a look of contentment. At this moment, his face also flushed slightly, and he thought to himself, what a troublesome little thing. A moment later, Tang Shu pulled Noonuo away, his face darkening as he warned, "Don't think you could do whatever you want just because someone is protecting you." Seeing him so angry, she was so frightened that her ears drooped, thinking, he's really angry. I'm doomed. So she looked at him with her most innocent eyes, and this action stunned Tang Shu, who was still angry, and his face turned red. But after only a few seconds, he flung her aside with his tail and said, "This prince is not so easily charmed." The sky gradually darkened, and the full moon hung high. In the kitchen, Noonuo was trying to squeeze into a mouse hole. Behind her, the little snake prince watched her and said, "Little rabbit, you're eating more and more. Come back, it's almost dawn." But at this moment, she was still struggling desperately, winking at the little snake prince. "Help me." Seeing the little rabbit stuck, he also used all his strength to push her, stamping his feet and cheering himself on. Ugh. After another half hour of struggling, both of them collapsed on the ground. Little snake prince, covered in sweat and panting, said, "If you can't even squeeze into the hole, how are you going to sneak food in the future?" Noonuo, lying beside him, equally exhausted, immediately defended herself. "Who said I?" But her attention had already been caught by a small window frame on the wall. Seeing it, Noonuo patted the person next to her, and after being picked up, she pointed at the window frame and whispered, "There, we can get out through there." Little snake prince, seeing this, carried her to the window. After climbing up, she turned around and waved to him, repeatedly urging, "Hurry up, come on up." At this moment, little snake prince hesitated, his face flushing. This prince doesn't like climbing windows. Seeing his expression, she also blushed, thinking, he doesn't seem to dislike it, but rather seems afraid. Could he be afraid of heights? Seeing Noonuo's silence, little snake prince quickly covered up. "Wait a moment, I'll transform into a snake and slither out, then take you down." It was already late at night in the prince's mansion, and the full moon hung high. After transforming, little snake prince quickly picked her up and said as he walked, "Little rabbit, you're so heavy, I can barely carry you." Hearing this, she let out an indignant squeak in protest. Daylight had broken. A hand grabbed the rabbit's tail, lifting her high. Tang Shu, resting his chin on his hand, looked at the little creature before him and sighed. This little thing seems to have gotten heavier recently. Hearing him say this, she struggled angrily, thinking, why does everyone say I'm fat? But the person opposite her didn't stop, instead poking her belly with his snake tail, saying innocently, "You really have gained weight." The little rabbit was poked until she was dizzy, her head almost falling off. After a while, Tang Shu lifted Noonuo up directly, stared at her, and continued, "You seem to have never worried that this prince would eat you, right?" He seriously commanded, "Open your eyes and look at this prince." The rabbit was so frightened that she didn't dare look him in the eye, thinking, "You look like a monster. How dare I look at you?" But before she could finish her thought, he angrily rebuked, "What kind of look is that?" After saying that, he flung the little thing in his hand away and angrily questioned, "What does he even like about you? Are you as stupid as him?" After being thrown, she clutched her head, her face flushed red as she glared back, thinking, he not only dislikes me, but he also dislikes Little Snake Prince. What kind of father treats his son like this? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Noonuo couldn't help but turn her face to the wall, stamping her feet repeatedly. Seeing this, Tang Shu, resting his chin on his hand, looked at the little creature and said, "You're hopeless. You can't even protect your own life, and you still want to speak up for him." He couldn't help but poke her bottom with his finger again, saying, "You've been well fed lately. The time has come." Hearing him say this, Noonuo didn't hesitate to turn around and glare at Tang Shu, her head full of question marks. It was late, and the moon tonight was big and round. She was sitting on the windowsill, originally to see Little Snake Prince, thinking, who put a ladder here? Then she gestured to him, "Little Snake Prince, hurry up and climb up." Seeing the little rabbit gesture, Little Shijun obediently replied, Noticing he seemed unhappy, the little rabbit froze, thinking, what's wrong with Little Shijun? Why does he look so heartbroken? After he climbed in, the little rabbit took out a string of meat and offered it to him, gesturing, "Don't be sad, eat something." But he didn't say anything, just picked up the rabbit. Suddenly being held like this, the little rabbit froze, and before she could react, Little Shijun burst into tears while holding her. "I can't swallow it. He's going to send you away." Sobbing, he said, "Noonuo, I begged him, but he wouldn't listen." Hearing this, Noonuo lowered her head, thinking, so when he said the time has come, he meant he was going to send me away to be eaten by someone else. At this moment, Little Shijun held Noonuo tightly, crying even louder, "He's taking you away tomorrow morning, little rabbit. I can't bear to part with you." Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but tear up as well. Looking at him, she thought silently, "Little Shijun." Then she raised her small hand to comfort him. "I hope that when you wake up, you'll forget every moment we've spent together, so you won't be sad anymore." Little Shijun closed his eyes, tears still streaming down his face. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed Noonuo. It was Tang Shu. He looked at the small small creature licked the rabbit's head and said, "Not bad. This little rabbit is nice and plump now. It must taste delicious." Then he quickly transformed into a snake, opened his large mouth, and prepared to swallow the little rabbit in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Noonuo's face turned pale with fright, and she screamed inwardly, "Ah!" Just then, a scream echoed throughout the entire palace. "Don't eat me." A young woman covered her face with her hands, filled with terror. But after the initial panic, she gradually calmed down, opened her large, jewel-like eyes, and looked around before looking down at herself in a fluster. I've changed back." After regaining her senses, she looked at the person in front of her and thought, how could it be him? Where's the little snake prince? I need to change back quickly before he wakes up and finds me like this. But by then, she was already tightly embraced by Tang Shu. She struggled to escape, her heart pounding with panic, her face flushing. Looking at the person holding her, she cursed inwardly, "Damn it, he's so heavy. If I were still in rabbit form, I'd be squashed flat." Tang Shu was still asleep, holding her tightly. Perhaps because she struggled so much, he frowned, groaned softly, and opened his eyes to look at the woman in his arms. Seeing that she couldn't escape, she forced a smile and hesitantly greeted him. Good morning." After a while, Tang Shu got up and dressed. Looking at Noonuo, he said, "Little thing, you're getting bolder and bolder, daring to transform in front of this king. Have you forgotten what I said?" Hearing this, Noonuo hurriedly jumped up. "Wait a minute, I'll change back right away." But as soon as the words left her mouth, she froze, her mind troubled. Change back. What am I supposed to change back into?" While she was panicking, Tang Shu's voice rang out again. "When did this king tell you to change back?" He approached her, pinched her chin with one hand, and stared at her intensely. At this moment, Noonuo thought fearfully, a snake person's mind is harder to read than finding a needle in the ocean. "What are you planning to do?" Before Noonuo could speak, Tang Shu turned her chin again and continued staring at her. "There's a reason you're allowed to stay in this king's palace." Seeing him like this, Noonuo didn't dare to meet his gaze, afraid. "He really looks like he's going to eat me, just like in my dream." She reached out tremblingly and grabbed his hand. "Didant, please." Seeing Noonuo like this, he placed one hand on her neck and then moved it behind her, asking casually, "Beg this king for what?" She lowered her head and said timidly, "I beg you not to eat me." Hearing her say this, Tang Shu's face moved closer, the atmosphere suddenly turning cold. "What makes you think this king won't eat you?" The scene flashed back to the past, a desolate land, a beam of light shooting straight into the starry sky. 500 years ago, in the forbidden grounds of Tiandu, a purple light caused all the females in Tiandu to lose their ability to reproduce, and therefore, Tiandu valued offspring greatly. Recalling the past, Noonuo's heart raced. "So, if I can. All of this was to buy time, to successfully assassinate Prince Tang Shu. Thinking of this, her heart pounded. After a while, she finally spoke. "I can." She stammered, unable to speak clearly. Tang Shu stood in front of her, watching her with interest. At this moment, Noonuo tried hard to say a complete sentence. Seeing herself like this, Noonuo immediately encouraged herself. "Come on, say it. It's all for Princess Shu." The image of a sea rabbit woman appeared in Noonuo's memory. Mustering all her courage since birth, Noonuo finally brought her face close to Tang Shu's. Suddenly, with a bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the two of them. After the smoke dispersed, Tang Shu saw a rabbit in front of him. Noonuo, having transformed back into a rabbit, thought with a blushing face what happened. "I've changed back again." He looked her over, picked her up, and commented, "This rabbit." Just then, two figures suddenly appeared outside, and one of them immediately reported, "Your Majesty, Prince Su Nan has arrived." A purple folding fan entered with the voice, "Third brother, you're up a bit late today." The newcomer was none other than the sixth prince of Tiandu, Suan Tang Shi. He walked in with a smile and said, "You promised to give me the tribute today." The sixth prince had been beaming since he entered. At this time, Noonuo also turned to look at him, thinking this sixth prince isn't bad looking, but with this carefree, flirtatious appearance, does he also want to eat me? An image of a charming woman and a man flashed through her mind. Noonuo pondered, "I heard that the sixth prince's birth mother, Consort Ling, has a very powerful family. Nearly a third of Tiandu's military power is in the hands of Consort Ling's younger brother." Noonuo was lost in thought when someone suddenly tugged on her ear, startling her. Tang Shu stared at her and said, "Little thing, have you taken a liking to him? The person beside her questioned angrily, and Noonuo shook her head vigorously, squeaking her denials. Tang Shu, standing opposite them, also stared blankly at the two, then said with a hint of amusement, "Third brother, haven't you always hated these tributes? Why are you so fond of this one today?" Tang Shu stood opposite them, staring blankly, while Noonuo, her ears still being held, whimpered. While he was in a daze, the sixth prince reached out to touch her, but third brother pulled her back. Seeing this, he said discontentedly, "Stingy, can't even touch her." But Tang Shu didn't care, only holding her tighter. As for Noonuo, the little rabbit who was just crying, now nestled da-di-da-dee in someone's arms. After complaining for a while, Tang Shu's eyes lit up and he asked, "Third brother, didn't you say you were going to give me that gluttonous and lecherous rabbit? You're talking about this one, right?" She was lying quietly when she was suddenly labeled a gluttonous and lecherous rabbit, two invisible arrows piercing her little rabbit heart. She cursed the person in front of her inwardly. "You, Tang Shu, how dare you slander me like this?" Noonuo then glared at him angrily, while Tang Shu just blushed and coughed lightly. After calming down, he pressed her head with one hand and asked his younger brother, "What are you planning to do with it?" Hearing his question, Tang Shu replied honestly and excitedly, "Of course, make it earn money. My heavenly secrets pavilion relies on these tributes for its livelihood." Hearing this, Noonuo felt both angry and helpless, thinking, as expected, "I'll never have a peaceful life." Hearing his brother's purpose, he asked, "Can a tribute that bites also make money?" Hearing the tribute's merit, Tang Shu became even more interested. "It bites. How dare a timid and weak tribute open its mouth? It must be a fierce one from my rabbit fighting arena. It's already earned me quite a bit of money." Hearing this, Noonuo felt as if her soul had left her body, and she frantically covered her face. Thinking to herself, rabbit fighting arena, she immediately pictured herself in the arena, being beaten to tears by a big black rabbit. After the image faded, Noonuo quickly hid in Tang Shu's arms, cursing inwardly. As expected, all the princes of Tiandu like to abuse rabbits, you vipers. Seeing her like this, Tang Shu gave her a concerned look, but the person opposite him was still excitedly talking. "I even opened a gambling den for it. The tables are all set, just waiting for it. There are 10 other adult rabbits waiting for it too." Hearing this, Noonuo's imagination ran wild again. This time, she imagined herself standing among a group of burly male rabbits, their muscles bulging, each showing off their physique. Her face paled, and her heart trembled. 10.10 adult rabbits. Meanwhile, Tang Shu leaned closer to his third brother, smiling and saying, "The rabbit in your arms is quite plump. A gluttonous, sleepy, and lecherous tribute. Third brother, you wouldn't be talking about this one, would you?" Seeing him approach, Noonuo prayed silently, "Your Highness Tang Shu, say something." But contrary to her hopes, he handed her over directly, smiling, "Take it if you like." Noonuo's heart panicked as she was handed over. "I'm doomed." Tang Shu quickly reached out to catch the rabbit, not forgetting to say, "Thank you, third brother," completely ignoring her trembling fear. Seeing the situation turn against her, she struggled desperately, thinking, "I absolutely can't let him take me away." With that thought, she turned and clung tightly to Tang Shu's clothes. On the other side, Tang Shu grabbed her leg and ordered, "Let go." Noonuo squeaked back, "I won't. I won't." He wasn't one to be trifled with either, angrily ordering, "Let go, you fat rabbit." Although Noonuo was called fat, she firmly said in her heart, "I won't let go, not even in death." The two tugged back and forth, completely ignoring the poor Tang Shu caught in the middle. Tang, she pulled, while Noonuo held on tight. Her body stretched almost like a rubber band. After struggling for a while, Tang, she finally bent down, panting, and said, "I give up, third brother. This thing you're raising is really heavy. I'm almost exhausted." Just then, a guard rushed in, bowed, and reported, "Sixth Prince, Her Majesty the Empress has summoned you back immediately." Hearing this, he snorted, turned, and stormed off, not forgetting to glare fiercely at Noonuo. "Just you wait, I'll come back for you another day. You can't escape." Meanwhile, Tang Shu's hair was a mess, his clothes wrinkled and torn, his whole appearance disheveled. He glared at the departing figure and the trembling fat rabbit in his arms. After everyone had left, he lifted her out, and Noonuo shrank in his palm, her face full of terror. Seeing this, Tang Shu chuckled softly. Then his tone turned cold. Little thing, you're quite bold, causing such a commotion. Have I been too good to you lately? Seeing his serious expression, she thought tearfully, for our son's sake, please don't send me away. Seeing her like that, he simply tossed her behind him and said, go back where you belong. Night fell, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Noonuo looked around, sadly thinking, why didn't the little snake prince come today? Does he think I was taken away? She sighed softly. Just then, the cage door suddenly opened. Noonuo froze, covering her face in thought. The door wasn't locked. She immediately became excited. Right, I have to find Big Brother Prince. Where is he? Under the starry sky. In the other side of the royal palace, Noonuo was running desperately when she suddenly heard a shout from behind. I want that rabbit girl. Tang Shu, where did you take the rabbit? Hearing this, she immediately stopped, pricked up her ears, and then rushed towards the source of the sound. Inside the room, someone was roaring, damn it, don't make me go out and look for that rabbit. Hiding in the bushes, she recognized the little snake prince's voice and thought, did Tang Shu lock him in here? She rushed into the room and shouted, squeak, squeak. Little snake prince, I'm here. But Noonuo didn't notice someone quietly approaching from behind. Thump! Someone threw a black cloth bag over the little rabbit. She froze, exclaiming, ah. When she realized what had happened, she burst into tears, desperately crying in her heart. Help! Head steward Lu, holding the bag containing Noonuo, muttered, how did you get here? Do you have a death wish? Inside the bag, she struggled desperately, squeaking nonstop. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the bag. It's a rabbit. Let me see. She immediately stopped moving, thinking, that's the little snake prince's voice. So she squeaked even louder. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her, and Tang Shu's figure flashed through her mind. Noonuo collapsed, clutching her shoulder, thinking, was that Tang Shu? Was he in the room too? Why does my shoulder hurt? It hurts so much. Then she started biting the bag, thinking, if Lu Yi hands me over, I'm finished. I have to escape quickly. After biting for a while, the bag finally ripped open. Head steward Lu didn't notice that Noonuo had already escaped. After escaping, she climbed onto the roof, carefully using her chubby body to push a tile open. Peeking through the gap, she saw Tang Shu bathing with his eyes closed, a terrible wound on his left shoulder. Seeing the bruised wound, Noonuo thought, who hurt him like this? She pressed her face closer to the tile, wondering, strange, I clearly heard the little snake prince's voice just now. But where is he now? At this moment, head steward Lu walked in and hesitantly bowed, saying, Your Majesty, the first prince is inquiring about the previous matter. Tang Shu, still soaking in the bath, had someone apply medicine to his wound and coldly scolded the person outside. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? Noonuo squatted on the roof, watching all of this, thinking, Tang Shu seems to be poisoned. She lost her focus for a moment, thinking, will he die? We have a blood pact. If he dies, my life will also. Just as she was panicking, the tile beneath her loosened and fell into Tang Shu's bath. She plunged into the water like a cannonball, splashing water all over Tang Shu's face. Tang Shu casually grabbed Noonuo's tail and lifted the little rabbit, who was still sputtering in the water, out, frowning and asking, why is it you again? But she couldn't care less about him at the moment, only focusing on coughing. Head steward Lu, looking at his bag, exclaimed in a panic, when did she escape? He grabbed her again and, ignoring her desperate struggles, demanded, who brought you here? Hearing this, Noonuo unhesitatingly pointed to the person in the corner, squeaking. Lu Yi was so startled that he quickly tore open the bag in his hands. At this moment, Tang Shu gave him a cold, razor-sharp look. Head steward Lu quickly lowered his head and explained she must have heard the little snake prince's voice and wanted to come in. I clearly caught her just now. Before he could finish, Tang Shu looked at her and continued to ask, you came looking for him. Do you know what his relationship is to me? Hearing this, Noonuo nodded vigorously, muttering softly, not father and son. Seeing her answer, he asked again, he told you that. She shook her head, thinking. The little snake prince said, the more you know, the faster you die. Tang Shu smiled slightly, flicked Noonuo's forehead, and said slowly, you guessed wrong. She ignored the bump on her forehead, holding her head with a bewildered look. Wrong. But he didn't care, handing her over to Lu Yi and specifically instructing, Keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause any more trouble. Louis quickly took her and replied, yes. At this moment, Noonuo nestled comfortably in head steward Lu's arms, turned to look at Tang Shu, and wondered, can Tang Shu read minds? The blood pact is only half complete. The next day, Lu Yi brought Tang Shu his medicine. Your Majesty, your medicine. Tang Shu, lying on the bed, replied, leave it there. Get out. A moment later, the sound of the door closing echoed. At the same time, Noonuo poked her little head out, looked around, and after confirming that he was gone, quietly approached the person on the bed. Looking at his flushed face and sweat-drenched body, she muttered softly, it's already been an hour. Why hasn't he woken up yet? If he doesn't take his medicine, will he die? As she said this, she moved closer to examine him, and suddenly, Tang Shu opened his eyes. Noonuo was startled, but contrary to her reaction, Tang Shu reached out and embraced her, whispering, little thing, why are you here? His gentle actions made Noonuo's face flush as red as a chili pepper. Before she could react, Tang Shu had pulled her into his arms, murmuring, help this king warm up. Held close, her body pressed against Tang Shu's chest. Noonuo thought frantically, so hot. After a while, Tang Shu mumbled deliriously, so cold. Hearing this, Noonuo placed her hand on his forehead, puzzled cold. Your Majesty, you're burning up. Won't her brain be damaged? She glanced at the still warm bowl of medicine, thinking, if his fever gets any worse, it could be fatal. I have to get him to drink this medicine. With this thought, she hurried over and tried to lift the medicine bowl with both hands, but it wouldn't budge. Noonuo strained, complaining, so heavy. If only I could turn into a human. She suddenly remembered her childhood, the image of her mother feeding her medicine surfacing in her mind. Remembering this, Noonuo's little face flushed again, but she quickly buried her head in the medicine bowl, muttering, so bitter. Then, with her mouth full of medicine, she looked towards the feverish Tang Shu. She thought, this is how mother used to feed me. This way, the medicine will work faster. Hesitating for a moment, she murmured to herself, oh well, it's to save a life. Then Noonuo went forward and cupped his face in her hands. Then she slowly fed the medicine to Tang Shu. At this moment, she seemed transformed as she fed Tang Shu the medicine. Noonuo kept encouraging herself inwardly. You must get better quickly. Tang Shu swallowed the medicine. She fed him. Seeing this, Noonuo rejoiced silently. Success. Then, she repeated the action several times, constantly encouraging herself. After several more trips back and forth, most of the medicine in the bowl was gone, and Tang Shu's complexion had improved considerably, but Noonuo's lips had become even more vibrant. She leaned against him, panting, thinking this bunny is exhausted. After regaining some strength, she placed her hand on his forehead again to check his temperature. Seeing that his fever hadn't subsided, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. That Ling Bing concocted this medicine. Why is he still so hot? Noonuo sighed and thought to herself, oh well, I'll have to rely on myself. This jade-eyed rabbit is lucky to have met me. With that thought, she raised her hand and bit her finger, then slowly brought it to Tang Shu's lips, letting the blood drip into his mouth. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her. She turned around to see Lu Yi rushing and frantically shouting, what are you doing? How dare you be in the king's bed? He immediately put on his most frightening expression, sticking out his tongue and raising his hands, trying to grab her. Noonuo panicked at the sight, muttering, are you blind? I'm saving your king. Just as he was about to explode, Lu Yi suddenly noticed the medicine bowl on the table, almost empty. Lu Yi immediately looked at Noonuo excitedly, saying, the king must have taken his medicine. Little tribute, how did you get his majesty to take his medicine so obediently? Watching him praise her incessantly, Noonuo crossed her arms smugly, thinking, I won't tell you, it'll drive you crazy. Her smug look annoyed Lu Yi, and he ruthlessly pinched her face. His expression, now completely different from his earlier adoration, was filled with anger as he pinched her and threatened. If consort Yi finds out that the king is spending all his time with a tribute, she'll have you stewed into spicy rabbit head. You're too disobedient. As he threatened her, Noonuo's mind wandered. The mentioned consort Yi was Tang Shu's mother and the emperor's most favored consort. The snake tribe had exceptionally sharp eyes. Noonuo looked ahead, worried. She's scheming and deeply resents tributes getting close to and bewitching her son. As she was fearfully thinking, Tang Shu's voice suddenly rang out. So noisy, shut up. With that, he turned over, silencing both of the noisy individuals. Hearing the king speak, Lu Yi immediately slapped himself. Noonuo looked at him, thinking sympathetically, I'll tell you, but don't tell Consort Yi. Then she ran to the medicine bowl, took a mouthful of medicine, and returned to Tang Shu's side to feed him. After feeding him, she raised her hands, thinking, see, that's what you call skill. Lu Yi, having watched the entire process, covered his face in horror, then grabbed her and shook her frantically, crying, you a mere tribute are so bold. How dare you defile the king? My king is no longer pure. Noonuo felt dizzy from being shaken, silently complaining in her heart. Why react so dramatically? A few hundred kisses wouldn't kill him. Then she recalled the situation before coming to Tiandu, thinking to herself, us tributes sent to the Snake King weren't just destined to be eaten. The court specifically taught us tribute survival skills. A flash of Noonuo in survival skills class passed through her mind. Her expression darkened as she looked at the words in the book, thinking about the excessive abuse the Snake Kings inflicted on the tributes. Back in reality, she shrugged, indicating that those obscene images were too much to bear, and compared to her own recent behavior, they were nothing. But Lu Yi didn't notice her at all. He was looking out the window. The sky was gradually darkening, and the moon had already risen. At this moment, Lu Yi panicked, thinking, oh no, it's almost time. I can't let this rabbit discover the king's secret. This sudden action left her confused and bewildered. Immediately afterward, a commotion arose. The moon hung high, and the night grew more mysterious. Just then, the little snake prince sat up, his cheeks flushed, and stuck out his tongue, saying, oh, what is this? Why is it so bitter? Then he looked at the person beside him and asked curiously, what are you holding? Let me see. But Lu Yi stammered, hiding the cloth bag behind his back, and said, Your Majesty, it's just a dead rat. I'm about to throw it away. Please don't look inside the bag. Noonuo's tears were already flowing, and she thought in terror, I can't speak. I'm going to suffocate. But the little snake prince didn't care what she was saying and leaned in to see what Lu Yi was hiding behind his back. The more he looked, the more panicked Lu Yi became, hiding it even tighter. After observing for a while, he innocently said, but it's clearly still moving. Seeing this, Lu Yi started to sweat, raising his hand shakily, making excuses, it's just that my hand is a little shaky. I have an old injury on my wrist and can't exert any strength for a moment. But before the little prince could react, he slipped out like lightning, leaving only a sweet remark. Your Majesty is still injured. Please continue to rest. After he left, the little prince, is there something wrong with this guy? Expression looked at the rabbit beside him. The rabbit didn't respond. He panicked and shouted towards the cage next to him, Rabbit, are you there? Lu Yi ran all the way, panting. Suddenly remembering something, he pulled Noonuo out of his pocket and shook her like a rattle, shouting in panic, Little tribute, are you still alive? And she thought, even if I'm still alive, you're about to shake me to death. I'm so dizzy. But at this moment, Lu Yi's face became somewhat distorted. Staring at the fat rabbit lying motionless on the table, he pulled a dagger from his sleeve and said, There's no other way. He gripped the dagger, looked at Noonuo, collapsed on the table, and slowly said, Since you already know the king's secret, you can't live either. Suddenly, the little prince appeared out of nowhere. Hearing these words, Noonuo stared blankly at the person in front of her, thinking, what secret? What is Lu Yi talking about? Just then, head eunuch Lu raised his hand high, his eyes full of killing intent, declaring, His Majesty is doing something important and cannot be distracted by you. Suddenly a shout rang out. Rabbit. Noonuo's originally vacant ruby eyes refocused. Immediately following, a loud bang, blood splattered, and a blood-stained dagger fell to the ground. The little prince pushed away Lu Yi's hand and looked at Noonuo with concern, asking Rabbit, are you all right? She, with her injured hand, thought wearily, Little prince, don't cry. Seeing her like this, fear welled up in his heart. Don't say anything. He pounced on Lu Yi's hand and bit it, shouting, bad guy, let go of the rabbit. Seeing this, Lu Yi had no choice but to raise his hands, letting the little prince hit and cry, I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. But no matter how hard he hit, it was useless, because the little prince's attacks couldn't hurt Lu Yi at all. After a while, Lu-yi grabbed his shoulders and said, "Stop messing around." Then he turned him towards the motionless Noonuo on the table and continued, "While it's still fresh, eat it quickly. His Majesty can only recover after eating it." Hearing this, the little prince was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears, breaking free from Lu-yi's grasp and shouting, "I won't eat. I hate you. Give me back the rabbit." Hearing this, Noonuo silently said in her heart, "Thank you, little prince. Thank you for trying so hard to save me. Unfortunately, this is my fate." In her memory, it was a cold winter day, and she was lying unconscious in a deep pit. A rabbit woman reached out and saved her. "I'm sorry, Princess Shu. I can only repay your kindness by reincarnating." A man's figure appeared with a cold smile. 2 years later, you must marry the murderous crown prince, as agreed. The image of the Tiandu crown prince manipulating the rabbit bride appeared. At this moment, Noonuo transformed into her human form, thinking helplessly in her heart, "I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled." A series of crisp sounds echoed around her as tears streamed down her face. The thought of unwilling repeatedly crossed her mind. Suddenly, a light flashed from the wound on her hand. A hand picked up the motionless Noonuo, and Lu-yi held the rabbit in one arm. He bowed his head and said to Xiao Shijun, "Your Highness, this subordinate will take it to the kitchen." Xiao Shijun stood there wiping his tears, and upon hearing these words, tears streamed down his face once more. He cried out, "Rabbit!" But the other person ignored him and turned to leave. Xiao Shijun called out for the rabbit over and over, looking at the blood-stained hand, thinking incessantly about Noonuo. At the same time, a circle of light appeared. He chanted silently in his heart, "I must save the rabbit. It all depends on you." Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew, and his short hair instantly grew long. Lu-yi, who was about to leave, heard a voice wait. He looked back and saw Tang Shu standing tall before him. He stared coldly at the person in front of him and said, "Who allowed you to take her away?" A huge black snake shadow appeared behind Tang Shu. At this moment, Noonuo vaguely thought in her dazed and weak state, "Little snake." No, little snake is Tang Shu. Even in her weakened state, Noonuo seemed to understand. Impossible. How could the Snake King be Tang Shu? At the same time, Tang Shu's face flushed red. She was lifted off the ground and gradually fell into a coma, denying in her heart, "I must have seen wrong." Lu-yi trembled and stammered, Your Highness." Tang Shu's gaze suddenly turned icy. At this moment, he quickly approached the two, striking Steward Lu with a palm and sending him flying. Noonuo fell, and Tang Shu swiftly caught her, streams of light continuously flowing into her body. After doing all this, he coughed and glared angrily, reprimanding, "Who allowed you to hurt her? Go and receive your punishment." Lu-yi collapsed to the ground after being struck, stammering, "Your Highness, your body." Before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted, "Shut up." After a while, the wound on her hand healed. Tang Shu sat and watched her lie on the table, murmuring to himself, "The wound isn't deep. How did she lose so much blood just now?" For some reason, he reached out and pinched Noonuo's nose. She was unconscious and suffocated. She woke up abruptly and sat up, coughing continuously. Tang Shu's expression was like that of a jealous wife, coldly saying, "Playing dead, are you?" She started crying again, but paid no attention to his words, looking down at herself, thinking, "I'm not dead. The bleeding has stopped. I'm still alive. Could it be a miracle?" Tang Shu stood with his arms crossed, angrily looking at the chubby rabbit before him, cursing inwardly, "Such a small injury, and you were in such a hurry to call this king." Noonuo looked around, completely ignoring him, thinking, "Right, I clearly heard the Snake King's voice when I was unconscious. Why can't I see him now?" Just then, a red light enveloped the two of them. Tang Shu couldn't help but cough up blood, looking at the blood on his hand and whispering, "The wound has opened again." At the same time, Lu-yi shouted in panic, "Your Highness." Noonuo froze beside him before she could speak. He collapsed due to the blood oath. She could feel something was wrong with him. Noonuo covered her mouth, panicking. His blood and chi are surging. "This is bad. Tang Shu is going to die, and I won't survive either." Tang Shu gradually lost consciousness, warning himself, "I must maintain this body after being injured." Then he turned back into a small snake. Noonuo was stunned by everything that happened before her, then quickly ran over, shouting as she ran, Snake King. On the other side, Steward Lu also rushed over in a panic, Your Highness. The night sky was bright, and a gentle breeze blew, scattering flower petals. In Tang Shu's room, Noonuo was taking care of him, thinking, Snake King. But then she remembered Lu Yi's previous appearance, and tears welled up in her eyes. She interjected, the secret I wanted to tell you before. The Snake King is actually His Highness's other personality. At night, Lu Yi held Tang Shu and continued, it's because of him that His Highness can replenish the food and spiritual energy he needs. He then looked at Noonuo with malicious eyes and continued, but because of you, he was forced to awaken His Highness. If anything happens to His Highness, consort will surely have you cut into 1,000 pieces. At that time, she just stood there and didn't say a word. Back in the present, she was holding Tang Shu's delicate face, thinking whether you are the Snake King or Tang Shu. I hope you can. She put her bitten hand under his nose, the smell of blood filling the air. Smelling the blood, he grabbed her hand. He gently bit down. The pain instantly woke Noonuo up. Tang Shu sucked and nibbled, and she looked at him, thinking, yes, drink, drink. You need to replenish your energy and recover. The next morning, Noonuo was dozing off in a daze, vaguely waking up. She immediately felt something odd, like a hand stroking her rounded bottom. Now wide awake, she blushed, wondering, where's a KO taking me? Suddenly, Noonuo poofed back into her human form. Stunned, she wondered, how did I change back? Noonuo looked down at herself, cheeks burning, questioning everything. Oh my God, where are my clothes? She realized she was lying naked next to Tang Shu, completely frozen. Could it be that I used too much spiritual energy feeding blood to the Snake King last night and can't conjure clothes? Noonuo slowly sat up, looking at the man beside her, filled with worry and contemplation. What should I do? He won't wake up, will he? As she lifted the blanket, a gust of cold air hit her. Oh God, it's freezing. Noonuo quickly pulled the blanket back down, landing directly on Tang Shu's sleeping chest. Her face flushed crimson. This is just like a scene from one of those forbidden books. Pressing closer to Tang Shu's chest, her heart pounded. He won't wake up, will he? Did he and I? But he's sleeping like a log and drooling. Sitting beside him, she felt relieved. Thank goodness he didn't wake up, or he would have seen my rabbit ears. Just then, Tang Shu stirred, rubbing his eyes and mumbling, so cold, where's the blanket? Hearing his voice, panic set in. I have to find some clothes. Clutching the blanket tightly, Noonuo's back, as smooth and white as a baby's, was exposed, but she was completely unaware that Tang Shu had seen everything. He froze, then yelled, ah. His cries startled her further. Blushing, she looked back, her heart pounding. Oh no, why did he wake up? She quickly turned away, her face pale. He slowly sat up, confused. Rabbit. Before she could answer, he leaned closer. Little thing, you were taking advantage of me while I was unconscious. Her eyes widened as she felt a hand on her neck. Tang Shu demanded, what are you doing? Nonos mind ratset. He must think I took advantage of him while he was weak in his snake form and even slept with him. Absolutely not. If he misunderstands, he'll definitely be wary of me from now on. Hesitating for a moment, she turned and punched Tang Shu, saying with a smile, good morning. In her mind, she chanted, this is just a dream, go back to sleep. Just then, she heard a noise behind her and turned around in confusion. A medicine bowl crashed to the floor, the loud clang silencing the room. Lu Yi stared blankly at the scene, and Noonuo froze, the esteemed king right beside her. Before he could process what was happening, Steward Lu stepped forward. Who are you? What have you done to our king? Facing the steward's barrage of questions, no, didn't back down. We just slept in the same bed. I changed back to human form and didn't have any clothes. What else could I do? Hearing this, he asked, stunned, you're the rabbit. She nodded without hesitation. Upon hearing her confession, Lu Yi became even more furious, pointing at Noonuo and yelling, so you're the tribute. How dare you defile our pure and innocent prince? If consort Yi finds out, you're dead. Noonuo thought to herself, pure and innocent my foot. As long as consort Yi doesn't find out, it's fine. Seeing her lost in thought, Steward Lu poked Noonuo's forehead and continued, "Unless you want to be turned into rabbit jerky, stay right here." Noonuo stared blankly at him, wondering, what is Lu Yi up to now? A moment later, a thought echoed in Tang Shu's mind. Who? Just then, a liquid flowed into his mouth. Tang Shu frowned slightly. What is this? It's disgusting. He opened his eyes and, seeing a woman close to his face, abruptly pushed her away. He yelled, insolent. Alerted by the commotion, the servants rushed in. "Your Highness." Noonuo, who had been pushed to the ground, whimpered out. She glared at him, thinking, "You're crazy. I saved you, and you're treating me like this. If it weren't for the blood oath and the Snake King, I wouldn't bother with you." Tang Shu sat on the bed, coughing. "Liu Yi," he called out. Steward Lu immediately appeared. Present. Seeing the person he needed, Tang Shu ordered, "This woman is too impudent. Have her clean the latrines." Lu Yi grabbed Noonuo, and she could only reply yes. She was too flustered to speak. Just then, Tang Shu's gaze shifted, looking towards the front. Still holding Noonuo's hand, Lu Yi spoke. "Wait." Then he asked sternly, "Where's the tribute? Did she enter while I was unconscious?" Hesitating for a moment, Steward Lu, standing opposite him, said the tribute. Then, glancing at the person beside him, he replied, "His Highness saved it, but it repaid kindness with resentment and escaped from the cage." Hearing this, Noonuo, who was standing nearby, thought, how could Lu Yi lie so blatantly? But she didn't seem to realize he was staring at the wound on her face, which was gradually healing. He thought to himself, as expected, the wound from earlier is recovering. It's truly a spirit rabbit, perfect as medicine for His Highness. Seeing Lu Yi looking at her with unkind eyes, Noonuo thought fearfully, does he want to take this opportunity to send me to the kitchen, to be stewed into a medicinal tonic? Just then, he pulled her as if to leave. Noonuo, somewhat afraid, looked back and called out, "Tang Shu." Seeing this, Tang Shu stared blankly at the two of them. The ruby eyes behind the mask suddenly flashed, and the mask fell to the ground. Noonuo instantly transformed back into a rabbit and leaped into his arms, whispering, "Tang Shu, it's me." Her sudden action stunned him, but he quickly caught her. After she landed in his arms, he held her up and demanded, who was that despicable woman just now? But Noonuo only squeaked. He pieced things together, thinking, so it wasn't a dream. He recalled the scene before he lost consciousness, thinking, the medicine powder under my fingernails must have landed on her back earlier. After thinking this through, he poked her forehead and said, "Little thing, transform again and let me see." Hearing his request, she shook her head vigorously. Transformation wasn't something she could do at will. Seeing this, Tang Shu held her closer, his mouth close to Noonuo's ear, and said, "Then tell me, when I was asleep, you transformed into a human, took off your clothes, and crawled into my bed. What did you want to do to me?" Hearing his questioning, she could only remain silent, thinking, he remembers me knocking him out. He definitely won't let me off this time. Suddenly, Lu Yi, who had been standing in the corner, spoke. She has ulterior motives. If I hadn't come to deliver the medicine, who knows what absurd things she would have done. I believe she should be stewed into a medicinal soup. Hearing him frame her, Noonuo thought angrily, that damned Lu Yi is framing me again. Thinking this, she leaped out of Tang Shu's arms, raising her hand as if to bite him, rather than being stewed into a medicinal soup. Seeing her series of actions, Tang Shu was stunned. Noonuo had already dripped her blood into his medicine bowl. Then, looking at him and raising her injured hand, she thought excitedly, "Look, drinking my blood can cure your illness, so don't kill me." Seeing this, he said coldly, "Who allowed you to do this?" Hearing Tang Shu say this, she clutched the medicine bowl, thinking fearfully, I clearly saved him. Why is he still angry? Then Noonuo lowered her head and pushed the medicine bowl towards him, her mind racing with anxious thoughts. But no matter what, it can't be wasted. Seeing this, Tang Shu also picked up the medicine bowl and said, "It's not your place to save me." Hearing his words, Noonuo clenched her fists, thinking, how can this person be so fierce? He's truly ungrateful. Suddenly, Tang Shu grabbed her small hand, stood up, and looked directly at Noonuo, saying, "Even if you are a spirit rabbit, you can't use your spiritual power carelessly. Don't do this again." Hearing him say this, she pondered, is he worried about me? Now he's showing a bit of the Snake King's gentleness. Just as the atmosphere softened, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Tang Shu's shoulder and into his head. He frowned and clutched his shoulder. Because of the Kala blood, Noonuo, who was opposite him, also felt it. Holding her shoulder, she thought with a pained expression, "It must be because of the mingling of our blood earlier. His wound is flaring up again. If this continues, his wound will split open." Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the medicine bowl on the table. With a determined look, she went over and drank the medicine, then climbed onto Tang Shu's shoulder, thinking, "I won't let you do as you please." After climbing up, she held his handsome face and kissed him. Her actions stunned him for a moment. Steward Liu, who was in pain outside, clenched his fists and said, both angry and anxious, "Ugh, my lord has been defiled again." But the two in front of him paid no attention. Noonuo then brought the medicine to his lips. After Tang Shu finished drinking the medicine, he also fell into deep thought. Did she use to feed me medicine like this? Is she so concerned about my life and death because she knows I'm the Snake King? Meanwhile, Noonuo kept waving her hand, gesturing, "Hey, are you feeling better?" At this moment, he recalled the scene of Noonuo transformed into a human. He pondered, "That's not right. She seems to have transformed twice because of me. Does she have some ulterior motive towards me? Or does she like me?" Tang Shu became lost in thought. Seeing him spacing out, she stood on his shoulder and slapped him hard, muttering to herself, "No way. Is my blood poisonous?" Why did he suddenly freeze? Suddenly, a hand grabbed her and threw her onto the bed. Before she could react, Tang Shu stared at Noonuo, making her tremble all over. He said seriously, "I want you to explain. Transforming and doing these things, is that what you want to do now?" Noonuo lay on the bed, trembling with fear, thinking, "What do I want to do? Is he testing me, thinking I want to take this opportunity to sleep with him?" Then she imagined Tang Shu angrily throwing her to Tang Shu, saying, "So greedy. I'm giving you to sixth brother." She pictured Tang, she smugly echoing, "Hurry and thank Imperial brother." Just thinking about it made her face turn green. Then she cried and waved her paws frantically, gesturing, "Bunny doesn't want to sleep with you. Bunny wants to transform." Seeing her crying like that, he moved closer and placed his hand on Noonuo's head. "I'll give you another chance." The faint outline of his pectoral muscles beneath his clothes came into view as he threatened, "Are you willing to transform?" Noonuo blushed, looking at those alluring muscles, thinking, "This is a trap. This is seduction." She suddenly froze, thinking to herself, "It seems like I really am about to transform." Tang Shu frowned slightly, looking at the chubby rabbit before him. Suddenly, a puff of smoke appeared with a poof. Logically, like before, a delicate, white-haired girl should have appeared, but she didn't. Noonuo remained in her rabbit form, her head dizzy. This transformation failure was purely due to insufficient magic. Meanwhile, Tang Shu glared at the creature in front of him. He sighed helplessly, covering his forehead. "Head steward Liu, take it away and lock it up. Let sixth brother take it tomorrow." Hearing the order, they immediately replied, "Understood." Liu then swiftly picked up Noonuo and left. Only he remained in the room, his expression grave as he pondered, "Does this little thing need certain conditions to transform?" At this time, the sky was clear and a gentle breeze blew. Two people were talking face to face. Louis looked at the person opposite him and instructed, "Keep an eye on it. Don't let it escape. I'll go get a cage." The woman happily agreed, "Yes, steward." As soon as he left, the woman looked excitedly at Noonuo, picked her up, and said, "Oh, little tribute, you're awake." At the same time, hearing the woman's voice, Noonuo instantly woke up. The woman leaned in without hesitation and sniffed her a few times, exclaiming, "You smell so good." Then she quickly introduced herself. "I'm Suewa. I'm in charge of taking care of you. You don't have to be afraid." But Noonuo didn't think so. Secretly wary, her eyes are red. How can I trust her? Suddenly, Suewa's expression changed drastically. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp, iron-like teeth. Seeing this scene, Noonuo trembled with fear and quickly ran for her life, thinking running is the right thing to do now. Her actions infuriated Suewa. Panting heavily, Suewa chased after her, shouting, "Little tribute, don't run." Seeing her close behind, Noonuo panicked even more and ran with all her might. After running for a while, she finally collapsed on the grass of a secluded courtyard, gasping for breath and muttering. "Almost being killed by Liu last night took too much energy. I'm not running as fast as usual today." After resting for a moment, Noonuo immediately sat up, looked at the courtyard in front of her, and said to herself, "Just a little more effort, and I can reach Tang Shu. Suiting action to words, she immediately jumped out of the bushes. But suddenly, everything went dark. Noonuo's eyes widened, looking around with a confused expression. After regaining her senses, she thought in terror, is it that crazy Tsigwa again, or is it Lu E? Meanwhile, a hand was holding a black cloth bag. It was Tang Shu. He chuckled triumphantly. The old saying, waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump, really didn't lie to me. Inside the bag, she angrily scratched, "Who are you? Let me out." Seeing her struggle fiercely, he relented. All right, I'll let you out to play." Hearing his voice, Noonuo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, why does this voice sound familiar? Just as she poked her head out, he greeted her cheerfully, "Hey, chubby beauty bunny, we meet again." Saying this, Tang Shu poked her little nose. Upon seeing the other person, Noonuo's face instantly paled, her mouth agape. Her only thought was, help, it's Tang Shu. He's even more dangerous. But before she could react, a tall figure suddenly appeared beside them, growling in a low voice. Both of them looked over, one stunned, the other's smile frozen on their face. Before them stood a giant white snake, its purple eyes wide as it opened its jaws. Noonuo's face turned green with fright. "Are you crazy?" she muttered. "Is this a snake's true form? How can it be so bloodthirsty and violent?" She quickly scrambled into the bag, abandoning the still-stunned Tang Shu, and cried out pathetically, "Good luck, CEG." I hid in the bag, but contrary to expectations, Tang Shu threw the bag. Noonuo, inside the bag, fell freely through the air, terrified out of her wits, but not forgetting to curse, "Tang Shu, you jerk." At the same time, she tumbled out of the bag, flying straight towards the white snake's mouth. The snake opened its jaws wide, waiting to swallow the plump rabbit hole. In this critical moment, she silently prayed, "Save me, Tang Shu." Just as she was about to fall into the abyss of despair, a snake tail abruptly pulled her away. The giant snake lunged, but missed. Noonuo, still shaken after her near-death experience, was scooped up by a cheerful Tang Shu. Completely ignoring the enraged python behind him, he said excitedly, "Surprise. Exciting, isn't it? My beast fights are much more interesting than this." His expression darkened, and he snarled coldly, "My older brother raised it for a whole month. He wouldn't even dare touch it. And you, a dirty little girl, dare to fight it." With that, he swung his snake tail, lashing out at his opponent. Tang Shi's eyes were bloodshot. Behind him, the python's massive body was cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere. Noonuo was completely stunned, staring blankly at Tang Shu. After finishing off the python, Tang Shu glanced at her, still huddled in the bag, and said smugly, "You didn't even die of fright. You're perfectly suited to work at my Tianji pavilion." He walked away, muttering to himself, leaving the python's corpse behind. "After I get some sleep, I need to thank Third Brother properly." Meanwhile, flashes of past events replayed in Noonuo's mind. She covered her face, hugging little Snake Prince, softly pleading and comforting him. So scary. The Snake King is so scary. Then, the image of Tang Shu holding her while he was feverish, murmuring "Tang Shu, Tang Shu," surfaced. She curled up into a ball, her mind filled with negative thoughts. "Tang Shu, are you going to abandon me?" Meanwhile, Tang Shu hummed a tune as he walked, carrying the bag containing Noonuo in high spirits. Suddenly, the bag began to shake violently. Tang Shu stared at the object in his hand, puzzled. Inside the bag, Noonuo was desperately biting at the fabric, trying to escape. As she gnawed, she grumbled to herself, "Why is this so strong? I can't bite through it." A moment later, the scent of tea drifted through the air. Just then, Noonuo finally poked her head out of the bag, exclaiming excitedly, "I finally bit through it." Yes, but she quickly realized she was trapped in a cage, facing Tang Shu, who was staring with amusement at the plump rabbit that had tried to escape. "Trying to run away?" he asked. Hearing his voice, Noonuo looked up in alarm. He reached out and ruffled her head, chuckling. "Lu, he was already tricked by you once, so he told me all about your little tricks." Hearing that her scheme had been exposed, Noonuo cursed inwardly, "Lu, I'll poison you someday." Seeing Noonuo's indignant expression, Tang, she said with a wicked smile, "Tell me, should I send you to the beast fighting arena or to Tianji Pavilion?" As he spoke, he poked Noonuo's soft belly with his finger. Hearing this, Noonuo froze, trembling all over, thinking to herself, "His finger went from my belly to my face. Tang Shu, if you don't come save me now, I'll tell everyone about how you cry when you don't see me at night. Tang Shu pondered for a moment, finally making his decision. Kinji Pavilion it is then. He picked up the cage cheerfully. Hearing her fate, Noonuo gripped the cage bars tightly, her eyes wide with tears. She thought, neither is good, you big idiot, Tang Shi. Just then, a leaf shot towards them with incredible speed, striking Tang Shi's hand, which was still holding the cage. Caught off guard, he lost his grip and the cage fell. Just as Noonuo thought she was about to fall, a majestic snake tail swiftly coiled around her. She stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. Tang Shu, now holding the cage, glared fiercely at the person in front of him, demanding, I finally managed to fall asleep, and this is how you wake me up. Tang Shu rubbed his hands, complaining, I clearly used the silencing spell, but that person didn't care at all. He placed Noonuo on the table and continued, you've got some nerve, sneaking into my residence with a silencing spell and stealing a rabbit. But your silencing spell is useless against this little rabbit's unique song. He bent down and opened the cage door, looking at her. Come out, Noonuo. Noonuo snapped back to reality, trembling and crying as she quickly crawled out, her face streaked with tears. She thought, Tang Shu, so you didn't want to give me away. You're a good person. Once she was settled on Tang Shu's shoulder, Noonuo continuously rubbed her cheek against his face. Tang Shu blushed, blurting out, hey, that tickles. Tang Shu crossed his arms, fuming. Third brother, do you have to be so special to a rabbit? You were so harsh to your own brother for it. You're so biased. Tang Shu calmly sat there, holding the rabbit. My mother is consort-y, and your mother is consort Ling, strictly speaking. We aren't really brothers. Hearing this, Tang Shu froze, his expression darkening. Third brother, those words really hurt me. He pursed his lips slightly, but after a moment, he regained his usual spirit, puffing out his chest. However, I just saved your beloved little rabbit. Did you see the woman's body in the courtyard? Hearing what had happened, Noonuo huddled in Tang Shu's arms, fearfully lifting her head. She frantically waved her little paws in front of him, silently protesting, don't listen to him. If he hadn't caught me, I would have run to you already. Seeing the little rabbit fluttering restlessly in his arms, Tang Shu soothingly stroked her head. All right, I believe you. She remained nestled against his chest, thinking in surprise, he actually understands me. Just then, Tang Shu leaned closer, looking down at the plump rabbit in his third brother's arms. Third brother, have you ever thought about why that woman suddenly went crazy and wanted to eat her? Before anyone could answer, he gave Noonuo a mischievous grin. I think it's mainly because of her scent. Tang Shu froze, then his eyes flashed with anger. He whipped Tang Shu with his tail. Noonuo fell in a deep thought, murmuring my scent. She continued thinking, the blood of tribute offerings has a strange effect. It arouses the desires of beast men. That's why our long-eared rabbit clan is always so careful, trying our best not to get injured. If we do get hurt, we stay home until the wounds heal. She looked down at her hand, puzzled. But my wound is already healed. There shouldn't be any scent, right? Seeing her bewildered expression, Tang Shu said softly, silly rabbit. Hearing his voice, she reached out towards him, standing on tiptoe, as if to say, smell me. But she accidentally stepped on his hand, lost her balance, and her hand brushed against his lips. Tang Shu snapped back to reality, his face flushing crimson. He quickly put Noonuo back in the cage. Get in. Still uneasy, he covered the cage with a cloth. Don't run around these next few days. She stared blankly at his actions until the cloth was pulled tight. She thought this is a bit much, covering it and locking it. Tang Shu fell in a deep thought, one hand still resting on his lips. By now it was dark. A crescent moon hung in the star-studded night sky, its light shimmering on the surface of the lake at Tang Shu's residence. Just then, a hand fiddled with the lock on Noonuo's cage, the clicking sound waking her. She rubbed her eyes, wondering, what's that sound? How long have I been asleep? Fully awake, she jumped up, staring at the person, her mind screaming, the Snake King. Seeing her awake, he grinned. Little rabbit, you're awake. The little snake prince leaned down, looking at Noonuo in the cage. He hid the key. I can't open the cage to take you out to eat. She listened intently, and after he finished, pointed upwards, gesturing, then take the whole cage. The night sky above Tian-du was filled with stars. A ladder leaned against the wall, leading to a small window. The little snake prince looked at the ladder and hesitantly picked up the rabbit cage. No, I'm afraid of heights. Noonuo didn't notice him at all. Her eyes were glazed over, drool almost dripping like a waterfall. She thought, it smells so good, I'm so hungry. Seeing her lack of response, he turned and saw her salivating. He thought this rabbit must be starving. After a moment of hesitation, the little snake prince put Noonuo down. Little rabbit, wait for me. She looked at him with questioning eyes. He looked ahead expectantly, took a deep breath to calm himself, and then suddenly rushed out. At that moment, she was startled by his actions, and a voice quickly rang in her ears. Little Snake Prince, despite his fear of heights, couldn't bear to see the rabbit starve, so he slammed his body against the door. With that blow, the door opened. He clutched his shoulder and shouted joyfully, "It's open." Noonuo clung tightly to the bars of the cage, looking at Little Snake Prince with concern. He immediately turned around, picked up the cage, and looked at the round rabbit inside. "Rabbit, little rabbit, let's go eat." It was filled with all kinds of food. Noonuo leaned against the cage, nibbling on the delicious food, looking very happy. But soon, her attention was drawn to the person beside her. She looked at him quizzically. "Little Snake Prince, why aren't you eating?" Seeing the round rabbit looking at him, he hesitated for a moment and replied in a low voice, "I don't have much of an appetite today." Hearing his answer, Noonuo remembered that Tang Shu refused to take his medicine during the day, and now Xiao Shijun wouldn't eat at night. She sighed inwardly. These two, one refusing medicine during the day, the other refusing food at night. Even Iron Man couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, she immediately pushed the plate of meat in front of him, firmly indicating that he must eat. Seeing her like this, Xiao Shijun had no choice but to pick up a chicken leg. After hesitating for a moment, he took a bite, but as soon as he bit down, he started coughing nonstop. Noonuo stood in the cage, worriedly watching everything that was happening in front of her, thinking, Little Snake Prince. His face flushed red as he grabbed her hand. "Little rabbit, I don't know how much longer I can stay with you." Before she could react, he continued slowly, "Although I saved you yesterday, if I'm gone, no one will be able to stop him from hurting you, so you must find a way to escape." Hearing his sincere words, she thought blankly, does Little Snake Prince know that he is going to disappear? Then she recalled what Tang Shi had said yesterday. Yesterday, I sense killing intent from Tang Shi, but I don't know who he wants to kill. Xiao Shijun was still staring at the round rabbit, and she looked back at him, pondering. But now, looking at Little Snake Prince, I suddenly understand the answer. The image of Tang Shu pushing Little Snake Prince into the water under the full moon surfaced in her mind, his figure slowly sinking to the bottom in the dark night, making her anxiously think. He wants Little Snake Prince to disappear from this world. At this moment, Noonuo's face was covered in tears, and she thought, Little Snake Prince, don't disappear, I don't want you to disappear. His eyes also filled with tears as he looked at her, then lowered his head. Noonuo also pressed her forehead against his, tears streaming down uncontrollably, thinking, you are my only friend in Tiandu. Xiao Shijun then picked up the cage and gently kissed her forehead. He gave her his brightest smile. Thank you. They all want me to disappear, only you want me to exist. Then he happily held the cage and asked, we've known each other for so long, and I still don't know your name, Little Rabbit. Do you have a name? Hearing this, Noonuo leaned forward and wrote a character in Xiao Shijun's palm, Ruan Soft. Seeing her writing in his palm, he softly read, Ruan. After learning her name, he poked her cheek. Ruan, don't worry, before I leave, I will definitely find a way to help you escape. Noonuo nestled obediently in his arms, thinking, Ruanbao, what a nice name. Dawn gradually broke. After returning to his room, Xiao Shijun placed the rabbit cage on the table and prepared to cover it with cloth. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Ruanbao, it's almost dawn, I have to go. After he left, Noonuo slumped in the cage, holding Chuan Chuan, her face full of worry, thinking, Little Snake Prince didn't eat anything. Tang Shu will definitely be hungry tomorrow. I'll leave it for him. But she peeked through the gap in the cloth and saw him writing something intently, wondering, what is Little Snake Prince writing? Who is he writing to? The handwriting gradually appeared on the paper. The next morning, Tang Shu stood there intently, reading the contents of the paper word by word. After reading it, he crumpled the paper into a ball. Noonuo saw this scene from inside and sighed inwardly. So this is how you communicate. But Tang Shu's next action was to burn the paper that Little Snake Prince had written. The ashes flew in the air with the wind. But she couldn't worry about that now, just sat there anxiously thinking. I don't know what little snake prince wrote, but Tang Shu seems to be angry already. Just as she was lost in thought, a hand lifted the cloth covering the cage, and light suddenly spilled in. Noonuo quickly covered her eyes with her hands. Tang Shu, standing beside her, looked at the creature in the cage and asked in a low voice, "Have you seen enough?" His actions stunned her, leaving her frozen like a statue. At this moment, the atmosphere between Noonuo and Tang Shu became even more oppressive. He still clutched the cloth in his hand, his gaze fixed on the furry figure in the cage. After being stared at for a while, she tentatively pushed the skewer forward, thinking, he's been unhappy since he woke up. I wonder what the little snake king wrote. Tang Shu was clearly disgusted by the rabbit fur-covered food she offered. Just then, Lu Yi entered and bowed, reporting, "Your Majesty, the noble consort requests your presence." Hearing the voice, he turned his head and replied, "I understand." Noonuo in the cage still looked bewildered until she heard his words and watched Tang Shu's departing figure. She couldn't help but squeak a few times, thinking, "Don't go. Come open the cage for me." Just as she was feeling down, a woman carrying a tray of food walked in. Noonuo stared blankly at her, thinking, who is she? The woman pushed the tray to the edge of the cage and introduced herself. "I am called Chuegua. I've been sent by Prince Feng to take care of you." Hearing her words, Noonuo covered her mouth with her paw and snickered. It seems Tang Shu still has a conscience. The woman outside remained silent, turning a deaf ear to the fat rabbit's assessment in the cage. This child isn't very old, but there's no guarantee she won't go crazy like Shu Tue. Fortunately, she probably can't open this lock. Time passed by, and after an unknown period, both the woman and the rabbit fell asleep. Just then, a hand holding a cloth approached the woman and quickly covered her mouth. After she fell into a deep sleep, an older man with a turban on his head looked at the person in front of him and ordered, "Take her away." The masked person slowly lifted the rabbit cage and replied, "Yes." Time passed again. Noonuo groggily woke up from her slumber, but as soon as she opened her eyes, she was frightened by the violent shaking and cried out for help in panic. Who was it this time? Tang Shu, the little snake king. Someone save me. Just then, a hand slowly pulled open the black cloth bag, and a voice rang out, "Inisu, the tribute has arrived." Hearing the name mentioned, Noonuo couldn't help but feel confused. Inisu. She cautiously poked her head out, fearfully thinking, where is this? In front of her stood a woman wearing a headscarf and an attendant. After a moment of stunned silence, Noonuo thought in a panic, Eunuch Wei from the imperial kitchen. Ignoring her panicked expression, Eunuch Wei instructed the woman beside him, "Put it on her." The person immediately followed the order and put a rope on her. Noonuo trembled with fear, watching their actions, and couldn't help but think wildly, are they going to eat me? Then the person carefully checked her mouth and paws. She cursed Tang Shu in her mind. Only Tang Shu has the key. Is he sending me to be eaten by someone else? Bastard. After the inspection, the maid placed her on a cushion. Noonuo was still immersed in her thoughts. I even saved 2 meatballs for him. Then the two carried her away. After walking along a winding path for a while, they arrived at a courtyard. The man walked in front, followed by her and the maid. Noonuo sat on the cushion being carried, staring blankly around, thinking, where is this? At this moment, there were several figures in the courtyard, and someone quickly said, "Empress." The woman called Empress had a shrewd face and held a teacup in her hand. She said, "Bring her here." Hearing the woman's identity, Noonuo knelt down, trembling all over, thinking, some empresses love beauty, and the blood of a snow rabbit is the most nourishing among the beast tribes. It can nourish the skin and prolong life. Thinking of the various benefits of her blood, her face flushed, tears almost falling, as she silently thought, this time, there's really no escape. Goodbye, little Snake King. But just as she was imagining her tragic fate, the Empress's voice rang out, "I heard you're quite the glutton." Saying this, she pushed a plate of pastries towards Noonuo. Noonuo tilted her little head, looking at her with teary eyes, thinking, is it for me to eat? The woman opposite only smiled faintly and didn't answer. Noonuo hesitated for a moment, then quietly picked up a pastry, secretly rejoicing, it shouldn't be poisoned, right? If I'm poisoned to death, my rabbit meat won't be tasty. Thinking of this, she opened her mouth and took a big bite. The taste of the pastry made Noonuo couldn't help but praise, soft, glutinous, sweet, and melts in your mouth. I have to eat more for my last meal. The Empress watched the chubby rabbit in front of her eating continuously, one paw touching her ear, and couldn't help but sigh. This little thing is truly endearing. Then she cheerfully instructed the attendant, "All right, take her back." Hearing the order, Noono, with pastry crumbs still on her face, was lifted up by the attendant, pondering. "So, it's nothing. They just wanted to give me a good meal." Looking at the woman still smiling gently, she couldn't help but look back again, thinking, who is she really? At this moment, the sound of a lock opening startled the sleeping Noonuo awake. She slowly sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Recognizing the person before her, she thought happily of Little Snake. When Noonuo woke up, he said with slightly flushed cheeks, "I'm sorry, Wanbao. I haven't been able to see you these past 2 days." Hearing this, she looked at his hands working on the lock, realizing Tang Shu hadn't transformed into Little Snake for the past 2 nights. He finally pried the lock open and cried out happily, finally opened. Seeing this, Noonuo reached out her hand towards Little Snake, who stumbled and reached out to embrace the round, fluffy bunny. He reached out without hesitation, but collapsed before he could touch her. Noonuo watched everything unfold before her eyes. Noonuo froze, then immediately rushed to Little Snake's side, frantically and silently calling out to him. Seeing her rush over, he weakly said, "Wanbao, you must escape. Before I disappear, I have to save you at least once." Hearing his weak words, Noonuo was terrified, thinking only, "Little Snake, please don't die." But he still fainted. Seeing this, Noonuo panicked even more, thinking, "Oh no, Little Snake is going to turn back into Tang Shu before dawn." Just then, a pink light suddenly enveloped her. Through tear-filled eyes, she whispered, "Little Snake's time is getting shorter and shorter. If I use my blood, the blood of a spirit rabbit can heal skin wounds." Having figured it out, Noonuo, now in human form, gently picked up Little Snake and murmured softly, "Maybe it can also mend a fragmented soul. Please don't die. You're my only friend." With that thought, she tearfully kissed Little Snake and transferred her blood to him. After the transfusion, she looked at the person in her arms and whispered to herself, "He seems to have stabilized." Little Snake remained unconscious. He lay quietly in Noonuo's arms. At that moment, Noonuo suddenly remembered something. She touched her rabbit ears, wondering to herself, although they're not fully formed, this seems to be the first time I've transformed into a human on my own. How did this happen? As she was lost in thought, the person in her arms mumbled deliriously, "Mother Goddess." His weak call made Noonuo's heart clench. She gently hummed a lullaby, patting the sleeping Little Snake on her knee, stroking him as she thought, only things that Tang Shu fears can allow Little Snake to exist. She paused slightly, then continued to ponder, what should I do to make Little Snake exist forever? The next morning, the wind was stronger than usual. In Tang Shu's room, Noonuo sat quietly at a table laden with food. Seeing that the usually gluttonous bunny hadn't taken a single bite, he asked, "What's wrong? No appetite today? Or were you fed enough by him last night that you don't want to eat my food?" Hearing the sarcasm in his tone, she angrily stuck out her injured tongue. "It's all because I hurt myself saving you." He seemed unconcerned, poking Noonuo's forehead with his finger. "You probably bit your own tongue while sleeping. Silly rabbit." With that, Tang Shu rested his chin in one hand and curiously fiddled with her long rabbit ears with the other, asking, "What exactly did you two do last night that allowed you to turn human?" Hearing his question, Noonuo stammered, "I don't know how I transformed either. It was like what we used to do together." Hearing this, the image of her making medicine for him flashed through his mind. He muttered to himself, "What we used to do." Then Tang Shu pinched her cheek, not forgetting to warn, "He is him, and I am me. You can do things with me, but not with him." Having her cheek pinched and hearing such baffling words, Noonuo retorted, "Aren't you the same person?" At that moment, Lu Yi suddenly walked in, bowed, and reported, "Your Majesty, the noble consort has sent someone to collect the gluttonous rabbit tribute." Hearing this, Noonuo panicked, pointed at herself, and said, "Me." Then she quickly hid behind Tang Shu. She clung to his arm with her most innocent, sparkling eyes. "Why is your mother looking for me? Is she going to eat me? Help me, Tang Shu. I can't turn back into a rabbit anymore." He only glared at her angrily and said to Lu Yi, "Take her away." And so, the scene of Tang Shu dragging Noonuo, the chubby rabbit, replayed itself, though the situation and characters were slightly different this time. Lu Yi dragged her by a tuft of her hair, wondering to himself, how is this little thing so strong after turning human? Noonuo, on the other hand, clung tightly to Tang Shu's sleeve, crying and refusing to leave. Being dragged away for the second time, she was 7 parts helpless and 3 parts angry, struggling desperately. Just then, the thin sash of Tang Shu's robe suddenly came loose, instantly revealing his sculpted abs. Seeing that she had caused trouble again, Noonuo quickly let go of his clothes, stammering, I didn't do it on purpose. But Tang Shu didn't respond, only looked down at his exposed abs, his anger intensifying. Lu Yi, behind him, was also furious that Noonuo had dared to touch his beloved king. Seeing the trouble she'd caused, Noonuo hurried forward and helped him retie his sash, whispering, "Let me tie it for you." From Tang Shu's perspective, Noonuo was carefully tying his sash for him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. While tying the sash, Noonuo accidentally got her hair tangled in it. Her face grew even redder, and she panicked inwardly. "Oh no, my hair is stuck. How embarrassing. I have to get it out quickly." Suddenly, she seemed to sense something was wrong, and her heart began to race. Noonuo's hands fumbled even more, and she thought, "Why does my body feel strange?" After the sash was tied, Tang Shu suddenly grabbed her hand and said softly, "Don't touch me so casually again." Noonuo's heart was pounding, her cheeks crimson. Looking up at Tang Shu, she thought, "My heart is beating so fast. If there's a condition for changing back, I have to try it." Just then, his grip tightened, and he pulled her into his arms. Even though Noonuo trembled in his embrace, Tang Shu lowered his head, held her hand tightly, and whispered in her ear, "Is your heart beating so fast because of me?" He chuckled softly against her ear. Noonuo's face grew even redder, her heart racing uncontrollably. Before she could explain or defend herself, Tang Shu looked directly at her small face and remarked, "Truly a lecherous little rabbit." At this moment, Noonuo could only close her eyes tightly and pray silently, "No, don't come near me." But suddenly, whether from embarrassment or her racing heart, with a poof, Noonuo transformed back into a rabbit. Under Tang Shu's shocked gaze, Noonuo even bit him. Tang Shu thought to himself, "If there's a condition for changing back, I have to test it properly." So, he threw caution to the wind, pulled Noonuo closer, and used his charm to test his theory. The girl's heart went thump, 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 thump. Tang Shu whispered in her ear, "Is your heart beating so fast because of me?" A smile played on his lips, clearly enjoying himself. Noonuo's face was as red as a ripe apple, her heart practically leaping out of her chest. Tang Shu moved even closer, thinking to himself, "Truly a lustful little rabbit." Noonuo squeezed her eyes shut, screaming inwardly, "No, don't come near me." Poof, squeak. She transformed back into a rabbit again. Tang Shu finally understood. Tang Shu now realized that the key to the transformation was a racing heart. The beautiful girl vanished, replaced by a round, fluffy rabbit, squeaking. The scene changed, and Noonuo was taken to another place, panicked and struggling. A subordinate was taking her to see the empress. Let's go." Noonuo struggled desperately, crying in despair, "Squeak, squeak." The little rabbit didn't want to go, looking around frantically. This place looked familiar. In the courtyard in the distance, several matrons were chatting idly. This place was indeed familiar. A palace maid was carrying the rabbit towards the empress. Looking at the woman in front of her, Noonuo suddenly recognized her. It was the person she had met last time, Tang Shu's mother, the empress. The empress said with a beaming smile, "Everyone loves my little pet. I've invited my friends over today to see her." The empress said affectionately, "Here, my sweet little thing, have something to eat." Noonuo thought, "My tongue still hurt for last time." But she couldn't resist the temptation of the delicious food and began to eat happily. While eating, she thought, "Oh well, the empress is so kind and beautiful, and she always gives me delicious food." Just as she was enjoying her meal, the empress suddenly revealed a strange smile and said, "Speaking of which, the jade bracelet on my wrist has been looking a bit dull lately, but your eyes are so bright and beautiful." Noonuo's heart sank. Squeak, if they were strung together, they would certainly look beautiful. Hearing this, Noonuo was terrified, dropping the food she was holding. "Like mother, like son." A concubine chimed in, "There's a maid in my palace who is particularly skilled at stringing beads. Should we call for her?" Another concubine added, "I've heard that ruby-like beads like these make beautiful earrings and would complement your majesty's beauty even more." Hearing this, the empress was delighted. You're all so sweet. Noonuo's little body began to tremble. Her face crumpled, and tears finally streamed down. Her innocent little heart was completely broken. Terrified, her eyes filled with tears. Noonuo sobbed softly. Seeing this, the empress became a little concerned. Is she crying? No matter how she tried to soothe her, Noonuo continued to cry. Wah, wah, wah. The empress muttered to herself, did I take the joke too far? She began to gently pat Noonuo's head, comforting her. Did I scare you, Noonuo? Noonuo continued to squeak and cry. The empress quickly wiped away Noonuo's tears. I'm sorry, I just wanted to tease you. You poor thing, so small and sent to such a cruel place. She was actually apologizing to a tribute. The empress gently stroked the rabbit's head. Noonuo was deeply moved. Even though she was so high and mighty, she was still willing to treat me so tenderly. Noonuo suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Good Noonuo, don't cry. Mother is here. Just like my own mother. The only reason you're still alive is because Tang Shu likes you. If one day he gets tired of you, you know what will happen to you. Ruanbo, understand? Hearing this, Noonuo froze. Only the little prince calls me Ruanbo. She poked the rabbit's nose with her finger. In my heart, there's no difference between the two of you. You're both my children. With that, she took out a red candy. If you want to survive, you have to strive for it yourself. Here, eat this candy. It can please Tang Shu. This candy can save your life. Noonuo's face was full of suspicion. Candy. In the tranquil, moonlit night, all was silent. Tang Shu was soaking in hot water, his robust body faintly visible. Noonuo lay outside, panting, her cheeks flushed, wondering if the candy was too strong. Why was she so hot? Noticing the rabbit's strange behavior, Tang Shu reached out and touched its forehead, asking, What's wrong? Do you have a fever? Noonuo felt dizzy and lightheaded, only feeling hot and wanted to rub against something. His Majesty's skin looked so cool. Unable to control herself, Noonuo jumped up and threw herself into Tang Shu's strong chest. Tang Shu, get out. I'm going to skin you alive. Skinned alive, then skinned alive. This skin is burning up. He gently touched the rabbit's mouth. No, you've been poisoned. Noonuo's eyes were hazy, her body extremely uncomfortable, forcing her to transform. In an instant, Noonuo transformed back into her human form, curled up in Tang Shu's arms, completely exposed. The heat within her was unbearable, and she quickly pushed Tang Shu onto the bed. Noonuo writhed, looking at Tang Shu. Tang Shu, I feel so uncomfortable. In the previous chapter, Noonuo ate the candy given by the empress. Her body started to heat up, her cheeks flushed, completely out of control. She didn't know what was happening and could only pounce on him. Tang Shu, she leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, kissing him hard on his soft face. Tang Shu stared at her sharply, as if to say, You dare provoke me. Do you have a death wish? He covered Noonuo's mouth with his large hand, and she could only make muffled sounds. He ripped open the wrapping, the scene blurring. Just like that, Noonuo was wrapped up like a chubby, glutinous rice ball. Crying pitifully, he casually tossed her aside. Tang Shu turned and quickly put on his half-worn robe, covering his firm abs, and said coldly, Change back, and I'll pretend this never happened. She just squirmed helplessly, uncomfortable and powerless. Noonuo blurted out a shocking sentence, one that would insult any man who heard it. What did you say? Could it be that you can't? Hearing this, the handsome prince choked, spraying watermelon juice everywhere. Tui, Tang Shu turned, his gaze fierce as a tiger, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Who did you say can't? He mercilessly grabbed her neck. He brought his blurred, handsome face close to Noonuo, making her heart race and her cheeks flush. He asked, Are you really not afraid that I'll kill you? She looked at him with helpless and adoring eyes. Believe it or not, I really can't change back now. Panting, feel it, I'm really hot. If I change back now, I'll die. Noonuo's eyes were filled with tears, using all her soft charm to plead. Tang Shu, please. I want. He mustered all his masculine pride, pushed her off the bed, and left her stunned. It seems this poison can only be cured this way. Noonuo was burning all over, wanting to move, her face getting redder and redder, her collarbone beautifully alluring. He looked indifferent, as if forced into this situation, feigning innocence. Little thing, this is all your fault. Behave yourself tonight. She cried even harder, her hands and feet tied in the corner, unable to struggle. After doing these cruel things, he He clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. Sigh, what a disappointment to the audience watching. Everyone was waiting for a good show, but he didn't enjoy it at all. Tang Shu, he yelled with a headache. Cry one more time, and I'll shut your mouth. Noonuo quickly explained, you've got it wrong. I'm a tribute, and this is what a tribute should do. Besides, my body suddenly became like this. There's nothing I can do. The previously indifferent face suddenly showed a wicked smile. You can't do anything, but I can. With that, he grabbed the girl and dragged her out. Where are you taking me? The two finally stood by a silent lake, surrounded by darkness. Tang, that icy face of yours couldn't hold back after all. Since you're like this, go cool off in the lake. Oh dear, the little thing is trembling all over, scared stiff, desperately struggling to break free from his hand and run. I won't go, Tang Shu. You're such a jerk, she yelled as she ran, suddenly tripping over something and falling flat on her face. Noonuo's eyes widened, her jaw almost dropped, and she couldn't help but scream, ah. Just then, Tang Shu revealed his snake tail, scaring her straight into the water. The sight before her eyes completely panicked her, giving her goosebumps all over. Tang Shu felt a pang of guilt and was about to pull her up when he accidentally flung his own snake tail into the icy lake water. Tang Shu's expression instantly contorted in pain, his face twitching, sweat pouring down like rain as if he were in a steamer. The surface of the lake was calm and still, deathly silent, evoking some painful memory deep within him. A scene flashed through his mind, a woman lying on the cold ground, screaming desperately. Let go of my child. A small snake, covered in blood, was clutched in the villain's hand. Save me, my child. The woman in red used her last bit of strength to crawl forward. My child. A beautiful but twisted face stood nearby, watching coldly. The woman in red cried, You're crazy. How dare you hurt the prince? The beautiful woman laughed triumphantly, pressing the little snake's head hard against the icy surface. The icy chill was piercing. The woman in red screamed in despair, helplessly struggling, unable to do anything. No, empty and sorrowful eyes, my child. Back in reality, Tang Shu suddenly woke up. That was a memory fragment. The memory was too bitter. He didn't want to think about it anymore, and quickly retracted his snake tail. The scene returned to the lake surface. The lake water was tranquil and undisturbed, white lotuses blooming under the moonlight, breathtakingly beautiful. At this moment, Noonuo's cheeks were still flushed, and she was sinking to the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, her father had taught her how to hold her breath. She pouted, blaming herself inwardly, and making Tang Shu worry too. Humph, the icy lake water could at least temporarily suppress the heat in her body. Noonuo stayed underwater for a while and started to get anxious. Why hadn't Tang Shu moved? Was he really going to leave her to die? She widened her eyes, preparing to swim to the surface with all her might. Suddenly, something pulled her down, preventing her from swimming up. Noonuo looked back and saw a huge goldfish, truly gigantic, desperately biting the fabric of her clothes and dragging her down. The fish used all its strength. It must have been a male, pulling her deeper. Noonuo struggled desperately, but her calf was entangled in the cloth, and she couldn't break free. From another angle, the fish was ridiculously large, smugly doing as it pleased. She began to panic, feeling like she was sinking into quicksand, unable to escape. She felt like she was about to suffocate, her face turning paler and paler, her brows furrowed, reaching out silently for help. Tang Shu, save me. Gurgle. Noonuo's vision began to blur. She no longer had the strength to resist, and she opened her mouth, releasing a stream of bubbles. Her body slowly sank deeper, and she could only desperately call out Tang Shu's name. Meanwhile, Tang Shu was still standing on the shore, suddenly sensing something was wrong. This aura enraged him, and he bit his lip tightly. Something's wrong. She's in danger. The image of the little snake pressed against the ice resurfaced in his memory. Tang Shu's face darkened, and he abruptly closed his eyes, sweat streaming down his face. Underwater, Noonuo was almost out of breath, her face, previously flushed from the poison, now as pale as a white-haired witch. The goldfish, tired of pulling, decided to just eat her. The goldfish thought, why not swallow her in one gulp, and bit down on Noonuo's calf, juices splashing. At this moment, Tang Shu was still on the shore, struggling with his inner demons. The fear of the past made it difficult for him to overcome his inner demons, but a voice in his head screamed, if you don't save her, she'll die. In a flash, a heavy punch landed on the goldfish's head, teeth and blood flying. The goldfish finally released the beauty's leg, seeing stars, and rolled over in a daze, disheveled and defeated. A huge snake tail appeared, coiling around the unconscious Noonuo. Her hair was wet and messy, and she didn't know how long she had been unconscious, water droplets constantly dripping down. He used his snake tail to lift her head high. Tang Shu's expression remained impassive, still coldly looking down. As long as she was still alive, there was still hope. Noonuo coughed a few times, cough, cough, spitting out a mouthful of water. Noonuo slowly opened her eyes, whispering Tang Shu's name. Mustering her last bit of strength, she tugged at his sleeve, sobbing, "Richif, Ly, woo-woo, why did you take so long to save me?" No longer caring about her lady-like image, Noonuo grabbed his sleeve and blew her nose. Then she started to complain, "I almost got eaten by that ugly fish." She was about to continue her sigil when a head suddenly popped out of the water. "Your Majesty, it's a koi." The man was radiant and extraordinarily handsome, almost overshadowing the male lead. He stepped ashore, his black clothes clinging to his figure, still holding the enormous fish from earlier. He laughed heartily. "I wish I could trade places with that fish." Noonuo immediately stopped crying and widened her eyes, trying to get a better look. She couldn't help but squeal, so handsome. Some people are just born to be chased after. With a shy smile and a somewhat coquettish posture, she said, "Handsome little brother, thank you for avenging me." Tang Shu looked a little jealous and commanded, "Lan Yi, stand down." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Can that ugly fish be eaten?" Noonuo stared at the fish, drooling. Tang Shu stood behind her, quietly taking off his outer robe. Without saying anything, he efficiently draped the robe, carrying his scent over her head and helped her put it on. Noonuo was a little confused, but her mind quickly raced. Tang Shu is so strange sometimes, fierce one moment and caring the next. As they were walking, he suddenly stopped, his gaze sharp and his expression uncomfortable. A sharp pain shot through his chest. He rubbed it to ease the discomfort and said, "Don't provoke him again, or I'll kill you." "Nono loket bidilit provoking Lanyi." "Little brother." Tang Shu abruptly turned around and snapped, "You still want to provoke Lanyi?" Noonuo trembled in fear. "I don't dare. I don't dare." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thud, and she stood there dumbfounded. The tall and fierce Tang Shu had turned back into a small snake, lying limply on the ground. Noonuo was stunned, staring blankly at his innocent little face, repeatedly calling out, "Ruanbao now. Nono finally understood." She sat down gently, stroking him. "So you're talking about the little snake." This silly Tang Shu. How could I possibly do that with a little snake? He slept soundly, looking extremely cute. Also yawned, covering her mouth. "I've used up all my magic too. I'm so sleepy." She transformed back into a rabbit and laid down beside him. "Forget it. Let's sleep together, little snake." Lan Yi watched from afar with a lantern in hand. Seeing that they were both asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. "Phew, all the handsome guys are mine." The surroundings quieted down, and the grass, butterflies, and fireflies danced, illuminating the night sky. The scene was incredibly romantic. In the room lit by the flickering oil lamp, the atmosphere was silent and still. Suddenly, Noonuo shivered violently in her sleep. So cold. The little snake prince beside her seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Noonuo had fallen unconscious, her body trembling constantly, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Seeing this, the little snake prince became extremely anxious, calling out repeatedly, "Ruanbao, why are you all wet?" "Lan Yi, quickly bring a brazier." He gently stroked the rabbit girl, murmuring, "Ruanbao, warm up, you'll dry soon." Then he turned to the handsome man and said, "Lonnie, I want you to explain clearly what happened just now." Lonnie replied, "It was the koi. It was injured in Chihuahua Pond and offered as a tribute. Your Majesty ordered me to lie in wait by Chihuahua Pond. Your subordinate doesn't know anything else." Hearing this, the little snake prince flew into a rage. He clenched his fists and slammed the table with a loud bang. His eyes turned gold, and he said coldly, "Unforgivable." He looked terrifying at this moment. The little snake prince's bright eyes drooped. Noonuo weakly blew on his still aching hand, rubbing it as she blew, her saliva spraying out. He immediately returned to normal, happily patting the little one's head and asking with concern, Ruanbao, where did that fish bite you? Does it still hurt? Noonuo laid down seductively, extending her bleeding leg and whimpering softly. The little snake prince sensed something was wrong, and his face darkened again. The wound isn't healing on its own. That's very unusual. That koi was a tribute from the Ingduo kingdom, wasn't it? They haven't given up. Koi are the overlords of the water, covered in golden light, but they're naturally afraid of eagles. That's why koi are the unique sacred beasts of the Ingduo kingdom. The Ingduo priests would select some koi and implant parasites in them, making them lifelong servants of their masters. They've been hiding at the bottom of the pond for decades, never showing themselves. They're Ingduo's most secretive spies. The image of a day-dye goldfish surfaced in his mind. The little snake prince opened a medicine bottle and continued. That fish has 1,000 years of cultivation and can transform into a human. Tang Shu couldn't help but notice him gently applying medicine to Noonuo. The little guy looked utterly comfortable and blissful. His eyes turned gold again, burning with rage. In short, if Ruanbo was hurt, he would be held fully responsible. Noonuo, watching this scene, was scared stiff. Although the little snake prince was childish, the ruthlessness hidden deep in his eyes was exactly the same as Tang Shu's. Lonnie bowed again and asked, Your Majesty, how should we deal with that fish? He casually patted the little guy's bottom. Ruanbo, what do you think? Noonuo seriously gestured a throat-slitting motion with her hand. Lonnie looked at the little tribute with some difficulty. It's already dead. The little snake prince smiled triumphantly. No, Ruanbo means to cook it. Noonuo seized the opportunity to burrow into his arms. The little snake prince understands me best. Somehow, the sky was exceptionally clear and everything was peaceful. Noonuo's small eyes were full of stars, and drool flowed down her face, completely unable to hide her hunger. This young lady still needs to maintain some self-respect. Looking at the huge, beautifully plated, fragrant fish, the little snake prince couldn't help but sigh. Noonuo desperately tugged at his sleeve, hinting with crunch sounds. He understood and replied, I'm not hungry. Noonuo stared blankly in disappointment, her head full of thoughts. He hasn't eaten or drunk properly these past few days. Even if nourished by my blood, it's far from enough. Suddenly, his whole body trembled violently, as if he could no longer bear it, terribly cold. At this moment, the rabbit's brain short-circuited like it had been struck by lightning. Could he be turning back into Tang Shu? In the blink of an eye, poof! Both of them froze, eyes wide, mouths agape, stiff for several seconds. A small snake lay curled up on the ground. Noonuo immediately pounced on the snake, lying on it to check its temperature. Why? Why has he turned back into a little snake again? And he's so cold. The little snake prince's body grew colder and colder. Lonnie suddenly had an idea, immediately brought a basin of charcoal fire, and said, Koi are cold in nature. The water in the lotus pond is icy. His Majesty has been invaded by the cold. I'm afraid his heart meridian has been injured. Little tribute, His Majesty saved you. Lon, he said, drawing his sword. Now it's your turn to save His Majesty. Noonuo closed her eyes without hesitation and extended her hand. I'm ready. Hurry up. The sharp blade cut Noonuo's hand, and watermelon juice immediately gushed out. The little guy, enduring the pain, anxiously held her hand, dripping with watermelon juice, to his mouth, whispering, Don't waste a single drop, little snake prince. The little snake didn't refuse, sticking out its tongue to lick. Enough, little snake prince. I'm about to turn into dried rabbit jerky. You just said not to waste a single drop. Now I really can't hold on. Sure enough, a beautiful person's words can only be listened to, not fully believed. He ignored Noonuo's pleas, puckering his small mouth with all his might and sucking hard. By this time, the rabbit's body was almost blown over by the wind, thin as a rail. Lonnie stood by the side, sighing helplessly and complaining, I told you to use a bowl, but you wouldn't listen. A moment later, a miracle happened. He was back. Tang Shu's form gradually returned, but his hand still gripped the rabbit's hand tightly, continuing to suck, gulp, gulp, gulp. Tang Shu, stop drinking. Noonuo pulled her hand back in pain, her face contorted, her eyes half open. Squeak. Tang Shu remained motionless, frowning in a daze, clearly not having had enough. He hurriedly grabbed the rabbit's foot, hitting the bullseye. This young lady really hadn't expected it. The little guy was completely powerless and could only let Tang Shu do as he pleased, indulging in the watermelon juice. Noonuo's vision was completely white, her head empty. She even forgot she had hind legs. Tang Shu bared his fangs and bit Noonuo's leg, and she felt a sharp pain. Noonuo closed her eyes tightly, enduring the pain, thinking to herself, if I don't stop him, things will get out of control. Finally regaining her original form, Noonuo slapped Tang Shu in the face with her slipper. Then she got up and ran. As Sun Wukong said, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. But before she got far, Noonuo froze. It turned out her leg was grabbed, and before she could react, she fell flat on her face, hitting the ground hard. Noonuo reached out to Lan Yi for help. Lan Yi, can you control your majesty? Seeing this, Lan Yi turned and ran faster than a rabbit, making excuses as he went. His majesty has awakened. This subordinate will go and prepare a vegetarian meal. She was left behind, shouting, liar, when has your majesty ever eaten a vegetarian meal? Noonuo calmly realized Tang Shu was walking towards her. Panic bloomed on her face, sweat trickling down her cheeks. Tang Shu, snap out of it. She cried fearfully. Tang Shu seemed not to hear, only drawing closer. He gripped Noonuo's hand tightly and began to lick her wound. Noonuo trembled all over. No, don't drink anymore, she stammered. If Tang Shu drinks any more, this girl's life is over. Thinking this, Noonuo mustered all her strength and struck his head repeatedly. Thump, 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 seeing a large lump swelling on Tang Shu's head as he collapsed to the ground. Noonuo put her hands on her hips and let out a long sigh. Luckily, my rabbit head is hard enough. There's no snake I can't knock out. But seeing him lying on the ground, something felt wrong. Noonuo began to drag him. Using all her strength, she managed to heave Tang Shu onto the bed. Phew, he's so heavy. I'm exhausted after all that work, she thought to herself, collapsing beside him. Looking at Tang Shu's sleeping face, she found it unexpectedly adorable, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Due to blood loss, she yawned repeatedly, then unhesitatingly rested her head on Tang Shu's arm. And then she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sky was a brilliant blue. When Tang Shu woke up, his arm was numb. He pulled his arm free, rubbing his wrist. Looking down at Noonuo beside him, he noticed her leg was swollen and injured. He gently touched the wound, noticing 2 teeth marks. Understanding dawned on Tang Shu, and his face became a mask of awkwardness. But his expression didn't match his actions. He pressed down hard on the bite marks. Noonuo yelped in pain and sat up abruptly. Ouch! Ouch! Clutching her leg, she angrily demanded that hurt. What are you doing? Tang Shu's face darkened like thunder. Where did that bite mark come from? He asked jealously. What did you do with it last night? Noonuo waved her hand dismissively. You couldn't do anything. It's still a child. What could it do? If it had been any other male last night, I would have been dead. Tang Shu stared at Noonuo blankly. I couldn't do anything. She stammered. It's because Ifeiyang drugged me that I lost control, Your Majesty. It's not like I wanted to do anything with the newcomer. Are you really going to throw me into the pond to feed the fish? Hearing this, Tang Shu felt a pang of frustration. Tang Shu listened to her coldly, then moved closer, lifting Noonuo's chin. You were hoping for another male to help you with that kind of problem. He questioned. Noonuo struggled to pull away from his grasp. Why not? I was suffering. I just wanted to survive. Let go. You're being unreasonable. You couldn't do anything yourself, and now you won't let anyone else do it. Tang Shu furiously grabbed her hand and lifted her chin again. You're tired of living, he roared. Then he noticed the wound on her hand. This wound. The memories of last night flashed through his mind. Tang Shu froze, his expression changing. Was it because of me? He asked again. Noonuo, uncomfortable with his grip, looked up. Let go. He remained stern. Don't let anyone else touch you, he commanded. Tang Shu was about to say something more when a voice called from outside, Your Majesty. He turned towards the door. Enter. Lonnie walked in and reported respectfully. Your subordinate has ascertained that the crown prince met privately with the envoy from Ingdu Kingdom last night. Hearing this, a cold, ominous aura emanated from Tang Shu. He pondered silently for a moment. That koi is indeed too large, he finally said. It seems we'll have to invite the crown prince to share in its taste. Noonuo froze, hearing his words. The crown prince was coming. She paused, realizing the crown prince's banquet would be the perfect opportunity to poison him. But where could she find poison? Suddenly, an idea sparked, her eyes lighting up like a Christmas tree. Noonuo feigned a cry of pain, catching Tang Shu's attention. She quickly held up her small foot, completely taking him by surprise. This wound from the koi isn't healing, she whined. Tang Shu, you have to take responsibility. Tang Shu's face immediately turned cold. And how should I take responsibility? He asked. She clasped her hands together, looking innocent. You should get a doctor to treat me, of course. Inwardly, she thought, doctors must have lots of medicinal herbs. Maybe I can concoct some poison. Tang Shu, surprisingly, went along with her request. Lan Yi, summon a physician, and keep an eye on her. Yes, your majesty. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, actually, stay at least 10 meters away from her. Lan Yi, standing beside them, broke out in a sweat, his face a picture of awkwardness. The garden scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Noonuo sat on the swing, nibbling on fruit, feeling impatient. Why isn't the doctor here yet? Noonuo glanced at Lan Yi, who was leaning against a tree, lost in thought, and offered him a few cherries. Lan Yi, don't be so serious. Want to try some? My leg is injured. I can't go anywhere. Just then, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Who needs a doctor? And they even need me to come personally. Noonuo turned around in surprise and saw a young woman with 2 dyed streaks in her long hair. Followed by a maid, she asked with her arms crossed, are you the patient? Yes. Noonuo immediately lifted her skirt, revealing the bite mark on her leg. Look, it's a koi bite. It hasn't healed. The physician glanced at it and scoffed, such a small injury, and I had to come all this way. She turned to leave. Noonuo hurriedly grabbed the physician's sleeve. Don't go, doctor. The two tugged at each other, neither willing to give in. Nono said earnestly, how about we make a deal? I'm a crimson-eyed spirit rabbit with healing abilities. I heard you're staying here to treat Tang Shu. I can help you. Hearing this, the physician excitedly grabbed her hand. No need to say more. It's a deal. The physician quickly rummaged through her medicine box. I don't have enough ingredients. I have to go back and prepare the antidote for you. Noonuo seized the opportunity and suggested, Master, I want to visit your place. The physician immediately closed her eyes and refused. Absolutely not. No one can enter my courtyard. My precious herbs cannot be disturbed. Noonuo leaned close to her ear and whispered, hey, physician, if I go, you could just take some of my blood for research. You know, if Lan Yi is there, he'll definitely be in the way. The physician tilted her head and looked at Noonuo. Seeing her sincere expression, she wavered slightly. Feigning a cough, she said, ahem, Lan Yi, the treatment requires a medicinal bath. You don't need to follow. I'll look after her. Lan Yi agreed without suspicion. Okay, Nono happily jugued her. Physician, I like you so much. The scene cuts to the Imperial Hospital's courtyard. Taking the opportunity, Noonuo walked around, observing the various medicinal herbs. Seeing this, the physician warned, that one's highly poisonous. Don't touch it. Noonuo quickly asked, which others are poisonous, so I can avoid them. Unaware of her intentions, the physician enthusiastically pointed them out. This one, that one, and the one in the corner. Seeing so many things she wanted, Noonuo smiled triumphantly. Poisonous, got it. She took the opportunity to quietly approach the poison shelf when suddenly a shout came from outside. Your Highness, startling Nono. Oh no, I have to hide. Lonnie called out from outside, physician. The physician calmly replied, just say I'm preparing the medicinal bath. Outside, they seemed to ignore it, followed by a loud bang. Tang Shu quickly pushed the door open and asked, where is she? The physician confidently replied, she's taking a detoxifying bath. Tang Shu ignored her and pushed open the bathroom door. The physician looked on helplessly. I told you she's bathing, and you still insist on barging in. The sound of water came from inside. Noonuo felt Tang Shu approaching and cried out in alarm. Don't come any closer. The two stared at each other for a long time, the atmosphere extremely awkward. Noonuo had already hidden the poison to the side, but she was still worried he would discover it. Seeing that Tang Shu had no intention of letting her off, Noonuo screamed in fright. Stop, I am not wearing any clothes. He frowned and coldly replied, have you forgotten? Is there anything left on your body that I haven't seen? Noonuo's face flushed. She shrank back into the water and said teasingly, oh, you still want to look? Then come on. Who's afraid of who? Hearing this, Tang Shu's face contorted. He wished he could rush over and strangle her right then and there. Worried that Noonuo would play more tricks, he He quickened his pace, practically flying to the edge of her bath. In the blink of an eye, he stood tall and imposing behind her, his face gloomy, leaning over and staring at her. Noonuo turned her back to him in a panic, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tang Shu, without hesitation, placed his hands on the edge of the bathtub and shook it violently. At that moment, Noonuo's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes widened, and cold sweat dripped down her forehead. He leaned closer, staring at her face threateningly. "Let me remind you, when the crown prince arrives later, you'd better not run around the manor and cause trouble." Tang Shu shifted his position and whispered in her ear, "If he takes a fancy to you and steals you away, this king will not save you, understand?" Hearing this, Noonuo's expression changed. Her eyes lit up, and she looked back at Tang Shu with a delighted face. Wouldn't that be perfect? She thought to herself, this way I'll have more opportunities to assassinate the crown prince. Tang Shu echoed her words in surprise, his gaze sharpening instantly, his expression turning impatient, as if he had just seen through Noonuo's trick. Tang Shu quickly put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. "Get dressed and come back with me." Noonuo hadn't expected him to reach around the tub to grab her clothes. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. "Oh no, my stolen poison." She shrieked, "Wait." Immediately, she stood up from the bath, water cascading down her body. "I want to change into clean clothes," Noonuo blurted out. "I don't want to wear this one anymore." Tang Shu wasn't so easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes, a stern silence on his face as he coldly watched Noonuo's performance. He sensed something had fallen out and glanced down discreetly. A small, blue cloth pouch, carefully tied, lay quietly in the corner. Still holding the clothes, Tang Shu looked up. "What trick are you trying to pull now? This king won't be fooled again." Noonuo thought for a moment. Tang Shu hated it most when she tried to seduce him. This tactic was sure to anger him and make him leave. Having figured this out, she immediately tugged on Tang Shu's sleeve. "All right then." His expression remained impassive as he coldly watched to see what game she would play. Noonuo moved closer to Tang Shu, unabashedly displaying her fiery figure, her S-shaped curves enough to make anyone's blood boil. In a seductive voice, Noonuo purred, "Your Highness, will you fall for this new trick?" Tang Shu remained calm and collected, not falling for a trap. Instead, he leaned in closer, thinking to himself, "Oh, you want to force me to leave? Then I won't let you have your way." He happily played along, removing his outer robe, revealing his toned abs. "Fine, this king will join you for a soak." Noonuo pouted in frustration. This tactic wasn't working either. She quickly turned, clutching her chest, dramatically pressing a hand to her forehead. I'm dizzy. I've been soaking too long." Physician he, come quick, save me, I'm about to faint." Her screams were loud enough for those outside to hear. "Who called for me?" Physician he excitedly burst through the door. The scene was incredibly awkward. Physician he entered to find a naked woman slumped in the bathtub and a man standing beside her, his clothes disheveled. It was a sight that burned his eyes. Sweating profusely, Physician he stammered, his face flushed. "Ahem, it's normal to faint after vigorous activities, but moderation is key. Don't call me for such trivial matters." With that, Physician he slipped away like lightning. Noonuo cried out in despair, "It's not what you think. Come back, Physician he." Tang Shu stopped teasing her and quickly dressed, his tone serious. "All right, stop shouting." Noonuo gripped the edge of the tub in fear, her bright eyes fixated on one spot. This time, Tang Shu really left, but not without setting a condition. "You have the time it takes one incense stick to burn to return to your cage. Otherwise," after his figure disappeared, Noonuo watched him go, a mix of emotions swirling within her. The scene shifted to Tang Shu's side. Soft footsteps sounded, followed by a warm, deep voice. "Third brother is truly thoughtful, always thinking of this king when he has something good." The first prince appeared, his aura profound, his tall and handsome figure no less impressive than Tang Shu's, but his expression held a hint of unreadable calculation. He greeted Tang Shu with a smile. "Long time no see." Tang Shu didn't hold back, immediately retorting sarcastically, "This king thinks of you, imperial brother, whenever he sees Koi." The first prince sat down at the table with enthusiasm. Then what are we waiting for? Let the feast begin, he declared joyfully. Good, let the feast begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of servant girls filed in, carrying fragrant dishes. 1, 2, 3, for beautiful women, all with their faces veiled, their makeup exquisite, and their clothing luxurious. Suddenly, Tang Shu's gaze swept across the group, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He stared intently at the last person in the line. That hairstyle and those earrings were too familiar. The servant girls lined up in an orderly fashion, carrying their dishes, gradually approaching the first prince and placing the dishes on the table one by one. When it was Noonuo's turn, although her face was veiled, her beauty couldn't be concealed. She looked directly at the first prince, her eyes flirtatious. The first prince, known for his lecherous nature, stared back without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tang Shu, seated above, was practically fuming, his eyes filled with anger, inwardly cursing her. What's she trying to do? Noonuo carefully carried a clay pot of braised fish to the first prince. Your Highness, please enjoy your meal. He stopped abruptly, his sharp gaze sweeping over her, as if he wanted to devour the beauty before him. Then, the first prince grabbed Noonuo's arm, pressing her against the table, preventing her escape. Wait, he said, a cautious smile on his face. Before this prince dines, all dishes must be tested for poison. Noonuo shuddered, her pupils dilating in fear as she stared at him, her heart sinking. He's found out. As she pondered, the first prince, with a brazen look, picked up a piece of fish and offered it to her. Beauty, come have a taste. Noonuo stared at the fish in alarm, only managing to gulp. The first prince, his thoughts filled with wicked intentions, grew impatient. Well, are you not going to remove your veil? She hesitated for a long time, finally consoling herself. Don't be afraid, Noonuo. Perhaps, physician, he can save me in time. So, she slowly raised her hands. He watched her every move intently. If there were any missteps, her life would likely be forfeit. She berated herself internally. With so many poisons mixed together, I should have used less. Just as she was about to lift her veil, a low, gentle voice rang out. What? Does Imperial Brother not trust me? Tang Shu spoke at the opportune moment. Gratitude flared in Noonuo's eyes. Tang Shu, you truly are a good person. But upon closer inspection, a gloomy aura emanated from him, though his face remained strangely calm. He extended his own plate. I just ate from this plate. Come and exchange it with me, and Imperial Brother can rest assured. It seemed only Noonuo could perceive the fury within him. Oh no, he was truly angry. Panic surged through Noonuo, but she obediently stood up. If they exchanged plates, not only would her plan fail, but Tang Shu would be poisoned to death. Fortunately, the first prince knew how to seize the moment, firmly grasping Noonuo's hand. Just kidding. How could this prince not trust his own younger brother? With that, he cheerfully leaned down and picked up a delicious piece of fish, eating it. To die for beauty is the most exhilarating death. Noonuo nervously wiped her hands. He ate it. He really ate it. Excellent. This way, Princess Rabbit's marriage agreement can be cancelled. Suddenly, the first prince coughed a few times, spitting out the food. She watched in disappointment as he vomited. The first prince grimaced, waving his hand dismissively. This dish is terrible, third brother. Tang Shu, leisurely sipping his tea, retorted, Imperial Brother is right. However, I heard that Imperial Brother has always had a good relationship with the Eagle Clan. Why not ask the Eagle Clan to send another brocade carp and have your chef practice his skills? Once his cooking improves, we can present it to our father emperor for his enjoyment. When that time comes, this prince will certainly not forget Imperial Brother's contribution. The first prince frowned, then stood up, explaining calmly, a good relationship with the Eagle Clan. I've never heard such rumors. I'll investigate who is spreading these lies. Noonuo stood to the side, her face pale, watching him unharmed, her heart crying out in frustration. He needs to leave. What kind of fake poison is this? Seeing the urgency of the situation, she impulsively reached out to stop the first prince. He wasn't angry, but instead asked gently, what is the meaning of this beauty? Noonuo seized the opportunity, replying respectfully, Your Highness has specially arranged this grand feast, ordering us maidservants to practice diligently for 3 days. Today, we present a special dance. A gleam flashed in the first prince's eyes, his desire barely concealed. He sat back, down with anticipation. Interesting. Play the music. As the music began, she moved forward gracefully, boldly showcasing her figure. Noonuo thought to herself, this assassination attempt failed, but as long as I can lure him away, there will be other opportunities. She weighed her options and decided to seduce the first prince. He stared at her intently as Noonuo drew closer, displaying her slender waist, curvaceous hips, and exquisite dance moves. The flowing silk ribbon brushed against his nose, and the first prince watched, mesmerized, as if his soul had been captured. Suddenly, he grabbed the ribbon, stopping her in place. Although prepared, Noonuo was still startled by the action. Then, he pulled her entirely into his embrace, a scene straight out of a heroic rescue. Tang Shu, watching from afar, was furious, cursing inwardly. This damned rabbit, she's truly bold. The first prince seemed entirely oblivious to Tang Shu's attitude, holding the beauty in his arms and declaring without restraint, "Third brother, the dancing girl in your residence is quite good. Why not gift her to your older brother?" Everything was going smoothly, but when Noonuo saw Tang Shu's gaze, she felt a pang of guilt, pressing her lips together. Tang Shu must be angry. He stepped forward, his face cold. If Imperial Brother likes her, I'm naturally willing to offer her as a gift. However, Imperial Brother should perhaps first see her face before making a decision. With that, he ripped off Noonuo's veil. The first prince turned around, his eyes filled with shock. Noonuo's face was covered in tiny red bumps, making her unbearably ugly. Tang Shu seemed to have anticipated this, not even blinking. Someone like the first prince, who valued appearances so much, couldn't stand such a face. He pushed Noonuo away without hesitation. "Ugly thing, get away from me." Fortunately, Tang Shu was right behind her and caught her. She fell into his arms. "Imperial Brother, you need to think this through." The first prince's expression immediately changed, and he turned away angrily, cursing as he left. "Damn it, third brother, you can keep her." Noonuo, held by Tang Shu, was ashamed. "Am I really that ugly?" She quickly struggled to push him away, seemingly a little jealous. Tang Shu scoffed softly. "Do you want to go with another man that badly?" Hearing this, she was on the verge of tears, her face crumpled. I was doing something important." "This is the important thing you were talking about. Hiding so much poison. Were you trying to poison him?" Tang Shu threw the green medicine packet, which Noonuo had painstakingly stolen from physician He, at her. She caught it, completely stunned. It seemed he knew everything. Noonuo slumped to the ground, dejected. "I failed. Now you know everything. You can beat me or kill me, whatever you want." In her heart, she whispered in anguish, "I'm sorry, princess. I can't help you." Hearing this, Tang Shu suddenly crouched down and whispered in her ear, "I know. It's about Jinli. You wanted to avenge me. But poisoning him at the banquet, if he died, I would also be implicated. So I had physician He switch your poison." Nono suddenly had ahyadathe. What nonsense was he talking about? Avenging him? Did he think she was doing this for him? Tang Shu's expression softened, and he gently touched her face. "Your rash must be very itchy, right?" Only then did she realize in a panic that her face had broken out in a rash. Tang Shu had misunderstood and accidentally ruined her plan. He produced a jar of ointment from somewhere and said gently, "Don't move, I'll apply it for you." Then he whispered, "It's a good thing I had physician He sprinkle itching powder on your veil. If you had really been taken away, how could I protect you?" His gentle hand caressed Noonuo's face, and she dared not look him in the eye. "Is he worried about me? I'll let go this time. There will be other opportunities to get close to the first prince. The story isn't over yet." Tang Shu looked smug, as if he had just played a trick on someone. "But don't worry, this prince won't let him get away with it," he finished, cupping her face in his hands and looking at her dotingly. His words held so much meaning, but she didn't understand any of it. The scene cuts to the first prince's residence. An attendant anxiously calls from outside the door. "Your Highness, you've been to the privy over 10 times today." Inside, the first prince gritted his teeth, his face turning purple. "Damn it, this isn't over." Suddenly, the first prince shrieked, "I'm out of paper." Meanwhile, back with Noonuo, she was pinching physician He's neck and yelling, "You're not cute at all. You tricked me with Tang Shu." Physician He struggled desperately. "Ouch, that hurts." Tang Shu opened the door and walked in, exasperated. "What are you two doing now?" Seeing her rescuer, physician He cried even louder, "Tang Gij, quickly look at your future princess." Noonuo blushed and quickly let go. "What future princess?" He patted, "Put this on." Noonuo picked up the beautiful dress, feeling apprehensive. Oh no, I'm definitely going to get scolded. Arriving at the concubine's residence, it was extremely quiet. The pond water was clear, the greenery lush, and the air fresh. Noonuo wore a vibrant orange dress, the color making her skin appear snow white. Noonuo was a little excited. This was her first time walking freely in the Serpent Clan Palace. Soon, she was brought before the concubine. The woman before her was extremely beautiful, but seemed very displeased with her. So you're the tribute. You got quite the nerve. Do you know what you've done? Noonuo panicked, but mustered the courage to look up at her. Her gaze was sharp, her eyes wide, as if she wanted to devour Noonuo. Noonuo trembled and lowered her head, weakly saying, "Your ladyship, please spare me." Her slender hand tugged on Noonuo's rabbit ears. With such long rabbit ears, how can you still not remember my words? The woman, with delicate features, a noble air, and exquisite makeup, continued coldly, "I told you to curry favor with Tang Shu, but you went and flirted with someone else." The rabbit demon, Ruo Wanbao, hearing these words, couldn't hide the worry on her face. She sighed and said, "Your ladyship, I really tried my best, it's just that Tang. He's not interested at all." Hearing this, Consort Snake coldly ordered, "Ruo Wanbao, where's your rabbit tail? Show it to me." Ruo Wanbao, both embarrassed and ashamed, blushed crimson, her small body trembling slightly. "Yes," she replied. Closing her eyes, her cheeks burning, she gently pushed. With a poof, a round, fluffy rabbit tail popped out from behind Ruo Wanbao. Consort Snake happily stepped forward, reaching out to touch and squeeze the tail. "It feels so nice," she remarked. "It would make a wonderful toy if I cut it off." Hearing this, the rabbit demon Ruo Wanbao burst into tears, nearly flooding the room. With her hands clasped together, she pleaded, her voice trembling, "Your Highness, please spare me." Seeing this, Consort Snake chuckled. "I'm just teasing you." She pulled Ruo Wanbao up, patted her hand affectionately, and said with a smile, "Get up. I heard you can't transform at will. So what do you do at night?" Stroking Ruo Wanbao's hand, a calculating glint flashed in Consort Snake's eyes. "Little Tang Shu doesn't like adult beast men," she continued. "He always thought you were the same age as him. That's why he likes you so much. Children's hearts are the purest. Adults have too many thoughts, too many struggles." Ruo Wanbao pondered this. When the little Snake King transformed before, his body was weak, and he had never seen her human form. If the consort was right, and the little Snake King saw her human form, an image suddenly flashed in her mind. The small, frail Snake King standing before her, calling out, "Ruo Wanbao," and she replying, "It's me." But unexpectedly, as soon as she answered, the little Snake King burst into tears, saying, "You're not Ruo Wanbao. Ruo Wanbao is small and cute." Thinking of this, Ruo Wanbao's face paled. She felt certain the little Snake King would hate her. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the consort waving her hand in front of her face and calling her name. Suddenly, Ruo Wanbao snapped back to reality and looked at the consort in alarm. "Ah, Your Highness, please continue." The consort handed her a round, bright red pill. "Ruo Wanbao, don't disappoint me this time." This red pill was the frost fragrance pill. Upon learning the pill's purpose, Ruo Wanbao fell to her knees in terror, clutching the consort's leg and crying, "Last time, the prince threw me into the lake, and I almost drowned. If your Highness has any pity for me, please let me stay by your side and serve you." Consort Snake narrowed her eyes, impatience flickering across her face as she looked at the rabbit demon. She then ordered the maids to restrain Ruo Wanbao. 2 maids seized her, and she struggled desperately, but to no avail. The consort stepped closer, lifting Ruo Wanbao's chin. "Ruo Wanbao, if you want to live, you have to listen to me." She brought the red pill to her lips. "Come on, open wide." Forced to swallow the pill, Ruo Wanbao trembled all over, her face burning red, sweat dripping down her forehead. She could only grit her teeth and endure. She sat quietly in the carriage, the night long and dark. When they arrived at the Night Prince's mansion, the coachman announced, "Miss, we've arrived." Hearing this, Ruo Wanbao lifted her skirt and jumped out of the carriage. Distressed by the effects of the pill, she breathed heavily, tears streaming down her face. Tang Shu's name echoed in her mind. She rushed into the mansion, pushing open the door, her mind filled with nothing but Tang Shu. But the room was empty. She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her forehead, wondering where Tang Shu could be. The drug's effects intensified, causing her extreme discomfort. She lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, she thought, Tang Shu isn't even here. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside, "Third brother," startling her to her feet. The newcomer was a young man with auburn hair, green eyes, and the vertical pupils characteristic of the snake race. He seemed slightly embarrassed to see Ruo Wanbao, his face flushing faintly. "You're that tribute, aren't you?" he asked. Ruo Wanbao sat there, her clothes disheveled, her body trembling. The young man spoke with a calculating tone. "It seems my king has good taste. With you looking like this, you'll surely become his cash cow." Hearing this, Ruo Wanbao immediately retorted, "Tang Shu will be back soon. Don't come any closer." The young man sneered. This little tribute is quite clever, knowing she has a backer. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and lifted her chin. "You're feeling quite uncomfortable, aren't you?" She turned her face away in shame and anger. Suddenly, as if seized by a fit, Ruo Wanbao slapped his hand away. "Get away from me," she raged. She thought to herself, "If I fall into his hands, I'm going to be sent to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I'm afraid I won't be able to get near the first prince in this lifetime." The young man, stunned by Ruo Wanbao's reaction, said, "So fierce. I'm not going to eat you." He rubbed his hand where she'd slapped him. The young man's eyes were full of contemplation. "I just wanted to help you," he said. Then he held out the cage containing a robust black rabbit to Ruo Wanbao. "I was originally planning to trade this for you with third brother, but the king arrived just in time. It seems you really need this." Ruo Wanbao froze at this scene. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a red snake tail flew out and tightly coiled around her. Ruo Wanbao screamed in terror, "No, let me go." Then a hand pressed directly onto the bright red mark on her forehead. With one forceful push, Ruo Wanbao instantly transformed into a round, white rabbit. The prince smiled slyly and opened the black rabbit's cage. The black rabbit also seemed to be under the influence of an aphrodisiac. The prince sneered, "Spiritual rabbit Ruo Wanbao, you should thank me properly." The rabbit trembled, unsure whether from anger or fear, cursing the prince inwardly. "Thank you, my foot. Thank you very much." The black rabbit lunged at Noonuo. Noonuo reacted quickly, nimbly dodging the black rabbit's attack, leaving it to fall on empty air. Before she could get far, someone grabbed her. Noonuo was startled. Tang Shu said with a grin, "Little tribute, you're in this state. Where do you think you're going?" Noonuo's eyes widened. She decided to use all four paws, gathering her strength. "Humph, humph, humph. I'll kick you to death." No sooner said than done. She jumped onto Tang Shu's face and delivered a fierce kick. Taking advantage of Tang Shu's surprise, Noonuo quickly hopped away. Retreat was the best option. Before leaving, she didn't forget to look back and taunt, "See ya?" This left Tang Shu gnashing his teeth. Then Tang Shu grabbed the black rabbit, jumped down while holding onto the door frame, and chased after Noonuo, yelling, "Don't even think about running." After landing, Tang Shu ran while holding the black rabbit and shouted, "Stop." This shout only made Noonuo run faster. Reaching the lakeside, Noonuo suddenly stopped. Tang Shu caught up, panting, and asked triumphantly, "Why aren't you running anymore? Aren't you rabbits afraid of water?" Noonuo thought, "That's right. Most rabbits are afraid of water, so I'll gamble." She stared intently at the lake's surface, summoning her courage. Then she leaped, jumping into the lake. Tang Shu's eyes widened in astonishment. Noonuo landed steadily on a lotus leaf in the middle of the lake, crossed her paws, and looked at Tang Shu smugly. "Didn't expect that, did you?" But Tang Shu wasn't giving up. He threw the black rabbit into the center of the lake and commanded, "Catch her." The black rabbit lunged towards Noonuo. Due to the difference in speed and weight, the lotus leaf wobbled precariously, nearly capsizing. Finally, both rabbits splashed into the lake. Tang Shu clutched his head and yelled in frustration, "Arg. The rabbits are gone, and the pond is ruined." Seeing the black rabbit struggling and choking on water, Noonuo thought, "It can't swim. I just need to hold on for 3 minutes." Sure enough, the black rabbit soon fainted. Noonuo used all her strength to drag the black rabbit out of the water. As soon as she surfaced, Noonuo gasped for air. The black rabbit floated like a small, furry log. Seeing Noonuo drag the rabbit ashore, Tang Shu exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be able to swim." What a surprising little tribute. He watched Noonuo scramble ashore, then said, "That's the fiercest beast in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and you took it down so easily. If there are any after effects, How do you plan to compensate me? Noonuo simply crossed her arms and sneered at his words. Compensate you, my foot. Tang Shu narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a snake tail wrapped around Noonuo, suspending her in front of Tang Shu. Noonuo's eyes reddened, and she thought miserably, it seems I still can't escape the clutches of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The snake tail placed Noonuo on a rock, and Tang Shu began rummaging through his robes. Finally, he pulled out a towel and began to dry Noonuo, which made her panic. Tang Shu is being so gentle. This must be a trap. Then, he opened his palm and offered her a pill, saying, "Eat this." Noonuo shook her head frantically, thinking, absolutely not, this must be poison. Tang Shu didn't have time to waste words with her. He directly pinched open her mouth, stuffed the pill inside, and forced Noonuo to swallow. Then he explained, Air Fei fed you a cold incense pill. If you don't take the antidote, you're finished. After swallowing the pill, Noonuo immediately felt a refreshing coolness wash over her, and the discomfort in her body slowly subsided. Before Noonuo could relax, Tang Shu started poking her head with his finger, teasing her. The tribute is so silly and foolish. It's quite fun to keep you around. No wonder third brother refused to give you to me. Tang Shu rummaged in his sleeve again. He held a spirit fruit in his palm and offered it to Noonuo. This spirit fruit is condensed from spiritual energy. It can help you transform. It's very precious. Tang Shu rested his chin on his hand and continued, how about I bring you some to eat every day? Noonuo, who was nibbling on the spirit fruit, froze, thinking, every day. She glanced down at Tang Shu's feet, then back at the spirit fruit, giving him an absolutely not look. Tang Shu playfully poked Noonuo's face and feigned grievance. I give you such good things, and you still dislike them. You really don't appreciate this snake's kindness. As the two were playing around, a stone suddenly flew past their faces, startling them both. Tang Shu held the stone in his hand and coldly warned Tang Shu, this king didn't ask you to do these things. Tang Shu immediately withdrew his hand and waved innocently. Wait, I won't touch her anymore, brother, don't be angry. He inwardly groaned. Third brother is such a jealous king. Tang Shu glared coldly at Noonuo, who was so frightened that she didn't even dare swallow the spirit fruit in her mouth. Tang Shu quickly turned his gaze back to Tang Shu. Aren't you leaving yet? Tang Shu stared at him for a moment, then grabbed the unconscious black rabbit by the ears and hurried away. All right, I'm leaving. Before leaving, he cheerfully announced, I'll be back tomorrow. Both Tang Shu and Noonuo looked at him helplessly. This guy really wasn't afraid of death. After Tang Shu left, Tang Shu turned to Noonuo and said, eat more. The spirit fruit is good for you. Noonuo, having received her master's permission, immediately began to munch on the fruit, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. After finishing, she casually tossed the pit on the ground, her belly round and full, her mood much better than before. Afterwards, Noonuo quickly transformed into her human form, Ruo Wanbao. She happily thought the spirit fruit really does help with transformation. Tang Shu blushed as he looked at his beloved's adorable appearance. Ruo Wanbao didn't notice his expression, instead asking worriedly, where did you go today? What if Tang Shu comes again tomorrow? Tang Shu coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and slowly replied, this king has been busy with affairs recently and hasn't been in the palace often. Having him watch over you, I feel more at ease. Ruo Wanbao pointed at her face angrily. At ease. He's the most dangerous snake. Today I almost. Tang Shu turned to leave, but his robe was immediately grabbed by her. Hey, where are you going? Tang Shu didn't answer, only gently reminding her, remember my words, stay in the palace. With that, Tang Shu turned and left. Ruo Wanbao stared at Tang Shu's departing figure, suddenly feeling a little worried. What was he planning to do? Night fell, the sky darkened, and the moonlight seemed to become the only source of light. At this moment, moonlight bathed the earth. The female lead was sleeping soundly when suddenly, with a splat, a spirit fruit hit her forehead. Ruo Wanbao woke up with a start and yelled, who? Tang Shu walked in with a smile. Oh, it's me, you're dead. He patted her head and said, quickly eat these spirit fruits. After eating them, you'll be able to transform freely. Ruo Wanbao feigned obedience, trying to get information out of him. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? Tang Shu's expression suddenly tightened, his thin lips pressed into a line, his hand resting on the blanket covering her. He leaned closer, closing the distance between them, and whispered, what if I said, I like you? The two stared at each other for a moment. Tang Shu suddenly turned his head, picked up something, and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, I brought you this. He held up the object in his hand and introduced it with a smile. This is moon shadow silk, thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with luster. So pretty. Ruo Wanbao's eyes widened, taking the item with surprised delight. But she didn't forget to ask the reason, as no one gives gifts without a motive. Why are you giving this to me? Tang Shu twirled his folding fan, answering casually, Big Brother's birthday banquet is in a few days. Third brother is always solitary, and Big Brother has always tried to foist women on him. I bet this time will be no different. So, for third brother's sake, you need to pretend to be his woman. Tang Shu placed his fan under her chin, continuing, Big Brother has tried to push women on a third brother many times before, and he'll definitely try the same trick again. So you need to help third brother and pretend to be his woman. Her eyes immediately lit up. The first prince's birthday. What a great opportunity. Ruo Wanbao jumped up excitedly, raising her hand and shouting, I'm in. Styling Tang Shu. Seeing her strong reaction, Tang Shu asked with some disappointment, do you like third brother that much? Ruo Wanbao blushed, retorting, who likes him? Honestly, Tang Shu handed her a snake-shaped bracelet, instructing, wear this. It can protect you in case of danger. She took it excitedly, trying to put it on like a normal bracelet, but couldn't find the clasp. She looked bewildered. Tang Shu sighed helplessly. I knew you wouldn't know how to use it. You need to be my disciple, and this king will condescend to teach you. Before he could finish, Ruo Wanbao happily held out her hand, proudly showing off like this. The snake on the bracelet was actually real, hissing and flicking its tongue as if trying to frighten Tang Shu. A small poison needle shot out from the snake's mouth. Tang Shu quickly dodged, grabbed the snake, gave it a gentle squeeze, and carefully returned it to Ruo Wanbao. Hold it properly. You almost ruined this king's handsome face. Go change your clothes and train properly with me. Scolded and a bit confused, she obediently took the bracelet back. The two quickly went to the training grounds. She stared at the black dot on the scarecrow's face, raising her hand to aim. Tang Shu immediately moved closer, one hand adjusting her shoulder, the other gently holding her wrist, patiently guiding her along. First make a fist, then straighten your wrist, align your shoulder, stand firm, aim, and then move your wrist slightly. He was very close, speaking softly in her ear, making her incredibly nervous. Their eyes were almost touching, she in front, he behind. Once she adjusted her posture, Tang Shu shouted, fire. Seeing the poison needle hit the bullseye Tang Shu had drawn, Ruo Wanbao was so surprised her jaw dropped. She turned to Tang Shu happily. Ah, I hit it. Before she could celebrate, he suddenly sensed a murderous aura nearby. Looking back, Tang Shu was leaning against the wall, having been watching them for some time. Tang Shu nervously asked, third brother, when did you arrive? He immediately released Ruo Wanbao, quickly stepping back and hastily explaining, third brother, I was training her as you instructed. You're not angry, are you? Tang Shu said coldly, I didn't tell you to teach her these things. Tang Shu quickly tried to appease him. Third brother, isn't that a bit much? Isn't it better that she can protect herself? Ruo Wanbao stood beside them, completely lost in their conversation, thinking to herself, can you say something I can understand? Am I in danger? Not wanting to keep her questions bottled up, she asked directly, Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Tang Shu gently wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Only then did he calmly answer her question, turn into a rabbit. I'm taking you out. Hearing the reason, Ruo Wanbao transformed into a rabbit without hesitation. Taking me out to play. Great. Adding a bow to her ears, a bell around her neck, and a cute cotton ball tied to her tail. After the transformation, she was a cute and flamboyant little rabbit. But Noonuo didn't seem to like it, even stomping her feet in a huff. Tang Shu sarcastically praised, third brother, you have a little girl living inside you, don't you? Tang Shu didn't care, picking up the sulking Noonuo and saying to Tang Shu, cut the crap, let's go. The three left the residence and headed to a lavishly decorated restaurant. Tang Shu kept Noonuo by his side. As he and Tang Shu were drinking, someone suddenly called out, third brother. The owner of the voice immediately came over to greet them. Long time no see, third brother. Two children immediately took an interest in Noonuo upon seeing her. Third brother, your tribute is amazing. Isn't this the rabbit that performed for the noble consort in the palace? She's so cute. Noonuo looked at the two children, wondering, are they also royal children? The child continued, perform for us too, little rabbit, and reached out to touch Noonuo. Tang Shu immediately picked her up to shield her. She can't eat anymore. Tang Shu held Noonuo in his arms, explaining, this king can barely hold her anymore. Hearing this, Noonuo bit Tang Shu in frustration, thinking sullenly, how heavy can a little rabbit like me be? The two children were terrified by this scene. How dare she bite third brother? Tang Shu added fuel to the fire. Yeah, she's got some nerve. Unexpectedly, even more people arrived. A girl, frowning, just realized there was a gathering she hadn't been invited to. She questioned, third brother, why didn't you invite me to the banquet? Tang Shu, the princess, didn't want to answer and quickly covered her face with her hands, pretending not to see her. Tang Shu did the same, hurriedly raising his fan to hide his face. The princess quickly noticed Noonuo and immediately acted exceptionally affectionate. What a cute rabbit. Third brother, are you going to give it to me? The princess's overly enthusiastic attitude made Noonuo tremble with fear. Noonuo stared wide-eyed at the little princess. This princess, Noonuo, small in stature, like a mischievous little snake spirit, was at a playful age. Tang Shu, sitting beside her, turned his head and whispered, you'd better be careful. My sister has killed at least 8 tributes, maybe even 10. Noonuo broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Princess Noonuo put on a fake smile and reached out her hand. Good tribute. This princess will take you to eat delicious food. Okay. At this moment, Noonuo was scared out of her wits and jumped directly into Tang Shu's arms. This embarrassed Princess Noonuo, leaving her frozen in place. Noonuo poked her head out triumphantly, thinking confidently, I don't believe you dare reach into your imperial brother's clothes. At this moment, Tang Shu felt every single one of Noonuo's hairs prickling him, and his face flushed. This fake rabbit's fur was too soft and ticklish. He helplessly pressed her head down, saying, don't move. Noonuo felt wronged and bit Tang Shu hard, cursing inwardly. I thought you were bringing me to a feast, but it turned out to be a trap. Tang Shu's eyes widened from the bite, but he could only helplessly let her vent her anger. He shielded his stomach with his hand and forced a smile at the little princess. Since you're here, sit down and eat with us. The little princess clenched her fists reluctantly, but in front of her imperial brother, she could only nod. All right. She quickly sat down next to Tang Shu. The little princess's gaze kept flitting between them, thinking, third brother really dotes on that rabbit. The banquet soon ended, and Tang Shu was slightly tipsy. Tang Shu instructed his subordinates, take good care of third brother on the way. Yes. The carriage quickly departed. Tang Shu felt a splitting headache. He raised his hand and repeatedly rubbed his head, murmuring, finally out. Noonuo also poked her head out to observe the surroundings. She scrambled her hands and feet on Tang Shu, making rabbit noises, leaving him bewildered. He covered her mouth with his hand. Speak human. She quickly used magic to transform back into her human form. In the blink of an eye, Noonuo had returned to her human form. She raised her voice in dissatisfaction. Let me tell you, that princess scared me so much I didn't dare come out. Tang Shu patted his forehead helplessly. I wasn't planning on inviting her today. I originally wanted you to make an appearance. Hearing this, Noonuo curiously moved closer to him. Make what kind of appearance? She thought to herself, what scheme is Tang Shu up to now? Her eyes, crystal clear like 2 gems, waited quietly for him to speak. Looking at the beautiful, fair-skinned girl before him, Tang Shu's heart stirred. His gaze fixed on her, but his face suddenly flushed. He quickly averted his gaze and awkwardly changed the subject. You haven't eaten anything, have you? You must be starving. Come on, let's go get something to eat. I need to sober up too. At the mention of food, Noonuo's eyes lit up like headlights. She asked incredulously, really, can I go out? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly kissed Tang Shu on the face, repeatedly praising him. Tang Shu, you're so nice. Tang Shu was stunned by the kiss, too happy to speak. Noonuo cheered excitedly. Let's go shopping. Tang Shu touched his cheek and muttered under his breath, "You little rascal." The streets were crowded, red lanterns hung high, and Tang Shu stood in a corner, looking around. He suddenly said to Noonuo, "Wait a moment." Then he picked up a cute rabbit mask and put on her. He also chose a cool, mysterious black mask for himself, and then seriously instructed her, "Don't let anyone recognize you." Then, striking a seal-like pose, he said to Noonuo, "Let's go. I'll buy you anything you want to eat." Looking at his handsome back, she couldn't help but sigh. Tang Shu is being too nice today. It feels a bit unreal. Looking at his blurred figure, Noonuo suddenly blushed shyly. They arrived at a food stall with a large sign hanging above it. "Welcome to Taste." Noonuo sampled a few snacks, her face full of satisfaction, her hands cupping them tightly, completely engrossed. Tang Shu stood beside her and asked dotingly, "Is it good?" She didn't answer, but picked up a piece of pastry and held it to his mouth. "You try it too." Tang Shu didn't refuse. Under her expectant gaze, he took a bite, chewed a few times, and then said coldly. With a flourish, he tossed out a pouch of silver and declared generously, "Shopkeeper, one order each of osmanthus cake, peach blossom cake, vegetarian balls, and jujube cake, all to go." Noonuo stood beside him, her mouth watering. Craving more, she suggested, "I also want some sweet soup." Tang Shu agreed without hesitation. "All right." Just then, the little princess was secretly following them from a distance. Within the opulent and familiar palace walls, she clenched her fists in jealousy. A kind palace maid led Noonuo away, whispering, "Consort, he has summoned you urgently. She asked for you while the prince was away. I don't know what she intends, but don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Looking at the gentle young woman, Noonuo was touched. "You're so kind." The little rabbit felt a flicker of worry, wondering if Consort he would punish her for her 2 previous failures. Suddenly, the little princess from that day appeared. "It's you," Noonuo exclaimed, poking the little rabbit's head without hesitation. She said haughtily, "Consort, he summoned you to the palace again. You're really something. I wonder what makes you so different from other rabbits." The palace maid immediately bowed her head. "Princess, the other consorts are waiting. This servant will take her leave now." However, she was met with a sharp slap from the little princess. Slap! The palace maid lost her balance and fell to the ground, pulling Noonuo down with her. The little princess sneered, "You lowly thing, how dare you wave your hand in front of this princess?" With that, she roughly grabbed Noonuo by the ears and lifted her up, causing Noonuo to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. The little princess grinned wickedly. "What are you afraid of? I just want to see you perform." Noonuo was then forcibly brought to a table piled high with food. She commanded, "Eat all of this." Noonuo thought helplessly, "How can I possibly finish all of this? She's clearly making things difficult for me." The kind palace maid kept pleading, begging the princess to let her go. "Our prince really cares about this tribute." But the little princess ignored her, scolding, "What are you making such a fuss about? Gag her." Saying this, she shoved a large chicken leg into Noonuo's mouth. Her face fierce, she urged, "Eat faster, or I'll beat her to death with a stick." Faced with such a blatant threat, Noonuo had no choice but to comply. Soon, the mountain of food on the table was reduced to a pile of scraps. Noonuo's cheeks were puffed out, round, and adorable. The table was covered in fish bones and leftover pastries. Noonuo lay helplessly on the table, her belly swollen. "I really can't eat anymore." The little princess, however, refused to relent. She grabbed Noonuo's legs and shook her violently, making Noonuo extremely uncomfortable. "I feel so sick. I want to throw up." With the little princess's relentless shaking, Noonuo finally couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot. Ugh! The little princess shrieked at the sight. Disgusting. She flung Noonuo away, sending the little rabbit spinning. Just then, a snake tail appeared, wrapping around Noonuo's battered body and rescuing her. It was Tang Shu. He gently stroked the little rabbit in his arms, and then glared coldly at the little princess. Tears welled up in Noonuo's eyes as she cried out pathetically, "Tang Shu." He rolled up his sleeves like a boss and wiped her mouth, unable to bear the sight of his beloved tribute being bullied and left lying on the floor. Completely oblivious to his emotions, the little princess said jealously, "Third brother, I want that tribute. Give her to me. Noonuo trembled weakly, clinging to his embrace. She pleaded softly, "Save me, Tang Shu." He continued to stroke her comfortingly, but his gaze sharpened, fixed on the little princess. The little princess tilted her head up in dissatisfaction. "Third brother, why are you looking at me like that? It's just a tribute." Tang Shu remained silent, his gaze cold and unwavering, more frightening than ever before, making the little princess slightly apprehensive. She suddenly burst into tears, crying out, "Third brother, you're treating me like this for a mere tribute. I'm going to tell father and mother." The palace maids quickly tried to dissuade her. Prince Tang Shu is gravely ill, and His Majesty is particularly lenient towards him. If you cause trouble with him, if his illness flares up, what should we do? Noonuo looked at him sadly, thinking, gravely ill. Aside from his frightening face, he doesn't look sick at all. The little princess angrily wiped her tears. Still unwilling to give up, she angrily lunged forward, trying to snatch Noonuo from Tang Shu's arms. "She's just a lowly tribute. I want her. I don't believe you dare hit me." Her sudden movement startled Noonuo, causing her to shrink back in fear. To the little princess's surprise, Tang Shu's snake tail lashed out, tightly coiling around her arm. The little princess trembled in pain, her mouth agape in shock. Tang Shu glared coldly at her, his voice stern and severe. "What if I punish you?" Her arm was firmly held, unable to move. Her face was full of surprise and fear as she stared blankly at Tang Shu. Just then, the first prince's voice rang out. What happened? He stepped forward to support the trembling little princess. Crying, she nestled into his arms, while the first prince remained calm. He asked again, "What happened here?" The first prince affectionately rubbed his younger sister's hair and asked, "Who dared to make my sister angry?" The little princess pointed angrily at Noonuo, snapping that tribute. His gaze instantly turned icy, fixed on her, making her tremble with fear. Suddenly, the first prince's expression changed, and he smoothed things over with a smile. "Is it really worth arguing over something like this? We're siblings. Tang Shu, if my sister likes this tribute, it's her good fortune. Just let her have it." Tang Shu didn't respond, only patted Noonuo's head reassuringly. "Ruowanbeo, don't be afraid." Noonuo was a little surprised, thinking to herself, "He actually called me Ruowanbeo." Then Tang Shu walked past the first prince with an expressionless face, leaving the first prince stunned. Seeing this scene, the palace maids began to whisper, "The third prince doesn't take the first prince seriously at all. They are both vying for the throne. Who knows who will win in the end?" Another palace maid whispered, "But the first prince is clearly stronger than the third prince. It's too much for the third prince to disregard everyone like this." To maintain his image, the first prince reached out to stop Tang Shu. "Third brother, are you really going to upset my sister over a tribute?" Anger flashed in Tang Shu's eyes, and he coldly spat out a single word, "Scram." He then ignored him, indifferently shaking off the first prince's hand, and replied calmly, "Who is really fighting for what?" Completely ignored, the first prince stood frozen, watching Tang Shu's tall, imposing figure walk out the door. He just stood there blankly, his face gloomy for a long time. By then, dusk had almost fallen outside. Tang Shu quickly returned to the Night Prince's mansion. Suddenly, his footsteps faltered and his face darkened. Then he set her aside. Noonuo seemed to sense something was wrong. Tang Shu's heart was beating too fast. Was he unwell? His voice carried a hint of fatigue as he ordered, "Go back to your room and rest. Stay away from me." Tang Shu helplessly raised a hand to cover his forehead. "I can't guarantee what I'll do to you in a moment." Noonuo indicated that she didn't want to leave, reaching out to pull him, whimpering. Tang Shu shouted agitatedly, "Stay away from me. Go." Startled, she wondered, could it be the illness they talked about? Seeing her reaction, Tang Shu trembled slightly, but still forced himself to speak arrogantly. What a coward, a waste. At this moment, he transformed back into the little snake prince. He looked very weak and muttered in a low voice, "Don't touch me. Don't try to steal my things." Soon, his body began to change again. He seemed to be in great pain, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out to him. Noonuo had transformed back into her human form. She gently embraced him, patting him. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's all right. It's all over now." Tang Shu and the others had angered him, reminding him of being bullied as a child. The frail little snake prince couldn't bear the stimulation, which was why Tang Shu appeared. Everyone only knew that they couldn't provoke Tang Shu, otherwise he would get a headache. It was better to let him change back into the little snake prince. Noonuo began to worry. It would be too dangerous if his secret was discovered by others. I must help him keep this secret. The night was deep, and Tang Shu soon fell asleep. Lying in her cage, Noonuo drowsily heard a strange sound and slowly opened her eyes. What's that sound? A huge snake, its skin emerald green, appeared before her, staring intently at the iron cage. She was terrified, but thankfully the cage was locked, and the snake's head couldn't get in for the moment. It began to coil its tail around the small cage, its head repeatedly striking the top. Noonuo trembled with fear, whimpering like a rabbit. Just then, the little snake prince came in carrying food. "Little rabbit, are you hungry?" She looked at him pleadingly. Following Noonuo's gaze, the giant snake also looked towards the doorway. The little snake prince dropped the food tray in his hands in a panic, then calmly shouted, "Who sent you? Try hurting Ruowanbeo." The snake was not afraid at all and lunged directly at the little snake prince. "Who do you think you are? Why do you look like the third prince when he was young?" Seeing that it was about to discover the secret, Noonuo panicked, thinking, "I'm really done for now." Then that super huge snake, completely clueless, was ranting about taking you back to the princess for inspection. Talk about overconfidence. But Tang Shu wasn't having any of it. He wriggled and bit down hard on the giant snake, yelling, "Let me go." Before the giant snake could react, Tang Shu bit down hard again, making a shriek in pain. The giant snake couldn't take it anymore and completely lost it. It lashed out with its tail, striking Tang Shu hard. Seeing Tang Shu collapse unconscious on the ground, it sneered triumphantly, "Humph, with such little skill, you dare to fight me. What a jerk." Just then a voice rang out, "Stop." The giant snake was startled and looked up to see a beautiful young woman with fair skin and flowing robes standing there. After a moment of stunned silence, the giant snake finally reacted, "Oh, isn't it the little rabbit? You finally decided to show yourself." Completely ignoring the giant snake, Noonuo rushed over and hugged Tang Shu tightly, saying angrily, "How dare you hurt my little snake?" Before she finished speaking, with a whoosh, an arrow flew out from Noonuo's sleeve. She yelled, "Die!" The arrow was as fast as lightning. The giant snake had no time to dodge. With a bang, it hit the snake right in the eye, blood splattering everywhere. The giant snake writhed in pain. Noonuo seized the opportunity, scooped up Tang Shu, and ran. Deep in the night, the two finally escaped, but Noonuo looked bewildered, muttering to herself, "Oh no, where should we go now?" Just then, the night wind ruffled her hair. Tang Shu suddenly began to transform, in the blink of an eye returning to his original enormous form. His massive body landed right on top of Noonuo. Startled and annoyed, Noonuo exclaimed, "Can you give me a warning before you transform? And you're so heavy." But he wasn't fully conscious yet, his eyes hazy and his expression weary. Suddenly, with a thud, he passed out. Noonuo panicked and quickly patted his back, yelling, "Wake up. Don't you dare fall asleep." Tang Shu abruptly woke up and accidentally pushed Noonuo to the ground. He asked, his face full of confusion, "What trick are you playing now? Did you sneak out of the palace again?" They were so close that Noonuo's face flushed red. She pushed him away angrily. "Is your brain made of rocks?" You know what? By this time, the giant snake had caught up, still ranting about catching them. But when it arrived, it only saw a huge, dark, and ugly Tang Shu. The little guy was nowhere to be seen. The giant snake was completely dumbfounded. After a while, it finally reacted, "Wait, that kid is the third prince." Heavens, this is a huge secret. But the stubborn snake still had a smug look on its face as it swaggered over and arrogantly declared, "Third prince Tang Shu, you're dead." Tang Shu glared, his eyes burning with rage. Just as the giant snake's tail was about to strike Noonuo, Tang Shu's large hand wrapped around her waist. With a dashing wave of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying power. Tang Shu only casually waved his hand, but the giant snake writhed in agony. With one arm around the beauty and the other clenched tight, he erupted with immense power. In the blink of an eye, the giant snake was beaten into a bloody pulp, leaving only a pool of blood. After finishing it off, Tang Shu didn't forget to lower his head and mutter a few disdainful words. Noonuo gazed at him with starry eyes, thinking that Tang Shu looked so weak, yet was so powerful. If only he could help her kill the first prince. Thinking of this, she hugged him with joy, her drool even getting on him. Tang Shu gently wiped the blood from her face. Noonuo stared at him Tricha, her eyes full of adoration. He suddenly noticed and said indulgently, "Are you captivated by me?" Noonuo's eyes were sly, her pupils sparkling as she acted coquettishly. "No way, Your Highness, you're so amazing. Who's stronger, you or the first prince?" Tang Shu was immediately displeased. Why does everyone like to compare me to him, even you? He pinched her chin angrily and asked, "Are you looking for a more powerful backer?" Noonuo felt a pang of pain in her heart. That hurts. Why is he suddenly angry? But I can't tell him I want to kill the first prince. Before she could answer, he turned his face away and muttered sullenly, "As expected, you're just like them, only fawning over the strong." Ignoring his thoughts, Noonuo tugged on the corner of his robe. With a determined look in her eyes, she said earnestly, "No, I want you to win. If you need me, you can use me however you want. I will help you win." Tang Shu looked at the slightly sly girl in front of him and remained silent for a long time, not responding. At this moment, Noonuo was incredibly smug, secretly chuckling to herself. Helping him is helping myself, helping Princess Shu. Suddenly, Tang Shu raised his head. Noonuo's eyes were still innocent and naive. Then, he unexpectedly kissed her lips gently. As if possessed by love, Noonuo didn't resist at all and obediently responded to him. Seeing she didn't refuse, Tang Shu wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. After the kiss, he lifted her up like a domineering CEO and confirmed, "You said it yourself, don't regret it." Tang Shu roughly pushed Noonuo onto the bed, making her cry out in pain. Seeing him start to undress, she sat up awkwardly and said, "Your Highness, aren't you being a little too hasty?" But he seemed to have no intention of stopping, not even listening to her words. He reached out, grabbed her legs, pulled her back onto the bed, and pressed down on her forcefully, asking playfully, "Where do you think you're going?" Tang Shu looked at Noonuo affectionately and continued, "I call you Rowanbeo, but Rowan shouldn't be your real name, right? What's your real name?" They were extremely close, her face flushed, her eyes flickering as she stammered, "It's Rin, Noonuo." Noonuo, like in the saying, a promise worth 1,000 gold. He suddenly leaned in and whispered, "So your words are worth 1,000 gold." Noonuo confidently affirmed, "Of course, if you need me to do anything, just give the order." Hearing this, Tang Shu slowly said, "Tonight, I need you to accompany me to the first prince's birthday banquet. It's dangerous. If you don't want to go." She agreed without hesitation. "I'll go." In her mind, she was already scheming. If His Highness, the little snake, makes his move tonight, I can provide cover for him at the scene. He cupped Noonuo's delicate face in his hands and solemnly emphasized, "Even if there's a chance of death." She still answered without hesitation, "I'm willing to accompany you." In truth, she had her own plans. If I can successfully assassinate him, death would be no regret. He didn't say anything more, just stared at her sharply. "All right, you have to take responsibility for me." As soon as Tang Shu finished speaking, he quickly kissed Noonuo. He kissed her passionately, and before she could react, she obediently accepted and indulged in this torment. Noonuo was still thinking about her mission when a sudden inspiration struck her. "Fine, responsibility it is. Sharing a bed with you will at least allow me to report back to consortie." She quickly responded to him, and their passion intensified. Noonuo trembled all over, arching her back and clinging tightly to Tang Shu as they both let out suppressed sounds. Just as their passion reached its peak, the sixth prince suddenly barged in, shouting, "Third brother, I'm here to take you to the banquet." The entire internet is screaming for this protagonist couple, wishing they could boil this nosy snake brother alive. The scene was incredibly awkward. Everyone froze, and there was no further development. The beautiful mask prepared for Noonuo to wear to the banquet. The sixth prince kept urging from outside, "Are you ready yet?" Noonuo's voice rang out, "Almost." She walked out in a dazzling, elite dress, radiant and as captivatingly beautiful as a K-drama heroine. Tang Shu wasn't much better off, completely stunned into silence. The sixth prince leaned in with a mischievous grin and said, "Hey, does Tang Shu's rabbit have any sisters? I'm willing to pay 100 spirit stones for one, to raise myself. See how well we match." Noonuo immediately retorted, "Sixth prince, don't even dream about it. I'm not selling my sisters." Tang Shu frowned at this, turning around to instruct. This outfit is too eye-catching. Change into something else. The sixth prince, sensing his third brother's my wife is too beautiful crisis, quickly persuaded him, third brother, it's the person who's beautiful, not the clothes. No matter what you put on her, she'll still be stunning. Hearing this, he pursed his lips, a look of resignation on his face. Noonuo, wearing her mask, continued to adjust herself with her head held high. Tang Shu stepped forward, embraced her, and muttered reluctantly, forget it, leave it as it is. The banquet hall was bustling with people, lively and extravagant. Tang Shu and his entourage walked in, radiating brilliance, instantly becoming the center of attention. The noble women nearby whispered among themselves. The third prince actually brought a woman. I thought he wasn't interested in women. Who is she? Another guest. It must be that tribute everyone's been talking about lately, right? At this moment, Tang Shu's expression suddenly changed, his mind flashing back to traumatic memories of the past. Harsh words echoed in his mind. You brat, you dare to compete with the first prince for the throne. You're such a fool. Look at him trembling, haha. Noonuo, as always, was perceptive and immediately noticed something was wrong, whispering anxiously, oh no, something seems off with Tang Shu. She quickly moved closer and took his arm. He turned to look at her, his face grim. Noonuo's face was filled with worry as she softly called out, Your Highness. Tang Shu understood what she meant and held her hand, reassuring her, I'm fine, don't worry. Lost in their own world, the first prince, standing among the crowd, saw them. His gaze fixed on Noonuo, quickly recognizing the figure as the dancer from that day. Tang Shu led Noonuo to a table laden with delicacies, seated her, and said gently, Stay here and don't wander off. I'll be right back. She watched him walk away, wondering where they were going. At that moment, in front of the spoiled princess's room, a pair of feet suddenly stopped. The girl inside spoke with extreme impatience to the person outside. How dare you appear before me? Noonuo, standing alone outside, was terrified. The crazed princess charged out, brandishing a weapon and yelling, You think a disguise can fool me? I won't let you get away with this. Just as the whip was about to lash Noonuo, someone rushed forward and blocked it. It was the first prince, who said with a smile, Sister, stop it. She was stunned to see the first prince, wondering why he would help her. He tried to pull his sister away, but the stubborn princess wouldn't listen, shouting in the middle of the banquet, Let me go, brother. The first prince, having finally calmed the little tyrant down, looked curiously at Noonuo. Their eyes met, and her heart skipped a beat. She thought that since it was his birthday, he probably didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. A moment later, Tang Shu finally returned. She immediately threw herself into his arms and complained, You're finally back. Just now. But she suddenly froze, realizing that this wasn't Tang Shu's scent. It was more like the sixth prince's. The sixth prince, disguised as Tang Shu, whispered threateningly, Keep quiet if you want to live. Noonuo glared at him with disgust. Ugh, it's you. I'd rather have Lonnie. He put his arm around her shoulders smugly, feigning a domineering air. Just cooperate, and nothing will happen. The banquet soon began, and everyone was filled with laughter and joy, except at Noonuo's table, where the atmosphere was stiff. The two pretended to be intimate, afraid of being exposed. In the main hall, the first prince suggested, Why don't we have the tributes perform a dance for entertainment? Hearing this, she felt a little panicked, thinking that perhaps she could make her move during the dance. As a tribute, Noonuo was quickly arranged into the dance troupe. The first prince's gaze remained fixed on her, never relaxing. Noonuo seized the opportunity to dance, her movements graceful and practiced, but her mind was only on the first prince's next move. The first prince leisurely raised his cup and drank, enjoying the song and dance. The movement of his Adam's apple immediately caught Noonuo's attention. She stared intently at him, ready to strike. She thought, now's the time. But just then, a girl suddenly bumped into her. Her mask accidentally fell off, and someone whispered, It's not time yet. Noonuo hurriedly covered her face, wondering who that person was. The dance continued, and they finally collided. Noonuo was so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat. She thought, Oh no, I've been discovered. At the same time, the first prince's eyes lit up at the sight of the beauty, thinking, so that's who third brother was protecting that day. She stood there dumbfounded, completely at a loss. Then the fake Tang Shu walked over and picked up the mask. He began to scold, Are you trying to get us killed? You can't even keep a mask on. You're such an idiot. Noonuo retorted impatiently, Fine, fine. Can I go to the latrine? The fake Tang Shu was speechless and could only order, so troublesome. Take her away. She was quickly led away from the banquet. Noonuo looked around, feeling that something was wrong. She thought, wait, how can a latrine be so far? This isn't the way. She suddenly realized that she had fallen into a trap and took off running, but the other side had already laid a net. She struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. She cursed inwardly, this net is too sharp. It hurts. The villain finally appeared, saying triumphantly, now, where are you going to run? Noonuo was terrified. She thought, it's her again. I'm finished. What should I do? The princess pouted and viciously lashed the whip at Noonuo. The sound of the whip cracked in the air. Noonuo gritted her teeth and endured the pain. The princess glared at her fiercely, gritting her teeth. Still wearing the moonlight gauze my third brother gave you. You're not worthy. Seeing Noonuo trembling all over, she shouted, someone, drag her away. Noonuo was held down firmly by two people, unable to struggle. Let me go. I don't want to. The princess sneered, strip her naked. The maids immediately started to tear off her outer robe. Noonuo cried out desperately for mercy, but the princess remained unmoved, seemingly enjoying her plight. Noonuo screamed shrilly, help, Tang Shu. But it was the first prince who appeared. He sternly said, little sister, stop. The little princess froze, then turned to look at him. She reluctantly conceded, fine, I'll spare this tribute. The little princess continued haughtily, consider this lowly tribute my birthday gift to you, brother. I've already taught her a lesson. She won't dare defy you again. The first prince patted her head indulgently, smiling. All right. Thank you, my dear sister. He stared at Noonuo, slowly explaining, my sister isn't someone to be trifled with. She enjoys bullying the weaker tributes. However, I can't entirely blame her for bullying you. With your appearance, he trailed off, his gaze raking up and down Noonuo's body with a lewd expression. The exposed skin seemed to excite him. The first prince even licked his lips lasciviously, implying, now even I want to bully you. Noonuo was tightly bound by the thick, emerald-green snake tail, unable to move. It was the first prince who had captured her. His face was full of displeasure. You thought that paltry disguise could fool me. You thought I wouldn't recognize you. He leaned closer to her face. Noonuo, disgusted, turned her head away, nausea rising in her throat. Seeing this, the first prince's expression darkened. He snapped, you refuse. Noonuo lowered her eyes, utterly dejected, remaining silent. His voice became a sinister threat, a tribute disobeying. Not afraid of this prince's punishment. With that, he bared his sharp fangs and bit down hard on Noonuo's rabbit ears, causing her to tremble in pain. He retracted his slimy snake tail. Noonuo, fighting back the pain, struggled, but the first prince wouldn't relent. He murmured, what shall we play next? The restless snake tail slithered beneath her skirt. Noonuo trembled with shame and humiliation, tears welling in her eyes. She pleaded in a low voice, let me go, please. Mustering all her strength, she suddenly shot a hidden weapon from her wrist at him. But her little trick was useless against him. As Noonuo watched in shock, the first prince crushed the weapon in his bare hand. He laughed, trying to kill this prince. How cute. Did Tang Shu teach you that? He suddenly changed his tactics, his snake tail tightly coiling around Noonuo's waist, preventing any escape. His face close to hers, he whispered mockingly, you're too impatient. I haven't had enough fun yet. Why not wait a little longer? As soon as he finished speaking, he bit her neck. The first prince's snake tail had already slithered to her chest. Noonuo desperately endured the humiliation, thinking that there were still 3 or 4 hours until dawn. Tang Shu was just a lowly snake soldier now and couldn't possibly save her. Despair filled her eyes. The rumors she had heard about the first prince's twisted personality were all true. The little princess had once whispered to her, Noonuo, I don't want to marry that bloodthirsty and cruel first prince. She was young then, but understanding, and had comforted her, don't be afraid, princess. I'm here. Lost in these memories, Noonuo tried to reassure herself, I can't just give up. She was still lost in thought when the first prince grabbed her hair from behind, his action unforgivably rough. He angrily demanded, you're distracted. Do you think this prince is inferior to Tang Shu? Noonuo winced in pain, thinking that being tortured to death was worse than fighting to the death. The first prince suddenly went mad, licking her face with his wet tongue, calling her little rabbit so obedient. While he was distracted, Noonuo secretly hooked a small knife hidden under her foot with her toe. With all her might, she broke free from his grasp and, seizing the moment, slashed at the first prince with a knife. Caught off guard, the first prince bled profusely. She stabbed him again, the knife sinking into his chest. Just then, a group of men in black suddenly burst in. Noonuo looked back, thinking, it's over now, but at least the assassination was successful, so she had no regrets. Suddenly, a blade pierced her from behind, making her gasp in pain. Noonuo collapsed to the ground, hazily murmuring, goodbye. Tang Shu. In a blur, she saw a small snake approaching her, calling Rowan Bayo. The next morning, Noonuo woke up in Tang Shu's room. Her whole body ached, as if she had been run over by a carriage. She slowly opened her eyes. Tang Shu anxiously asked, Noonuo, how are you feeling? She then realized she wasn't dead. Tang Shu had brought her back home, but her body was so sore that she couldn't even shift back to her original form. She could only lie there weakly, twitching and whimpering softly. Tang Shu sighed. Do you know what you've done? Silly rabbit. You dared to assassinate him. She nuzzled her head against Tang Shu's hand, seeking a sliver of warmth from him. Suddenly, Noonuo's eyes widened. Something felt terribly wrong. Countless questions raced through her mind. She sat up abruptly, flailing her limbs like a madwoman. Tang Shu, are you dead? How would you bring a dangerous criminal like me back to your house? But Tang Shu couldn't understand the rabbit's language and simply looked at her helplessly. Does it hurt a lot? What should I do? He even gently stroked her injured ear, considerate and concerned. A moment later, Tang Shu began to question her. You didn't do this for me, did you? Who are you working for? Your organization has been exposed. That day at Zunshuo Prince's mansion, you were the only tribute who survived. Noonuo was terrified. Who am I? Heavens, who am I? What organization are you talking about, brother? Tang Shu pressed coldly. You really don't know. Noonuo shrieked helplessly. This is so unfair. I really don't know about any organization. His gaze suddenly became profound, and he fell silent for a long time. After a while, he handed Noonuo a spirit stone. I won't pursue it if you don't want to talk. Take this. You're badly injured, and it'll be difficult to recover on your own. This is a second-order spirit stone. It can help you recover quickly. Seeing this, she was overjoyed. The quick-witted Noonuo immediately took the spirit stone and secretly stuffed it into her chinkoan bag, thinking to herself, spirit stones are so precious. I'll just let my injuries heal slowly. I need to take this back to my mother. Tang Shu was furious and snapped. Look how weak you are. Are you saving the spirit stone to prepare for your own funeral? Hand it over. Noonuo dodged, and the chinkoan bag instantly vanished without a trace. Speechless, he could only coldly order, tell old Lu to bring a spirit stone and make sure she eats it. Noonuo was so happy she nearly fainted. Another spirit stone. I'm making a fortune. The Tang residence was extremely quiet at night. At this moment, saw the sixth prince, Lu Yi, arrive. She grinned from ear to ear and let out a few Gigi calls. He had two high buns on his head, like the horns of the bull demon king, and said with a disgruntled expression, Little ancestor, you really know how to cause trouble. Who else could it be? Lu Yi pulled out a packet of pastries. Luckily you're not dead, or I'd have to be buried with you. Here, have some pastries. Noonuo's eyes lit up like headlights at the sight of food. He grumbled as he scolded her. You're so bold. You actually dared to kill eldest brother. I taught you hidden weapons for self-defense, not for killing people. Noonuo ignored his admonishment. Her eyes were only on the food. Lu Yi rummaged through his clothes as he spoke. With your meager skills, you want to kill eldest brother. Dream on. Everyone thinks you're dead now. If eldest brother finds out you're still alive, you'll be done for. Hearing this, Noonuo broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to herself, Tang Yue isn't dead. I really failed. Lu Yi finally pulled out a beautiful pink spirit stone. All right, don't worry too much. Eat this spirit stone, and you'll be able to transform. Noonuo immediately perked up her ears and reached for it. But Lu Yi deliberately held it high to tease her, seriously instructing, you have to promise me you'll put in a good word for me in front of third brother. You must explain clearly that you wanted to kill eldest brother, not that I instructed you to. Noonuo impatiently flew over and bit Lu Yi. I know, you're so long-winded. Noonuo hugged her arms and swallowed the spirit stone triumphantly. Lu Yi grimaced beside her. The two of you, one head-butting and one biting. You're truly a match made in heaven. The spirit stone took effect immediately, and Noonuo instantly transformed back into a beautiful young woman. She quipped, "Isn't it because your face is just begging to be hit?" Lu Yi snorted angrily and ran off. I'm not playing with you guys anymore." At this moment, little Shijun walked in, his eyes sparkling as he stared at her, and asked, "Are you Ruowanbeo?" Noonuo, dressed as a young woman and nibbling on a pastry, looked up at him, stunned. This was the first time she had seen little Shijun like this. She smiled shyly. "Yes, I'm Ruowanbeo. If you don't like this appearance, I can change back." She was still thinking. Ifu said that little Shijun doesn't really like grown-up tributes, but he didn't say anything and simply opened his arms. Then he ran over and threw himself into her arms, tears in his eyes, and said excitedly, "Ruowanbeo, do you know how dangerous that was? You almost died." She placed her hand on little Shijun's shoulder and asked, "Little Shijun, did you know everything? Did you save me?" He lowered his head and said sadly, "It was Tang Shu who saved you. I'm so useless. If he hadn't risked his life to save you and suppress me, I might never have seen you again." Noonuo hugged little Shijun tightly and comforted him gently. "No, when I was dying, I heard your voice. You were the first to find me, and then Tang Shu saved me." Little Shijun immediately perked up. "Really? I helped save you too." Nono nodded vigorously. Little Shijun blurted out, "I'm not like him, Ruowanbeo. Call me Tang Mo from now on." She replied happily, "Then can I call you Ma Bao?" Little Snake said sullenly, "I was just too afraid of messing things up again, so I didn't dare to show myself. I just wanted to wait until you woke up to see you." Seeing him so pitiful, she thought to herself, could it be that little Snake had been hiding because he felt he was no longer useful? Thinking of this, she rubbed his hair and comforted him. "Mo Bao, I'll always wait for you to appear." He grabbed her hand, looked at her with clinging eyes, and asked Ruowanbeo, "Can you wait for me to grow up?" "Don't worry, I'll grow up soon." She smiled brightly and firmly promised, "Of course, Mo Bao, I'll always be here." But in her heart, she couldn't help but think, isn't Tang Shu his grown-up form? Can Mo Bao really grow up? He naively held out his pinky finger and swore, "Okay, pinky promise." The two quickly made a pact in a childish way. Little Snake's eyes were exceptionally determined. He instructed Ruowanbeo, "Wait for me." After saying that, he hurriedly left, without even realizing it himself. Just at this moment, Tang Shu returned. He stared at her and asked sternly, Noonuo, what did you promise him?" Seeing Tang Shu's persistent questioning, Noonuo quickly withdrew her hand and nervously replied, "I just wanted to make Little Snake happy." "What's the big deal?" He seriously reminded her, although he looks like a child now, one day he will remember everything and have to face everything. If you're just coaxing him, don't give him too much hope. Hearing this, Noonuo's eyes became confused, and she thought to herself, is he saying that one day Little Snake and him will become one? Time flew by, and 2 months had passed unknowingly. Noonuo happily counted the spirit stones she had collected in her room. With a jingle, Lu Yi suddenly rushed into the room in a panic. "Miss Noonuo, Prince Zunsaw has come a visit with Princess Zunluo. I'll help you disguise yourself now. Please cooperate." Hearing this, Noonuo jumped up in fright. Lu Yi helped her with her makeup while softly comforting her. "Miss No, don't worry. As long as you stay by the prince's side and don't act rashly, you'll be fine." She looked at herself in the mirror and sighed. This human skin mask is really beautiful. While she was still feeling down, Lu Yi urged her, "Miss Noonuo, hurry up. The prince is waiting for you." The two quickly walked outside, and Lu Yi kept reminding her along the way, "Miss Noonuo, remember not to make eye contact with Prince Zunjua. Your eyes haven't changed yet." Suddenly, she nervously grabbed Tang Shu's arm. He turned his head, looked at her tenderly, and softly asked, "Are you scared?" Noonuo's eyes were filled with fear, and she whispered, "Your Highness, will you protect me?" Tang Shu seemed like a different person as he gently stroked her cheek and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one dares to hurt you." As soon as he finished speaking, the first prince's voice came from afar. "Third brother." Hearing this sound, Tang Shu sneered and got straight to the point. "I was just about to go out. Why is elder brother here?" The first prince replied nonchalantly, "What? Am I not welcome? Third brother." Tang Shu lowered his head, feigning a sad sigh, and complained, "Elder brother killed all the little things I raised, so how should I welcome you?" Princess Noonuo, who was standing beside them, began to taunt, "Third brother, the pets you're raising now are not bad, no worse than the ones before. Don't be so fussy over a single tribute." Hearing this, Noonuo lowered her head, feeling incredibly sad. The first prince continued with a sly smile, "I've been thinking about how to compensate you lately. These snow rabbits were specially selected and brought here." After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, signaling the servants to bring the things forward. One by one, bear paw feet were brought to Tang Shu. Noonuo's eyes widened when she saw them. The girls were shackled, emaciated, and imprisoned like slaves, looking incredibly pitiful. Noonuo saw that their faces had turned a horrifying shade of purple. Frightened, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid of saying anything unpleasant. The disgusting first prince even walked up to a slave, lifted her chin, and said with a sinister smile, "These little treasures were personally trained by me. They know how to please people. Nono trembled de fer." Fortunately, Tang Shu pulled her into his arms in time. He held her tightly and whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Suddenly, Noonuo's eyes widened abruptly, as if she had seen something extremely terrifying. One of the female slaves gave her a meaningful smile, but her face was full of pain. The girl began to move her lips silently, and Noonuo immediately understood her hint, revenge. Noonuo's mind was filled with confusion, and she thought, revenge. Could she be the one who stopped me from assassinating Tang Shu at the banquet that day? She looked up at Tang Shu resolutely and said, "Your Highness, I want to—" But the words caught in her throat, and she could only convey her meaning with her eyes. "I want to kill this demon now." "Tang Shu, you completely misunderstood me," he muttered under his breath. "I know it's hard for you to resist, but now is not the time. We'll deal with them after they leave." Noonuo speechless. What was this guy talking about? It wasn't what she was trying to express at all. Princess Noonuo, standing to the side, sneered, "What a slut in heat, clinging to anyone she sees." Tang Shu glared at the first prince, his tone impatient. "Brother, I'll be blunt. We have important matters to attend to." The first prince's hand tightened around the female slave's neck. He didn't say anything, but inwardly fumed. "You're so useless. Even third brother doesn't want you." Thinking of this, the first prince tightened his grip further, making the girl cough up blood. Seeing this bloody scene, Noonuo's eyes reddened, her heart breaking for the poor girl. He didn't stop there, but lifted her entire body off the ground. The girl whimpered in pain. The first prince sneered, "Even third brother doesn't want you." He mercilessly tossed her aside like trash, frightening the other slaves. The girl lay motionless on the cold ground, covered in wounds. The first prince said coldly, "Since that's the case, there's no need to keep these people either." A cruel smile played on his lips as he ordered, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." At the first prince's command, the remaining girls were quickly and brutally slaughtered. Their eyes were filled with terrifying resentment, their desperate screams echoing in the air. No, but the only response was the merciless piercing of swords through their bodies. The first prince watched it all, a twisted pleasure on his face. Noonuo couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. She resolutely stepped forward, only one thought in her mind. "I'm going to kill this demon right now." Fortunately, Tang Shu intervened in time, waving his hand to push back his subordinates. He said coldly, "Thank you for your kindness, brother. Please leave." The first prince feigned innocence. "Oh dear, Tang Shu, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Brother misunderstood. My apologies, my apologies. We'll leave now." As the two hurriedly left, Princess Noonuo asked curiously, "Brother, why did you give the assassins from the birthday banquet to third brother?" The first prince didn't hide anything, explaining to the little girl that rabbit by Tang Shu's side is the tribute that tried to assassinate your father at the birthday banquet. She must have been rescued by Tang Shu and had her appearance altered. A sinister smile curved his lips, a malicious thought forming in his mind. "Good, you're not dead. I'll torture you slowly." After the first prince truly left, Tang Shu sat down to check on the girl's condition. "She still has a breath left. I'll go find a doctor. She might still be saved." The doctor arrived quickly, but shook her head helplessly. "I'm sorry, I've done all I can." The girl looked at Noonuo and with her last breath said, "My name is Luo Nyang. I'm from the Princess's Guard. 60 of us infiltrated the capital. Each of us has a jade pendant like this. The girl tremblingly handed the jade pendant to Noonuo. Give my jade pendant to. Before she could finish, the girl breathed her last, her soul returning home. Noonuo was filled with confusion, unable to accept reality. In the blink of an eye, the girl's body gradually dissipated into the air. Only a green jade pendant remained. Noonuo clutched it tightly in her hand, shedding tears of sympathy for her kindness. She secretly vowed, Luing, don't worry. I will complete the mission with them and return home safely. Afterwards, she returned to her room with a heavy heart, too distraught to touch the food on the table. Seeing this, Tang Shu threatened sternly, if you don't eat properly, I'll drive all those rabbit girls away. Do you hear me? Noonuo pleaded without hesitation. Your Highness, please help me. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. Oh, the first time you've actively asked me for help. Tell me. No, Noonuo anxiously suggested. I want them to enter the 6th Prince's Tianji Pavilion, so he can protect them. Tang Shu leaned closer to the beauty, putting his arm around her, and teased, Is that all the sincerity you have to ask this prince for a favor? Just as he finished speaking, Noonuo unhesitatingly embraced him, offering a passionate kiss. The two instantly became entangled, their lips and teeth intertwined for a long time. Tang Shu was no wooden man. He directly picked her up, his eyes full of desire as he looked at Noonuo and asked, Is that all? Tang Shu and Noonuo quickly tumbled onto the bed. Noonuo couldn't help but moan softly, her cheeks flushed, her heart pounding like a drum. She caressed his abs with her slender fingers and asked in a Jalmoi voice, Your Highness, is this enough? Tang Shu, lost in the moment, murmured in a daze, Not yet. For the greater good. Noonuo immediately and enthusiastically embraced and kissed Tang Shu. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pushed her onto the bed, his movements somewhat rough. Satisfied, he said, Since you're so sincere, I'll call Tang Shu over tomorrow. Noonuo's face flushed crimson. Caressing him, she said gratefully, Thank you, Your Highness, for being willing to risk saving me, and them as well. Just then, a blood-red mark suddenly appeared on Tang Shu's forehead. Noonuo pointed at his forehead in shock. This is a blood pact, she explained. The blood pact is complete. Your Highness and I now truly share life and death. Tang Shu, however, seemed unconcerned. He suddenly thrust upwards from below, teasing her playfully, still trying to play tricks at a time like this. You little rascal. He moved vigorously, his face flushed and his breath coming in gasps. Entangled together, their moans were intoxicating, creating a highly alluring scene. Noonuo trembled beneath him. A powerful thought flashed through Tang Shu's mind. With this pact, will she never leave me? A flicker of regret crossed Noonuo's eyes. The thought that she might never be able to leave, that she would be trapped in this cannibalistic sky capital for the rest of her life, filled her with dread. Tang Shu stared at her. Why aren't you saying anything? He asked. She shyly turned her face away and replied in a low voice. I'm a little sleepy. Tang Shu snot? Noonuo calmly turned over, her mind focused solely on tomorrow's plan, to take the rabbit girls to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion tomorrow. Perhaps she could take the opportunity to talk to the organization about the mission. After the brief pleasure, Tang Shu felt empty, his mood deeply despondent. The next day, he kept his promise and summoned Tang Shu. Upon seeing the beautiful girls, Tang Shu's face turned pale. He complained incessantly, Little ancestor, my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is not a place for idlers. It's too cruel. He finished with a helpless expression. Hearing this, Noonuo immediately took Tang Shu's arm, acting cute and coquettish. Your Highness, Tang Shu said nothing, only glaring coldly at Tang Shu, who trembled in fear, not daring to say another word. With a single look from Tang Shu immediately understood and hurried forward, urging, come with me, quickly. As everyone was about to leave, only one girl, named Ganji, remained. She spoke respectfully and sincerely. Your servant, Ganji, wishes to remain in the residence to repay the kindness of saving my life. Noonuo didn't refuse, immediately agreeing, then you may stay. It's good to have someone keep me company. Tang Shu turned to look at her, and suggested, "I'm going to the Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit House. Come with me." Hearing this, she recoiled in fear, shaking her head vigorously. "I won't go. Rabbits are eaten there. I'm not stupid. I don't want to go." At this moment, Ganji suddenly stepped forward and whispered in her ear, "The owner of the Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit House is the captain of the Middle Authority Cavalry Guard. Noonuo, take the token and go see her." The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Hearing this, Noonuo immediately changed her attitude, smiling and hugging Tang Shu. "But I believe you will protect me. Let's go," she said. The Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit House was the royal designated restaurant in Sky Capital. Its owner seemed to have connections with the royal family, making it truly extraordinary. Noonuo looked around in amazement, her eyes filled with wonder. Truly luxurious. It lives up to its reputation, so dazzling. Tang Shu looked at her and solemnly instructed, "I'm going to the second floor to meet someone. You can wander around as you please and charge anything you want on my account. Lon, he will be following you secretly. Don't leave the restaurant alone." She nodded obediently. Understood. Beautiful women danced and sang in the restaurant, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, Noonuo began to strategize. Being followed so closely, she had to find a way to shake him off. A plan formed in her mind. She quickly ran into the restroom, leaving the trailing Lon with no recourse. Moments later, she had transformed back into a plump gray rabbit, inwardly rejoicing, successfully escaped freedom. She cautiously observed her surroundings, tentatively asking, "Is this the place?" A beautiful girl was already waiting inside, resting her chin in her hand. This must be the top beauty Noonuo had heard about. The other girl spoke, "Your Ruenuo Noonuo." Noonuo immediately produced the jade pendant and placed it before her. "It's me." The girl looked at Noonuo with interest. "I heard that the third prince fell out with Princess Zunluo for you and even repeatedly defied King Zunsho. Have you two become intimate?" Noonuo blushed at the question, but answered honestly, "Yes, we've become quite intimate. He's very good to me." The girl continued, "Our fragrant dew pills not only nourish the skin, but also act as an aphrodisiac. The Snake Lord has long been captivated by this fragrance, which is why he's only attracted to this particular scent, regardless of the offering." As she spoke, she took out a pink pill. The effects of the aromatic dew pill only last for a year. After a year, without its help, you'll quickly lose the Snake Lord's favor. That's why many Rabbit Clan girls use their save spirit stones and silver to buy many aromatic dew pills. I happen to have one here, so I'll give it to you. Noonuo looked down at the pill in her hand, feeling somewhat downcast. She had long known that this relationship was just a mutual repayment, but hearing someone say it so casually still caused a faint ache in her heart. The girl continued to explain Noonuo's next task. This mission is to retrieve the 5-colored spirit stone from the Heavenly Capital Palace. This is the only way the princess will have leverage for her marriage agreement. The girl looked at Noonuo and said solemnly, "Right now, only you can enter the palace." After Noonuo returned, Tang Shu asked curiously, "Why were you gone for so long?" Noonuo panicked and made up an excuse. "My stomach wasn't feeling well." He approached with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" She immediately perked up, "I'm fine now." Tang Shu gently put his arm around her shoulders and suggested with a smile, "Then I'll take you somewhere." The two arrived at a large shop. The people inside greeted them warmly and respectfully presented a box. "Your Highness, these are the 12 treasures you requested. Please take your time to inspect them. I'll take my leave." Noonuo opened the box and saw the glittering treasures inside. Her eyes lit up, and she asked in surprise, "Are these all for me?" "Your Highness, this must have cost a lot of silver, right?" "They're too precious." Tang Shu didn't answer, but leaned in and whispered in her ear, "You're really different today." He began to kiss her neck, his actions intimate. Noonuo thought sadly to herself, just as she said, "His affection for me is all because of the aromatic dew pill." Noonuo didn't want to be too intimate with Tang Shu, so she slipped away like a kitten. "It's getting dark, let's go." He just stared blankly at her leaving, a bewildered look on his face. Night fell, and the surroundings quieted down, the atmosphere particularly solemn. Back at her lodgings, Noonuo carefully put the treasures in her bag and solemnly handed them to Ganji. "Ganji, these are the 12 treasures. Give them to Zhong Xuanqi tonight and steal the 5-colored spirit stone while you're at it. This way they can leave smoothly." Before she could finish speaking, with a bang, Tang Shu suddenly appeared at the door. "Noonuo, your favorite prince has brought snacks." The two were startled as if they had seen a ghost. Fortunately, Ganji reacted quickly and hid the things. Noonuo's heart panicked, and she immediately switched to her lively mode, saying with a grin, "Your Highness, you came just in time. I'm starving." She then turned to Ganji and said, "You may leave." Ganji understood and nodded repeatedly. Noonuo stuffed a snack in her mouth like a starving wolf, secretly relieved. "It's a good thing you didn't notice anything." Tang Shu asked with concern, "Is it good?" She replied happily, "Delicious." Suddenly, he looked guilty and said sincerely, "Can you forgive me? I won't take you there again." Noonuo's heart skipped a beat. Does he think I'm angry? She lowered her head and said in a fluster, I'm not angry. In fact, her mind was full of tonight's plan. She had to go to the heavenly fragrance rabbit house to find Zhong Xuanqi. Tang Shu lifted her chin. "Then why are you avoiding me?" She sadly avoided his gaze, remaining silent. Seeing her like this, Tang Shu became a little angry. "You've been shutting yourself in your room since you came back. Don't you want to see me today?" Noonuo thought to herself, tonight's plan must go flawlessly. I have to keep Tang Shu here. She reluctantly took out the pill Zhong Xuanqi had given her and swallowed it like it was the most disgusting thing, the air thick with tension. Noonuo didn't say anything, but suddenly grabbed Tang Shu's sleeve. He froze. She kissed him directly, their lips and teeth intertwined, sweet with a hint of bitterness. Their breaths mingled, their eyes met, their cheeks flushed like ripe tomatoes. Tang Shu kissed her again. He held her tightly, their fingers interlocked, their bodies pressed close together, the rest unspoken. Meanwhile, the royal treasury was shrouded in darkness. A crystal-clear, five-colored spirit jade lay quietly there. Zhong Xuanqi, with a stern expression, reached out and picked it up. With the mission accomplished, she put the spirit jade into a small pouch and said to her companions, "We have the five-colored spirit jade. Let's go." Just then, footsteps came from outside, and her heart tightened. Oh no, the patrol. She remained calm and ordered everyone to gather close. Use the 12 treasures to teleport. A flash of light, and everyone began to disappear. At the same time, a group of people rushed towards Tang Shu's bedroom, creating a commotion. Lan Yi blocked the door. "His Highness is resting. What's the matter?" They pushed him aside without a word. "We're here on the Emperor's orders." The noise woke Noonuo up. She rubbed her eyes sleepily and heard someone say, "The treasury has been robbed. The Emperor wants to see the third prince." She turned to look at the sleeping Tang Shu beside her and was about to wake him when she suddenly froze. The person beside her had turned into the little snake lord. Before Noonuo could react, a violent knocking came from the door. Panicked, she desperately shook him awake. "Little snake, wake up. Quick, hide on the bed." Finally, Little Snake woke up groggily, his face blank. "Huh? What happened?" She didn't answer, just pushed him under the bed. "The Emperor is going to arrest you. Hide." Little Snake still looked bewildered. "Then I won't see my dad." Bang! The door was kicked open. Noonuo's face instantly turned pale, her mind filled with a single thought. It's over. Everything's exposed. The two hooded figures also paled with fright. Noonuo reacted quickly, immediately standing in front of the screen, her heart pounding with anxiety. Little Snake is going to be discovered. Just then, Tang Shu suddenly appeared behind her, startling her. He roared, "You scoundrels! Who gave you permission to enter?" He berated them while holding her tightly. The two quickly knelt and apologized. "We are guilty. We have disturbed your highness. The Emperor summons you and the other princes. Please proceed to the palace at once." Noonuo listened, her heart racing. It must be about Little Snake. How long can Tang Shu hold out? She could only cautiously remind him, "Your Highness, please be careful." Seeing her worry, Tang Shu comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Tang Shu curiously asked Tang Shu, "Third brother, do you think it's possible to find the five-colored spirit stone within 110 days?" "I've never seen one in my life," Tang Shu replied. "I haven't either, but my mother saw one before she passed away." Noonuo sat on the swing and called out happily, "Tang Shu." Tang Shu walked over and embraced her, gently asking, "Have you been waiting for me?" Noonuo shyly nodded. Seeing his shamelessness, Tang Shu felt embarrassed for him, coughed, and quickly changed the subject. "There's also a rumor in the palace that the light last night wasn't like that of the stolen five-colored spirit stone, but more like the light emitted by 10 treasures. Noonuo felt a pang of guilt at Tang Shu's words. Tang Shu glanced at her intentionally and said casually, "Oh, really?" The next second, he leaned closer to Tang Shu and probed, "Third brother, I haven't been to the treasury in 6 months. Are your 12 treasures still there?" Annoyed by his incessant chatter, Tang Shu snapped. Stop talking nonsense and go investigate. Frightened, Tang Shu didn't dare disobey and replied like a puppy, Okay, I'll go right away. Noonuo wanted to take advantage of Tang Shu's distraction with Tang Shu and slip away, but before she could take a few steps, he suddenly turned around and asked, startling her, Where are you going? Noonuo had to make up an excuse. You haven't had breakfast yet. I'll go get you something to eat. But Tang Shu didn't give her a chance, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. He questioned her directly. I gave you all 12 treasures, and you gave them away. Noonuo immediately averted her gaze and stammered, I didn't. Tang Shu said coldly, I think you've been spoiled and forgotten the rules. You're not going anywhere this month. You're not allowed to leave the manor. Knowing Tang Shu's character, he meant what he said. Noonuo lay on the grass, complaining, I'm so bored. After a while, she rolled over listlessly and sighed dramatically. Tang Shu is really angry. He hasn't come to see me in 3 days. It's over. This bunny has fallen out of favor. No, I have to go apologize to him. With that thought, Noonuo jumped up. She easily climbed over the courtyard wall, her movements as practiced as weaving a basket. Suddenly, she heard the clang of metal. Why is it so noisy over there? What's going on? Noonuo curiously hid behind the wall to eavesdrop, her eyes widening in horror. Before her was a bloody massacre. Knights in armor were slaughtering the manor's servants, some collapsing at the doorway, others writhing on the ground. Each one had been dealt a fatal blow, blood splattering everywhere. Tears streamed down Noonuo's face as she covered her mouth to stifle any sound, her mind bombarded with countless questions. Why? But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape their search. There's another one here. Catch her. Noonuo ran for her life. She didn't want to die, so she ran with all her might. But before she could get far, a blood-stained sword pierced her shoulder. The entire manor was engulfed in flames. Even as she closed her eyes and lost consciousness, Noonuo couldn't help but ask, why? Why did Tang Shu's blurry figure suddenly appear, calling her name, Noonuo, repeating it over and over again, making Noonuo frown in annoyance. She woke up with a start, completely terrified. Opening her eyes, she saw Ma Bao, tearfully and anxiously recounting everything. Ruo Wanbao, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your wounds have healed, but you still wouldn't wake up. I was so worried about you. Ruo Wanbao stirred, calling out to Ma Bao, tears streaming down her face, filled with self-blame. Ma Bao, it's all my fault. If I hadn't given 12 treasure to Zhong Shangqi, they wouldn't have stolen the 5-colored spirit stone, and Tang Yue wouldn't have slaughtered everyone. Ma Bao comforted her. Ruo Wanbao, even without 12 treasure, they might not have completed their mission. What's meant to happen will happen. It's not something you could have changed. Ruo Wanbao lowered her head, murmuring, Is that so? Just then, Ma Bao yawned. Now that I know you're okay, I'm relieved. Phew. Then the little girl, exhausted, fell asleep. Ruo Wanbao looked at her, thinking she really is a child, falling asleep so quickly. Then a wave of guilt washed over her, thinking she must have been so tired these past few days. Ruo Wanbao looked at the little girl with guilt-ridden eyes. I am sorry, Ma Bao. The next second, she let go of the little girl's hand. Deep down, she couldn't forgive what Tang Yu had done, so she could only take this opportunity to leave and face him. After she left, Ma Bao slowly sat up. She hadn't been asleep at all, only pretending, so that Ruo Wanbao could leave with peace of mind. Late at night, the moon was bright and a gentle breeze blew. Zhong Shangqi brought a chest and opened it in front of Tang Yu, respectfully reporting, Your Highness, this is the person you requested. Inside the chest was a trembling Ruo Wanbao. Tang Yu pinched her chin, greeting her with a sneer. We meet again. Didn't expect this, did you? Zhong Shangqi traded you for the lives of 50 long-eared clansmen. Aren't these the people you desperately wanted to save? He brought his face close to Ruo Wanbao's neck, inhaled deeply, and said in a low voice, As expected, you're the most suitable for me. He reveled in her scent, smug. Ruo Wanbao suddenly tilted her head and winked at Zhong Shangqi. Zhong Shangqi, seeing this from below, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then respectfully bowed. Your Highness, please enjoy. With that, Zhong Shangqi withdrew. They had made an agreement beforehand. He had given her 2 pills, one a cold fragrance pill, the other a false pregnancy pill. But looking at the pills in his hand, he still hesitated. Do you really want to do this on your own? Ruowan Bao swallowed the 2 pills without hesitation, replying, "Only by killing Tang Yue can we avoid being killed." When Tang Yu tried to kiss her, Ruowan Bao deliberately dodged with a look of disgust, and even purposely said, "No, I belong to the 3rd prince now," just to provoke him. She knew that once a Snake Clan man entered his mating season, he would show his most vulnerable side in front of his beloved, which was the perfect opportunity to strike. Sure enough, Tang Yu was enraged. He gripped her neck, sneering, "You're his woman. Isn't it more fun to steal what someone else cherishes?" Ruowan Bao added fuel to the fire. "I'm carrying Tang Shu's child. If you hurt me, His Majesty the Emperor won't let you off." She thought to herself, the heir to the Tiandu dynasty was more important than anything else. She just needed to stall for time until Tang Quangshe arrived with the Snake Clan and saw this scene. His handsome brows immediately furrowed in suspicion. Tang Yu checked Ruowan Bao's stomach. Sure enough, she really was pregnant. That 3rd brother really treasured her. He thought angrily, "So what? Do you think I'll let you go? You tributes are the most fun when you're pregnant." He angrily squeezed her stomach hard and then yanked her hair, causing her to wince in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. "It hurts." Tang Yu murmured in a low voice, "Do you know why I don't have an heir yet? It's not because no tribute has been pregnant for me, but because they've all—" He paused, gritting his teeth as he said each word, "been killed. You lowly trash aren't worthy of bearing children for Tiandu." With that, he tightened his grip on Ruowan Bao's neck again. Suddenly, a small snake soldier darted out from a corner and lunged at him, startling Tang Yu. He quickly retreated. Ruowan Bao rubbed her nearly broken neck, her mind filled with confusion. Why was Little Snake Monarch here? Wasn't he sleeping? Could he have been following me the whole time? After Tang Yu got a clear look, he furiously grabbed the small snake soldier, sneering, "Truly overestimating yourself." Ruowan Bao quickly rushed forward and bit his arm, forcing him to release the small snake soldier, but she was sent flying with a slap. The small snake soldier collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, too weak to stand. Ruowan Bao could only shout, "Ma Bao, run, run." Tang Yu summoned his weapon, sneering, "Let me guess, who are you really? And why are you helping this lowly trash?" With nowhere left to run, Ruowan Bao desperately shielded herself. The short sword grazed her body, and Tang Yue, licking the blood from the blade, pressed her coldly. "Who is he? Tell me, and I might spare your life." Ruowan Bao slowly and painfully pulled herself to her feet. "Does my blood taste sweet, Tang Yue?" she retorted, then let out a chilling laugh. "You've been poisoned with our Longier clan's ancestral poison. Every beastman knows there's no cure. You'll die within an hour, 2 at most." As expected, Tang Yue lost control. He seized Ruowan Bao's throat and demanded, "What did you say?" "Impossible. You're lying. Why would you poison yourself with it? You'll die too." Tears welled in Ruowan Bao's eyes. "I don't want to live," she roared. "Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. You've killed so many, you deserve to die." Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "You think I didn't know? You'll be disappointed. There is a cure for the ancestral poison. All I need is the heart of your ancestral Snow Rabbit clan, and the poison will be neutralized." Ruowan Bao gripped the blade tightly. "No, you can't have my heart." Ma Bao, having transformed back into his child form, stumbled forward and clung to Tang Yue's leg. "You can't kill Ruowan Bao." Tang Yue lifted him up effortlessly and scrutinized him. "Are you Tang Shu's son?" The little boy didn't answer, only yelled, "Let me go." The boy's face, bearing a striking resemblance to Tang Shu, only confirmed Tang Yue's suspicions. "You overestimate yourself," he snarled, blasting the boy away with a palm strike. Seeing this, Ruowan Bao clutched her chest, all hope draining away. Tang Mo was too badly injured to transform back into Tang Shu and fight. Tang Yue wanted her heart to cure the poison. She couldn't let him have it. "Ma Bao, Tang Shu, farewell." She ignited her spiritual energy in her hands. "I'd rather detonate my soul and be obliterated than let him get his way." Ma Bao, realizing her intentions, cried out, "No, Ruowan Bao." In the nick of time, Tang Shu appeared, gripping her hand tightly. "Noonuo, don't do anything rash. I'm here. Trust me." Glaring at Tang Yue with pure hatred, he comforted Ruowan Bao. "I will win, so you must not give up on yourself. Wait for me." Seeing Tang Shu, Tang Yue's killing intent intensified, his short sword blazing with a blinding light. "So it's you, Tang Shu." Without hesitation, Tang Shu plunged into battle. The two clashed, their attacks and defenses shaking the very heavens, neither gaining the upper hand. Just then, Zhong Xuanqi arrived with the Snake King, witnessing the scene unfold. "Your Majesty, they're right there." The Snake Queen cried out in alarm. "Stop them quickly." But the Snake King remained unperturbed. "Norus." Zhong Xuanqi went to Ruo Wanbao's side and helped her up. "Noonuo, are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied distractedly, but worry gnawed at her. Had the poison not taken effect yet, because the time was too short? Suddenly, Tang Yue grimaced in pain, clenching his jaw. Tang Yue seized the opportunity to knock Tang Shu to the ground and relentlessly kicked him. Finally, the Snake King spoke. "All right, how much longer are you going to fight?" He turned to Noonuo accusingly. "This is all your fault." Zhong Xuanqi interjected. "You're pregnant. If you can bear an heir, I might spare your life." Hearing the Snake King's words, Tang Shu and Noonuo exchanged a shy glance. Tang Shu quickly shielded Noonuo and assured the Snake King, "Father, everyone in the palace knows I've been doting on her every night. She is indeed pregnant. There's no need for an examination." Ignoring Tang Shu, the Snake King instructed the royal physician behind him, "Check her pulse." "Yes." Noonuo calmly extended her hand for the physician, her heart pounding. The false pregnancy medicine wouldn't fool the royal physician. Deceiving the king was a capital offense. To her utter astonishment, the physician reported, "Your Majesty, she is indeed with child." The physician continued, his voice filled with concern, "However, this woman has been poisoned with the snow region poison. I fear." Nono's heart sank. How could this be? Could I really be desperate? She pointed directly at Tang Yue. "Your Majesty, the first prince just forced me to take poison. I'm afraid my child won't survive." Tang Shu's mother tenderly stroked his gaunt face. "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for my son. Shower is covered in wounds, and now they want to kill his beloved consort and child." Tang Yue completely lost control. "Shut up, you bitch." "Father," before he could finish, the Snake King struck him with a palm strike. "You wretch, take Tang Yue away and await sentencing." Tang Yue struggled against the guards, seizing on Tang Shu's weakness. Tang Shu was just a child back then, a useless cripple who couldn't even control his own body. "You old fool, blinded by beauty, you'd punish me for a lowly woman." The Snake King didn't hesitate, immediately ordering, "Drag him away and beat him." Tang Shu's mother took the opportunity to weep. "It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Tang Shu when he was little. He was bullied over and over by Tang Yue's servants. That's why he ended up like this." Seeing his beloved concubine cry, the Snake King panicked and quickly comforted her. "Don't be sad. I will definitely cure you, and I will severely punish that vicious Tang Yue." Tang Shu quickly picked up Ruo Wanbao and announced, "Father, Mother, I'll take Ruo Wanbao back to administer the antidote." With that, he returned to his residence. Ruo Wanbao lay in bed, burning with fever, her cheeks flushed. He sat by her bedside, tears streaming down his face. "Snow region poison. Only the heart of Snow Rabbit can cure it." "Ruo Wanbao, there are only 7 days left. Why were you so foolish? I don't want you to die." Her heavy eyelids wouldn't open. She could only think silently. "I don't want to die either, especially now that I'm pregnant." Tang Shu sat beside her anxiously, urging, "What good is crying? Think of something." Royal physician. He immediately snapped back to attention. "Right, I'll go think of something else." Ruo Wanbao struggled to sit up and advised, "My lord, everything is fate. Don't trouble the royal physician anymore. You'll meet other beastmen you like in the future, and then I won't matter anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, he pinched her cheek in annoyance. "Shut up." Even now, Ruo Wanbao still had the heart to tease him. "What? Will you miss me?" Tang Shu hugged her tightly, finding a lame excuse. "Don't forget we have a blood pact. Our lives are bound together. If you die, I'll have to go with you." Ruo Wanbao's next words drove him even more frantic. "If you can't save me, then let's go see the King of Hell together." Although she spoke lightly, she still held a sliver of hope in her heart. "Tang Shu, I won't let you die." After a while, the sun completely set and it was pitch black outside. Through the window, the distant black mountains were faintly visible. Suddenly, Ruo Wanbao woke up with a jolt from a sharp pain in her body. Mo Bao, hearing the movement from the bed, quickly woke up and asked Ruo Wanbao what's wrong. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at the little boy. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me last night." Mo Bao lowered his head sadly. "Don't lie to me. I know you're poisoned. It's strange. I was sleeping, but I knew everything that happened this morning. morning. The little boy gently stroked her face. Ruo Wanbao, Tang Shu likes you. Even without me, he would protect you. My spiritual power is pure and kind. It can suppress the poison temporarily. He moved closer, their foreheads touching. Ruo Wanbao, weak, could only stare at him. I'm sorry, I broke our promise first. I won't grow up anymore. The next morning, as soon as Zhong Shanqi brought the medicine, Ruo Wanbao frantically grabbed a handful. Then, as if crazed, she stuffed all the medicine into her mouth. Zhong Shanqi desperately pulled her hand away. You can't take too much pain medication. Ugh, it hurts so much. Please. She looked at him pleadingly. Zhong Shanqi, I want to go home. I want to go back to the long-eared tribe. Please help me. Mo Bao is gone. I don't want to die in front of Tang Shu. Zhong Shanqi embraced her trembling body and comforted her. Since you've decided, I'll have the caravan pass by the manor tonight. Night fell, and the crescent moon lit the way home. A carriage was already waiting at the side gate of the manor. Ruo Wanbao shifted back to her original form and quickly jumped out of the manor, nimbly getting into the carriage. Tears of reluctance still lingered in her eyes. The carriage sped away, and the words Zuni Manor gradually receded into the distance. For words surfaced in her mind, deeply etched in her heart. Goodbye, Tang Shu. After a full day and night of travel, the carriage finally entered the bamboo forest. Zhong Shanqi held Ruo Wanbao's trembling body. Try to comfort her, Ruo Wanbao. We're almost at the long-eared tribe. The princess will definitely find a way to save you. You have to hold on. Suddenly, a hidden weapon sliced through the air. It was a sharp axe, landing right next to Ruo Wanbao's ear. Phew, that was close. A pair of powerful legs stepped onto the carriage. The person who threw the axe said, I didn't think lying in wait would actually work. I caught a snow rabbit. He pinched Ruo Wanbao's chin, examining her from left to right. After careful inspection, he said with satisfaction, perfect, a top-grade snow rabbit. Mother will be saved. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow suddenly whizzed past his face. The one who intervened was none other than Tang Yue. He released Ruo Wanbao. Seeing him, Noonuo felt slightly relieved. It was Tang Yue. Could it be he had been following me all along? Could he be a secret admirer? Seeing a greater threat emerge, the Tiger Kingdom's crown prince immediately tightened his grip on his captive's neck and threatened, trying to play the hero and save the beauty. If you take one more step closer, I'll snap her neck. Zhong Shuangqi anxiously called out her name. Ruo Wanbao. Tang Shu frowned at the scene. You're in danger. That Tiger Kingdom fellow. Fortunately, Zhong Shuangqi appeared at this moment and intervened. Stop. She walked over gracefully, draped in a pure white fox fur cloak. Seeing her, Ruo Wanbao felt a little relieved. Zhong Shuangqi finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a good thing she had written to Zhong Shuangqi for help in advance. Otherwise, if the Tiger Kingdom's crown prince and the Snake Kingdom's prince really fought, the long-eared tribe would suffer regardless of who died. It was a truly difficult situation. Seeing Zhong Shuangqi, the Tiger Kingdom's crown prince's face flushed red, and he was so nervous he started sweating. Someone has a crush, perhaps. Zhong Shuangqi slowly stepped forward to mediate. Our tribe relies on Tiandu for survival. On what grounds does the Tiger Kingdom trespass on our territory and harm our people? Her aura was commanding. At this moment, the man panicked, pushing Ruo Wanbao aside and stammering, I came to offer a gift. I'm willing to trade the 7-kill treasure, the national treasure of the Tiger Kingdom, for a snow rabbit to save my mother. Hearing this, the female general behind Zhong Shuangqi immediately said, Your Highness, I am willing to go with the 7-kill treasure and the 5-colored spirit stones. This way, the long-eared tribe will no longer have to rely on Tiandu. Before Zhong Shuangqi could agree, the Tiger Kingdom's crown prince interrupted, No need. It would be a waste of such a capable female general. I see this girl is not long for this world anyway, about to die from poison. Using her heart to save my mother wouldn't be too much of a waste. Ruo Wanbao stared at him blankly, thinking, Do you have any manners? Tang Shu decisively stated, This king will not allow it. With that, he pulled her into his embrace. Tang Shu is willing to promise eternal peace for the long-eared tribe and offer countless treasures, all for the sake of marrying Ruo Wanbao. Zhong Shuangqi smiled. and stroked her chin. Our Ruowanbeo is truly remarkable. Even the Snake King is so obedient. The Tiger Kingdom's crown prince couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you're going all out, even more willing to spend than me. But Ruowanbeo coldly pushed Tang Shu away and said, I don't want to thank you, your majesty. Go back. He grabbed her unwillingly, pressing her. Ruowanbeo, is it because of the snow region poison? Are you afraid I'll be heartbroken? We can figure this out together. Ruowanbeo was almost in tears. Doesn't your majesty understand yet? I don't want to stay in your violent and cruel Tiandu. The snow region poison originated from the long-eared tribe. Of course I have a way to cure it. The more Tang Shu listened, the less he wanted to believe her words. Ruowanbeo continued, I stayed in Tiandu, close to you, just to survive, to complete my mission. Now that the task is complete, I should go back. After finishing, she tightened her cloak and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, let's go. Tang Shu was left wanting to stop her, but didn't know what to say. However, she had only taken a few steps when Ruowanbeo's body went limp and she collapsed. Zhong Xuanqi quickly reached out to support her, exclaiming, Ruowanbeo. They brought her back to the long-eared tribe. They placed her on a warm bed, but her face was pale and her breathing was rapid and irregular. Zhong Xuanqi held the snow rabbit's heart in her hand and prayed silently. Ruowanbeo, you'll be all right. Then she resolutely plunged a dagger into her own chest and blood dripped down. The blood soaked the cold heart. Zhong Xuanqi handed the blood-soaked heart to Kong Xuanqi and instructed, Xuanqi, add this medicine and don't let Ruowanbeo find out. He quickly took it. Yes, princess, please go and rest. I'll take care of this. Sandalwood smoke curled from the burner, dispelling the chill of the night. Kong Xuanqi gently helped Ruowanbeo up. Ruowanbeo, wake up, drink the medicine. Ruowanbeo looked weakly at the bowl of medicine and said, Xuanqi, I don't have much time left. Help me. I don't want Tang Shu to die. As long as he drinks my heart, the blood oath can be broken. Kong Xuanqi listened sadly and said, You love him so much, yet you said so many hurtful things that day. He softly persuaded her, Don't worry. The princess has found a way to detoxify the poison. Drink this medicine and you'll get better soon. Ruowanbeo was dubious. Really? She picked up the bowl and sniffed it, suspicious. Why does it smell of blood? Even so, Ruowanbeo still trusted him and drank all the medicine. After drinking it, she happily rubbed her belly, thinking, I can still go back to him and our child. The next morning, Ruowanbeo stretched and went outside to breathe the fresh air. After lying down for so long, if I lie down any longer, even a rabbit would become useless. Suddenly, a few passing tribespeople chatting amongst themselves caught her attention. They gossiped excitedly. It's a good thing the crown prince fell out of favor. Our princess will definitely be happy marrying the third prince. Yes, the third prince even brought many treasures today as betrothal gifts. It shows how much he values the princess. Hearing this, Noonuo felt as if struck by lightning, her mind in chaos, unable to comprehend. He wants to marry Princess Shui. What about me and our child? I have to ask him directly. She ran towards Princess Shui's residence. Just as she was about to call out Princess Shui, she suddenly stopped. Noonuo saw Tang Shu and Princess Shui chatting happily, exchanging tokens of affection. She watched them silently for a long time until they finally noticed her standing there. They both looked at her. Princess Shui understood the situation and excused herself. I'll be going now, third prince. Don't forget our agreement. Tang Shu looked at her affectionately and softly replied, Seeing their intimacy, Noonuo felt wronged, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Tang Shu frowned and asked her, Why are you crying? Are you that unwilling to return to the capital with me? Noonuo asked blankly, Am I going too? Aren't you here to take Princess Shui? Tang Shu replied coldly, Have you forgotten that you're carrying my child? In that case, give birth to the child, and let the princess take the child with her to the capital. Noonuo sadly wiped away her tears, thinking, So, it's because of the child. I thought he couldn't bear to leave me. At this moment, Tang Shu handed her a pill with an expressionless face, explaining, This is a heartbreak pill made by he. Taking it will dissolve the blood oath, and you won't have to dig out your heart anymore. She numbly took the pill and asked, Did you take it too? Tang Shu ziplit in dai fun, mama. Without another word, he turned and left without hesitation. Congratulations on your freedom. Noonuo's body trembled uncontrollably, unable to bear the blow. She screamed at her heart, "Don't go." Then, abandoning all her pride, she rushed forward and tightly hugged Tang Shu's waist. Her cheeks flushed. She confessed her true feelings. "I'm willing to go to the capital. I also know that with my status, I can't be a princess. I just want to stay by your side, even if it's just as a servant girl." Hearing this, Tang Shu laughed and immediately turned around. He tightly embraced her waist, kissed her deeply, and then looked straight into her eyes, warning, "Don't regret it." Noonuo looked at Tang Shu earnestly and said, "I won't regret it. I want to be with you." He looked at her searchingly, then said, "There's urgent business in the capital. I must return immediately to handle it. You stay here and wait to be married with Princess Shu." Noonuo replied with a disappointed "Oh." Tang Shu gently kissed her forehead and then called her by the name that person used to call her, "Ruanbeo, I'll be waiting for you in the capital." After saying this, he turned and left. Noonuo touched her forehead, recalling him calling her Ruanbeo. Could it be that Tang Shu and Mama Beo's memories had merged? A few days later, servant girls came to dress her in a red wedding gown, happily congratulating her. "Congratulations on your wedding, princess." Noonuo, hearing them address her this way, asked in confusion, "Are you new here?" "I'm not a princess." But they didn't respond, only focusing on dressing her and doing her makeup. "Princess, the bridal palanquin has been waiting for a long time." As soon as the words were spoken, two of them enthusiastically helped her into the bridal palanquin. Sitting inside, Noonuo absent-mindedly stroked her belly, thinking, "Child, we'll see your father soon." The long-eared tribespeople had already gathered, seeing her off. Congratulations to the princess on her wedding. Congratulations to the princess on her wedding. Congratulations to the princess on her wedding. Everywhere the palanquin went, there was a sea of red. Noonuo had just lifted the curtain of the palanquin when she heard the tribespeople outside discussing, with the Tiger Kingdom and the Snake Kingdom forming an alliance this time, our long-eared tribe can finally have peace. Hearing this, she thought she had misheard Tiger Kingdom. It wasn't until the two bridal palanquins stopped at the fork in the road, leading to the Tiger Kingdom and the Snake Kingdom, that Princess Shu said sadly, "Noonuo, we have to part ways here." Noonuo asked in confusion, "Part ways?" Suddenly, the sound of a carriage speeding towards them came. She looked back curiously and realized that there were two bridal palanquins for the wedding procession, not just one for the Snake Kingdom. One came from the Tiger Kingdom and the other from the Snake Kingdom, standing side by side. At this moment, Princess Shu took out the 5-colored spirit stone and handed it to Noonuo, instructing, "The long-eared tribe has signed a peace treaty with both kingdoms. This is the 5-colored spirit stone stolen from the capital. Take it back and return it to its rightful owner." The Tiger Kingdom's crown prince, dressed in red wedding attire, his eyes full of affection, couldn't help but urge, "Crown Princess, how much longer are you going to chat? Don't delay the auspicious time." Snow Princess walked to his side, her cheeks slightly flushed, reminding him, "We haven't performed the wedding ceremony yet. Don't call me that in front of everyone." Noonuo looked at them, her face full of bewilderment as she asked, "Snow Princess, what's going on? Wasn't Tang Shu going to marry you?" The Tiger Kingdom's crown prince couldn't help but interject, "That's right, the person he's marrying is actually Princess Noonuo. That's me." Noonuo still couldn't believe it. Just as she was puzzled, Tang Shu's voice suddenly rang out. The long-eared tribe queen recognized her as her adopted daughter and bestowed upon her the title of Princess Noonuo. "Now you understand." As Tang Shu walked to her side, the Tiger Kingdom's crown prince, impatient, directly carried Snow Princess into the bridal palanquin. "Princess, don't look at them. Let's go perform the wedding ceremony." Noonuo asked in confusion, "Tang Shu, when did you become the Snake King? I even saw you give a spirit stone to Snow Princess as a token of love. Why are you marrying me now?" Tang Shu rubbed his nose and laughed. "What token of love? That was to thank her for saving you with her heart's blood. I gave her the spirit stone just so she could recover quickly." Noonuo turned her head in shock to look at Snow Princess, her heart filled with gratitude. "I didn't know she actually sacrificed her heart's blood for me." Snow Princess waved happily at her. "Noonuo, we'll see each other again soon." Noonuo could only shout with all her might, "Princess, thank you." Tang Shu raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Noonuo's face, coaxing her softly, "All right, today is our happy day. Don't cry." Noonuo, still upset, bit him hard. You're all so bad, keeping everything from me. Tang Shu lifted Noonuo's chin and asked, don't you like this surprise? She certainly loved it to death. Tang Shu unhesitatingly swept Noonuo into his arms and ordered, raise the palanquin. Inside the palanquin, he leaned against her shoulder and whispered, Noonuo, I missed you so much. Noonuo also whispered back, I missed you too. Tang Shu couldn't help but lick her ear and then gently nibble it, causing Noonuo to gasp softly. Thinking about what? Noonuo froze for a moment, then mumbled shyly, just wanted to see you. Tang Shu slyly pulled her closer and asked, just want to see me. Before she could answer, he wrapped his arms around her waist and teased half-jokingly, liar. Tang Shu's hand had already slipped mischievously on her thigh, his lips and tongue expertly kissing her. The blood pact is still there. Have you forgotten? We can sense each other. Noonuo had already melted into a puddle, weakly protesting. Don't. He wouldn't stop, laughing. The journey is long. Let's take it slow. Soon, the palace was brightly lit and decorated, with ministers lined up, waiting for Tang Shu to welcome his bride. By the time they arrived, Noonuo had already fallen asleep in Tang Shu's arms. He gently carried her into the main hall. Tang Shu ran out excitedly. Why did it take so long? Is Noonuo feeling unwell? Holding his beloved Noonuo, Tang Shu skillfully avoided the question. Tang, she muttered, you need to change how you address her. But he still smiled helplessly and changed his address, solemnly placing his hand over his heart and congratulating them. Congratulations to Imperial brother and Imperial sister-in-law on your wedding. May your Majesty and the Empress have 100 years of love and happiness, and may the two nations be forever united. The civil and military officials on this side bowed in unison and shouted, May your Majesty and the Empress have 100 years of love and happiness, and may the two nations be forever united. Noonuo's tribesmen also bowed and echoed, May your Majesty and the Empress have 100 years of love and happiness, and may the two nations be forever united. The chorus of blessings woke Noonuo up. She drowsily realized she was being watched by everyone and quickly patted Tang Shu's chest. Put me down. Everyone is looking. He lowered his head and looked at the officials of both nations with her. They all chanted in unison, May your Majesty and the Empress have 100 years of love and happiness, and may the two nations be forever united. A while later, somewhere in the palace, a gentle breeze blew. Noonuo's voice could already be heard from inside the room. When will it hatch? She poked the egg in front of her, playing happily, watching it wobble back and forth, giggling. It's like a tumbler. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the eggshell. With a crack, the eggshell broke into pieces. Noonuo froze, staring at the pile of eggshells in a daze. Coming back to her senses, Noonuo burst into tears, shouting, Tang Shu, I broke it. Tang Shu calmly rummaged through the eggshells, the little kitten beside him rubbing against her with a guilty look. There's nothing left. Where's my baby? Why, it's empty. Our baby is gone. After searching for a bit, he finally found a small black snake under the eggshells. Tang Shu then said, Silly, our baby is fine. Noonuo looked at the little snake in front of her, full of wonder. It's so small, I almost didn't see it. The little baby, happily soothed by her caress, said shyly, Woof woof, I'll grow bigger. Noonuo let it twine around her arm, her eyes sparkling as she praised. So smart to be able to talk at such a young age. Just like me. She moved closer to Tang Shu. What do you think we should name it? He considered the child an accident and casually replied, Let's call it Tang Tang. The two little ones were clearly unhappy and both shot him a sideways glance. The little snake wriggled its body sadly and cried, Mommy, I don't like that name. Tell Daddy to pick another one. Noonuo put it down and turned happily to Tang Shu. Tang Shu, isn't that a bit too casual? Let's pick something nicer, like Tang Shi's name. That's a nice name. The jealous Tang Shu instantly bristled, his voice low. You like his name? He pulled her into his arms without hesitation, his face close to Noonuo's, his tone dark. Am I not as good as him? Tang Shu, throwing caution to the wind, started to get frisky with Noonuo, asking in a low, suggestive voice, But whose name do you cry out every night? Noonuo tried to push him away. Not here. Tang Shu, Tang Shu. The little snake, forced to mature prematurely, sadly wriggled away. Little children shouldn't watch this. Gotta go.